an opponent of the ship of Rey and Kylo Ren from Star Wars Reylo. Antirheumatic, alternative form of antirheumatic. Anti-rise, alternative form of anti-riot. Anti-rocker, an inline skate with one smaller wheel in the middle that doesn't touch the ground. Anti-rockers, plural of anti-rocker. Anti-roll bar, a bar that is stressed to reduce roll leaning to one side in a car body during cornering. Anti-roll bars, plural of anti-roll bar. Anti-room, obsolete form of anteroom. Anti-rooms, plural of anti-room. Anti-rust, preventing the formation of rust. Anti-rusts, plural of anti-rusts. Anti-Samaritanism, opposition or hostility to Samaritans. Anti-satellite, designed to destroy satellites. Anti-Scandinavianism, the fear or dislike of people, policies, culture, or government of Scandinavia. Anti-scar, an uphill-facing scar. Anti-scarps, plural of anti-scar. Anti-science, alternative form of anti-science. Anti-scientific, alternative form of anti-scientific. Anti-sectarian, of or pertaining to anti-sectarianism. Anti-sectarianism, opposition to sectarianism, prevention of sectarianism. Anti-sectarians, plural of anti-sectarian. Anti-seize, a compound used on threads, bolts, gaskets, and other mechanical joints to prevent seizing and galling, to improve installation, removal and disassembly, and to prevent corrosion. Anti-seizes, plural of anti-seize. Anti-Semite, someone with anti-Semitic views. Anti-Semites, plural of anti-Semite. Anti-Semitic, relating to or exhibiting anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitic, alternative spelling of anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitically, in an anti-Semitic manner. Anti-Semiticism, synonym of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semiticisms, plural of anti-Semiticism. Anti-Semitism, prejudice, discrimination, hostility, or political or religious opposition directed against ethnic or religious Jews or against Judaism, anti-Judaism, Judeophobia. Anti-Semitism, alternative letter-case form of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitisms, plural of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitisms, plural of anti-Semitism. Antehe, synonym of anti-Shiite. Antehe, alternative form of anti-Shiite. Anteism, alternative spelling of anti-Shiism. Antehe, alternative form of anti-Shiite. Anti-Shia, synonym of anti-Shiite. Anti-Shia, alternative form of anti-Shiite. Antiism, discrimination against or hostility towards Shiites. Anti, opposed to Shiites. Anti-Shiites, plural of anti-Shiite. Anti-Yiddich, relating to or pertaining to anti-Shiism. Anti-shine powder, a transparent powder designed to remove unwanted oils, shine, and sweat from the skin. Anti-shine powders, plural of anti-shine powder. Anti-Shintoism, opposition to Shinto. Anti-ship, alternative form of anti-ship. Anti-ship missile, a guided missile that is designed for use against ships and large boats. Anti-ship missiles, plural of anti-ship missile. Anti-ship. Simple past and past participle of anti-ship. Anti-shipper, one who opposes a specific ship or shipping in general. Anti-shippers, plural of anti-shipper. Anti-shipping, alternative form of anti-shipping. Anti-ships, third person singular simple present indicative of anti-ship. Anti-shock, alternative form of anti-shock. Anti-shock bodies, plural of anti-shock body. Anti-shock body, a pod, protuberance, or swelling used to adjust the variation in an aircraft's cross-sectional area along its length so as to better conform to the area rule, reducing wave drag at transonic speeds. Anti-shocks, plural of anti-shock. Anti-Sicilian, alternative letter case form of anti-Sicilian. Anti-SJW, someone who opposes the zealous behavior and strict ideology of social justice warriors, especially someone who engages in activism against it. Anti-SJWs, plural of anti-SJW. Anti-Scout, strongly against Scout. Anti-slang, opposed to the use of slang. Anti-Slavic, relating to or exhibiting anti-Slavism. Anti-Slavism, anti-Slavic sentiment. In general, negative attitude towards Slavic peoples. Anti-slip, alternative form of anti-slip. Anti-slut defense, the avoidance of taking responsibility for initiating or agree to sex so as not to appear slutty. Anti-smoking, alternative form of anti-smoking. Anti-snapper, an opponent of Senator Hill's premature scheduling of the Democratic National Committee Convention of 1892. Anti-snappers, plural of anti-snapper. Anti-soccer, opposing the sport of soccer. Antisocial, alternative spelling of antisocial. Antisocial personality disorder, alternative form of antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorders, plural of antisocial personality disorder. Antisocialism, alternative form of antisocialism. Antisocialists, alternative form of antisocialist. Antisocialists, plural of antisocialists. Anti-Soviet, alternative form of anti-Soviet. Anti-Soviets, plural of anti-Soviet. Anti-space, alternative form of anti-space. Anti-spaces, plural of anti-space. Anti-speciesism, alternative form of anti-speciesism. Anti-spyware, alternative spelling of anti-spyware. Anti-static, alternative form of anti-static. Anti-steering, alternative form of anti-steering. Anti-Stokes, relating to a Stokes shift to lower rather than higher wavelengths. Anti-stories, plural of anti-story. Anti-story, a work of fiction in which the author breaks in some way the conventional rules of storytelling, usually with some feature, for example, a lack of plot or characters, unusual punctuation, odd subject or presentation, etc. that strongly challenges the reader's expectations. Anti-strange quark, the antiquark corresponding to the strange quark. Anti-strange quarks, plural of anti-strange quark. Anti-Stratfordian, alternative letter case form of anti-Stratfordian. Anti-Stratfordianism, an anti-Stratfordian view of the works of Shakespeare. Anti-Stratfordians, plural of anti-Stratfordian. Anti-stress, alternative spelling of anti-stress. Anti-strike, alternative form of anti-strike. Anti-submarine, intended to attack submarines. Anti-suffragism, alternative form of anti-suffragism. Anti-sunny, opposed to sunnies or sunnism. Anti-sunnism, prejudice, discrimination, or hostility directed against sunnies. Anti-sunnite, someone who opposes or dislikes sunnies. Anti-sunnites, plural of anti-sunnite. Anti-supernaturalism, rejection of supernaturalism, non-affirmation of the supernatural. Anti-supernaturalists, denying the supernatural. Anti-supernaturalists, plural of anti-supernaturalists. Anti-sway bar, a connection between the left and right suspension systems of a road vehicle designed to stabilize it and reduce roll or sway on corners. Anti-sway bars, plural of anti-sway bar. Anti-tank, alternative spelling of anti-tank. Anti-Taoist, against or opposing Taoists or Taoism. Anti-Taurus, a mountain range in southern and eastern Turkey, curving northeast from the Taurus Mountains. Anti-technology, alternative form of anti-technology. Anti-tennis, opposing the sport of tennis. Anti-Thanksgiving, being against the Thanksgiving holiday. Anti-thyroid, alternative spelling of antithyroid. Anti-Dom, belonging to a class of 19th century pro-slavery novels and writings in response to Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. Anti-tongues, opposing the religious practice of speaking in tongues. Anti-top quark, the antiquark corresponding to the top quark. Anti-top quarks, plural of anti-top quark. Anti-tracking, alternative form of anti-tracking. Anti-tray, alternative spelling of anti-tray. Anti-trans, alternative form of anti-trans. Anti-transgender, alternative form of anti-transgender. Anti-transsexual, alternative form of anti-transsexual. Anti-trespass, alternative form of anti-trespass. Anti-triangle, a three-vertex independent set, the complement of a triangle. Anti-triangles, plural of anti-triangle. Anti-Trumpism, the general disapproval, resistance, and opposition to Donald Trump or his policies. Anti-tumoral, alternative form of antitumoral. Anti-tyrannous, one who opposes tyranny. Anti-tyrannous, plural of anti-tyrannous. Anti-union, alternative spelling of anti-union. Anti-up quark, the anti-but goes bending to the up quark. Anti-up quarks, plural of anti-up quark. Anti-utopia, a world that is the opposite of a utopia, i.e. flawed and maximally unpleasant. Anti-utopias, plural of anti-utopia. Anti-vaccination, opposing vaccines and vaccination. Anti-vaccinationists, one who opposes vaccination. Anti-vaccinationists, plural of anti-vaccinationists. Anti-vaccinator, an anti-vaccinationist. Anti-vaccinators, plural of anti-vaccinator. Anti-vaccine, opposing vaccines and vaccination. Anti-vaccinist, alternative form of anti-vaccinationist. Anti-vaccinists, plural of anti-vaccinists. Anti-vax, opposing vaccines and vaccination. Anti-vaxxer, alternative form of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxers, plural of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vax, alternative form of anti-vax. Anti-vaxxer, a person who opposes vaccination as for its purported dangerous effects. Anti-vaxxerism, political or philosophical opposition to vaccination. Anti-vaxxers, plural of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxer, opposition to vaccines and vaccination, reluctance or refusal to be vaccinated. Anti-vaxxing, opposition to vaccines and vaccination, reluctance or refusal to be vaccinated or to have one's children vaccinated. Antivenin, alternative form of antivenin. Antivenins, plural of antivenin. Anti-Viagra, something that decreases the sex drive, an anaphrodisiac. Anti-Vietnamese, opposing Vietnam or its people. Anti-Villain, an antagonist who has or may have noble or honorable aims, but pursues them destructively. Anti-villains, plural of anti-villain. Antiviral, alternative form of antiviral. Antivirus, alternative spelling of antivirus. Antiviruses, plural of antivirus. Anti-war, opposed to war or to a specific war. Anti-Westernism, alternative form of anti-Westernism. Anti-Westernism, alternative letter case form of anti-Westernism. Anti-whale, alternative form of anti-whale. Anti-white, alternative spelling of anti-white. Anti-white, alternative spelling of anti-white. Anti-whiteness, alternative spelling of anti-whiteness. Anti-witchcraft, alternative spelling of anti-witchcraft. Anti-witness, opposed or hostile to Jehovah's Witnesses or their beliefs or doctrines. Anti-witnesses, plural of anti-witness. Anti-woke, alternative spelling of anti-woke. Anti-worker, alternative form of anti-worker. Anti-Yankeeism, synonym of anti-Americanism. Anti-Yanquismo, synonym of anti-Americanism. Anti-Yanquismo, alternative form of anti-Yanquismo. Anti-yeast, against yeast growth or activity. Anti-Zionism, opposition to Zionism, activism against Zionism. Anti-Zionism, alternative form of anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionist, one who expresses or exhibits anti-Zionism, one who is opposed to Zionism. Anti-Zionistic, anti-Zionist, opposed to Zionism. Anti-Zionists, plural of anti-Zionists. Anti-zombie, alternative spelling of anti-zombie. Anti-zombies, plural of anti-zombie. Anti-abolitionism, alternative form of anti-abolitionism. Anti-abolitionist, one who opposed the abolition of slavery. Anti-abolitionists, plural of anti-abolitionists. Anti-abortifacient, preventing miscarriage. Anti-abortifacients, plural of anti-abortifacient. Anti-abortion, opposed to the practice or legalization of abortion. Anti-abortionism, alternative spelling of anti-abortionism. Anti-abortionist, one who is opposed to the practice of abortion or to it being legal. Anti-abortionists, plural of anti-abortionists. Anti-abortive, that prevents abortion. Anti-abrasion, preventing abrasion. Anti-absolutism, opposition to absolutism. Anti-absolutist, one who opposes absolutism. Anti-absolutists, plural of anti-absolutists. Aderus, preventing or countering abuse. Anti-academic, opposing what is academic. Anti-academics, plural of anti-academic. Anti-gay, that counters mites of the genus Acarus. Anti-acceleration, opposing academic acceleration. Anti-accelerator, a substance having an antagonistic effect against an accelerator. Anti-accelerators, plural of anti-accelerator. Anti-accumulation, opposing or preventing accumulation of financial capital, etc. Anti-acetylated, that makes an allergic response with an acetylated material. Anti-acetylcholinesterase, that inhibits acetylcholinesterase. Anti-acetylcholinesterases, plural of anti-acetylcholinesterase. Antacid, antacid. Antacid is plural of antiacid. Antiacne, serving to counteract acne. Antiacridian, that counters insects of the family Acrididae. Actin, that binds to actin. Anti-activator, that represses an activator. Anti-activist, opposing activism. Anti-activists, plural of anti-activists. Anti-adaptationists, one who rejects adaptationism. Anti-adaptationists, plural of anti-adaptationists. Anti-addiction, countering addiction. Anti-addictive, countering addiction. Anti-addictives, plural of anti-addictive. Anti-adenocarcinoma, countering adenocarcinoma. Anti-adherence, that prevents the adherence of bacteria to a surface. Anti-adhesion, preventing adhesion. Anti-adhesive, preventing adhesion. Anti-adhesives, plural of anti-adhesive. Adiabatic, that counters adiabatic processes. Adiaphis, one who opposes adiaphorism. Adiaphis, plural of adiaphist. Antiadipocytic, that counters the formation and development of adipocytes. Antiadipogenesis, alternative, form of antiadipogenic. Antiadipogenic, that counters adipogenesis. Adipose, that counters the formation of adipose tissue. Adiitis, tonsillitis. Adi-administration, opposing a particular administration. Adoption, opposing adoption. Antiadrenergic, preventing or counteracting the effects of adrenaline. Antiadrenergics, plural of antiadrenergic. Anti-adulteration, opposing or countering adulteration. Adultery, opposing adultery. Anti-advertising, opposing or countering advertising. The two projecting feathered angles of the forehead of some birds, the frontal points. Anti-aesthetic, opposing or rejecting what is aesthetic. Anti-dating, alternative form of anti-aging. Anti-ageist, opposed to ageism. Anti-ager, an anti-aging cosmetic. Anti-agers, plural of anti-ager. Anti-agglomerant, that prevents the agglomeration of small particles. Anti-agglutinating, preventing agglutination. Anti-agglutinin, any substance, especially an antibody, that inhibits the action of an agglutinin. Anti-agglutinins, plural of anti-agglutinin, and the aggregant, that prevents the aggregation of platelets and to platelet, and the aggregants, plural of anti-aggregant, and aggregating, preventing the aggregation of platelets, and aggregation, prevention of the aggregation of platelets, and the aggregative, that counters aggregation, and the aggregatory, preventing the aggregation of platelets, and the aggressin, a specific antibody preventing the action of an aggressin, and the aggressins, plural of anti-aggressin, anti-aggression, the lack or absence of aggression, and the aggressionist, one who opposes aggression, and the aggressionists, plural of anti-aggressionist, anti-aggressive, counteracting aggression, anti-aging, alternative form of anti-aging, anti-agnostic, alternative form of anti-agnostic, anti-agnosticism, opposition to agnosticism, anti-agnostics, plural of anti-agnostic, anti-agrarian, opposed to the political interests of working farmers, anti-agreement, opposing an agreement, and the aggregate, misspelling of anti-aggregant, anti-agricultural, opposing agriculture, anti-agriculture, opposing agriculture, and the synonym of anti-aircraft, anti-aircraft, alternative spelling of anti-aircraft, anti-aircraft, synonym of anti-aircraftsman, anti-aircrafters, plural of anti-aircrafter, anti-aircraftman, alternative form of anti-aircraftsman, anti-aircraftman, plural of anti-aircraftman, anti-aircrafts, plural of anti-aircraft, anti-aircraftsman, a man who operates anti-aircraft artillery, anti-aircraftsman, plural of anti-aircraftsmen, anti-airport, opposing the construction of an airport, anti-alarmist, opposing or countering alarmism, anti-alarmists, plural of anti-alarmist, anti-albumin, a compound formed from albumin by pancreatic and gastric digestion, convertible into antipeptone, anti-albumids, plural of anti-albumin, anti-albuminuric, that counters albuminuria, anti-alcohol, opposed to the drinking of alcohol, anti-alcoholic, opposed to the drinking of alcohol, anti-alcoholics, plural of anti-alcoholic, anti-alcoholism, opposition to alcoholism, anti-alcoholist, one who opposes the drinking of alcohol, anti-alcoholists, plural of anti-alcoholists, anti-aldosterone, that counters the effects of aldosterone, anti-aldosteronic, that counters aldosteronism, anti-alexin, any material that counteracts the action of an alexin, anti-alexins, plural of anti-alexin, anti-algae, that inhibits the growth of algae, anti-algal, that inhibits the growth of algae, anti-algebra, the algebra of antisets, antigroups, antirings, etc. Anti-algebras, plural of anti-algebra. Alias, to smooth using anti-aliasing. Ad-aliased, simple past and past participle of anti-alias. Ad-alias is third person singular simple present indicative of anti-alias. At aliasing, any technique that reduces the appearance of jagged edges in digital images caused by high contrast borders between pixels. At alien, opposing aliens or foreigners. At alienism, opposition to aliens or foreigners. At aligned, aligned in an opposite direction, especially of a magnetic domain. At aligning, aligning in an opposite direction. At the alignment of two things in opposite directions. At the alkaline, that counters alkalinity. At the allergen, any allergenic substance. At the allergenic, countering allergic reactions. At the allergenics, plural of anti-allergenic. At the allergens, plural of anti-allergen. At the allergic, that prevents or relieves an allergy. At the allergics, plural of anti-allergic. At the allergy, countering an allergy. At the alliance, opposing an alliance. At the allodynic, countering allodynia. At the allocy, a particular steroid glycoside. At the alopecia, a substance which counters the effects of alopecia. At the altruism, opposition to altruism. At the altruiste, opposed to altruism. At the amarilla, that counters yellow fever. At the astiga, that counters amastigotes. At the ambosper, any substance that counters an ambosper. At the ambospers, plural of anti-ambosper. At the ambush, countering or preventing ambush. At ende, alternative spelling of anti-amoebic. At amendment, opposing an amendment. At amnesic, that counters amnesia. At amneste, at amnesic, anti-amnestics, plural of anti-amnestic. At amnesty, opposing an amnesty. At ame, serving to counter or eliminate amoebae. At amphetamine, blocking or counteracting amphetamines. At amusement, opposed to public entertainment venues such as amusement arcades and fun fairs. At amyloid, any substance that combats amyloid protein deposits. Anti-amyloidogenic, that counters the generation of amyloid and suppresses amyloidosis. At amyloids, plural of anti-amyloid. At of or pertaining to anti. At anabolic, that inhibit anabolic functions such as tissue formation. At anemia, alternative spelling of anti-anemia. At anemic, alternative form of anti-anemic. At anemics, plural of anti-anemic. At anesthetic, alternative spelling of anti-anesthetic. At anesthetics, plural of anti-anesthetic. Anti-analgesia, the ability of certain endogenous chemicals, notably cholecystokinin and neuropeptide Y, to counter the effects of exogenous analgesics such as morphine or endogenous pain-inhibiting neurotransmitters and modulators. Anti-anaphylactic, that counters anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis, desensitization to antigens. Anti-anaplastic, that counters the effect of anaplastic tumors. Anti-anaplastics, plural of anti-anaplastic. Anti-anarchy, opposing anarchy. Anti-anarchism, alternative spelling of anti-anarchism. Anti-agus, alternative spelling of anti-anarchist. Anti-agists, plural of anti-anarchists. Antiandrogen, any substance that inhibits the release or the biological effects of an androgen. Antiandrogenic, that counters the effects of androgens. Antiandrogenicity, the condition of being antiandrogenic. Antiandrogens, plural of antiandrogen. At anemia, countering anemia. At anemic, preventing or countering anemia. At anemics, plural of anti-anemic. At anesthetic, reversing or reducing anesthesia. At anesthetics, plural of anti-anesthetic. Angina, atidenginal. Atidenginal, any drug used in the treatment of angina pectoris, a symptom of ischemic heart disease. Antianginals, plural of antianginal. At angiogenesis, the prevention of angiogenesis, the growth of new blood vessels. Antiangiogenetic, inhibiting the formation of new blood vessels. Antiangiogenic, that inhibits angiogenesis, including neoangiogenesis, especially when used to combat cancer. Antiangiogenically, antiangiogenic man. Antiangiogenicity, the condition of being antiangiogenic. Antiangiogenics, plural of antiangiogenic. Anhedonic, that counters anhedonia. Antivenomous, designed to kill animals. Anti-annexation, opposing annexation. Anti-annexationist, one who is opposed to annexationism. Anti-annexationists, plural of anti-annexationist. Anopheline, that counters Anopheles mosquitoes. Anti-anorexia, countering anorexia. Anti-anorexia, countering anorexia. Anti-anthrax, preventing or countering anthrax. Anti-anthropocentric, opposing an anthropocentric approach. Anti-anthropocentrism, opposing anthropocentrism. Anti-anthropomorphic, opposing anthropomorphism. Anti-anthropomorphism, opposition to anthropomorphism. Anti-antibodies, plural of anti-antibody. Antibody, an antibody that binds to other antibodies. Anti-antidote, a substance that counteracts the effect of an antidote. Anti-antidotes, plural of anti-antidote. Anti-antitoxin, any substance, especially an antibody, that counters the effects of an antitoxin. Antitoxins, plural of anti-antitoxin. Anxieties, plural of anti-anxiety. Anxiety, acting to combat or reduce anxiety. Anti-anxiolytic, synonym of anxiolytic. Anti-apartheid, acting against or opposing apartheid. Anti-apartheidism, alternative spelling of anti-apartheidism. Adiapennine, any of several Italian mountain ranges separated from the true Apennines by deep, wide depressions. Adiaphrodisiac, anaphrodisiac. Adiaphrodisiacs, plural of anaphrodisiac. Antiaphic, countering or preventing aphtha. Anti-apoplectic, countering apoplexy. Anti-apoplectics, plural of anti-apoplectic. Anti-apoptic, misspelling of anti-apoptotic. Anti-apoptogenic, that inhibits apoptosis. Anti-apoptosis, anti-apoptotic. Anti-apoptotic, acting to prevent apoptosis. Anti-apoptotically, so as to prevent apoptosis. Anti-apostolic, opposing the apostles. Anti-appeasement, opposing a policy of appeasement. Apple, a hypothetical apple made of antimatter. Apples, plural of anti-apple. Adef what? Having a dislike of water. Adef, a poison obtained from the upas tree. Adhebiza, alternative form of anti-Arabism. Adhabis, someone who exhibits anti-Arabism. Adhabists, plural of anti-Arabis. Antirachnolism, any event that counteracts the effects of arachnolism. Antirachnolisms, plural of anti-arachnolism. Anti-arbitration, opposing arbitration. Ade, any of a group of extinct placoderms of the order Eniaceae. Anti-architectural, opposing or defying the usual conventions of architecture. Adacious, plural of anti-arch. Adere, either of two Kodiak glycoside poisons produced by the ubas tree and the air's toxic area. Adoni, alternative form of anti-arin. Irens, plural of anti-arin. Anti-aristocracy, opposed to the aristocracy. Anti-aristocrat, one who opposes the aristocracy. Anti-aristocratic, opposed to the aristocracy. Anti-aristocrats. Plural of anti-aristocrat. Ademmer, designed for attacking armored vehicles such as tanks and armored personnel carriers. Ademmer, alternative spelling of anti-armor. Adeoims, opposing arms weapons. Adeome, opposing an army or armies. Anti-aromatase, a particular steroid glycoside. Aromatase, that inhibits the action of aromatase as in the treatment of breast cancer. Aromatic, describing a cyclic compound having an even number of alternating single and double bonds, for example cyclobutadiene. Aromaticity, the state of being an aromatic. Arrestin, any antibody that generates an immune response to arrestin. Arrestins, plural of antiarrestin. Antiarrhythmia, alternative form of antiarrhythmic. Antiarrhythmia, used to treat or prevent heart arrhythmia irregular beat. Antiarrhythmics, plural of antiarrhythmic. Antiarrhythmogenic, that counters arrhythmogenesis. Iorth, plural of anti-I. Arson, opposing or preventing arson. Adre, opposed to arts or to the concept of fine art. Eujrxmrni8uhbr, alternative form of eujrxmrni8uhbr. Eujrxmrni8uhbr, that counters arteriosclerosis. Arthritic, alternative form of antarthritic. Arthritis, plural of anti-arthritic. Arthritis, countering arthritis. Artillery, targeting artillery. Artist, an artist who creates any art in opposition to artistic norms. Artiste, opposing art. Artists, plural of anti-artist. Ariscariasis, preventing ascariasis. Atheistic, opposing asceticism. Athesthetics, plural of anti-ascetic. Assignment, preventing the assignment of a right, obligation, etc. from one party to another. Assimilation, opposing assimilation. Assimilationist, opposing assimilationism. Dissociation, activity that counteracts association of proteins, etc. Anti-asteroid, protecting against asteroids. Anti-asthenic, that counters asthenia. Anti-azla, countering asthmatic, anti-asthmatic, asthmatics, plural of anti-asthmatic, anastrology, opposing astrology, asymmetry, that counters asymmetry, atheism, opposing atheism, atheist, one who opposes atheism, atheistic, opposing atheism, atheist, plural of anti-atheist, anti-atherogenic, that protects against atherogenesis, anti-atherogenicity, the condition of being anti-atherogenic, anti-atheromatic, that counters atheromata, anti-atherosclerosis, countering atherosclerosis, anti-atherosclerotic, that counters the effects of atherosclerosis, anti-atherosclerotics, plural of anti-atherosclerotic, anti-atherothrombotic, countering atherothrombosis, anti-athletic, disliking or opposing athletics, an antiparticle composed of antiprotons, antineutrons, and positrons, an antimatter equivalent of the atom, antihame, of or pertaining to antiatoms, atoms, plural of antiatom, atonement, rejecting the possibility of atonement for sin, atove, inhibiting atrophy, ativision, countering the effects of friction in machinery, and austerity, opposing austerity measures, adiagius, opposed or contrary to auteurism, anti-authoritarian, opposed to authoritarianism, anti-authoritarianism, opposition to authority, the quality of being anti-authoritarian, anti-authoritarians, plural of anti-authoritarian, authority, opposed to authority, atheiste, exhibiting, characteristic of, or relating to antipathy toward and silence or discrimination against autistic people, atheautolysine, any substance, especially antibody, that counters the effects of an autolysin, antiautolysins, plural of antiautolysin, anti-automobile, opposing the use of automobiles, anti-automorphism, a bijective anti-homomorphism, i.e. anti-isomorphism from imagra to itself, anti-automorphisms, plural of anti-automorphism, anti-autophagy, that counters autophagy, anti-autophagy, that inhibits autophagy, ayase, any substance that inhibits auxin by competing for the same receptors, ayauxins, plural of antioxin, adere, opposing or countering birds, anti-avoidance, alternative spelling of anti-avoidance, adaxio, in the opposite direction to the axis, anti-azotame, that counters azotemia, atebiceo, countering or preventing babesia infection, antibaboon, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in baboons, antibac, clipping of antibacterial, antibaci, relating to antibacius, antinaculi, plural of antibacius, antibacius, a rare metrical foot consisting of two accented syllables followed by one unaccented syllable, antibacillary, that counters bacilli, antibacklash, countering or preventing backlash jarring reflex motion in machinery, antibacterial, killing or inhibiting bacteria, antibacterially, in an antibacterial way, antibacterials, plural of antibacterial. Antibactericidal, misspelling of bactericidal. Antibacteriolytic, counteracting bacterialysis. Antibacteriophage, that counters bacteriophages. Antibailout, opposing a bailout. Antibalaca, alternative form of antibalaca. Antibalacas, plural of antibalaca. Antibaldness, inhibiting or countering baldness. Antiballet, a ballet that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of ballet. Antiballase, plural of antiballet. Antiballing, preventing the formation of balls of material. Antiballistic, designed to detect, intercept, and destroy a ballistic missile in flight. Antiballistic missile, alternative form of antiballistic missile. Antiballistic missiles, plural of antiballistic missile. Antiballoon, preventing the outward bulging of the material being worked on by a spinning frame. Antiballooner, a device that prevents the outward bulging of the material being worked on by a spinning frame. Antiballooners, plural of antiballooner. Antiban, in opposition to a ban. Antibank, opposing banks' financial institutions. Antibanking, opposing banking. Antibaptism, opposing baptism. Antibarbari, plural of antibarbarous. Antibarbarous, a dictionary of linguistic barbarisms, a book describing how not to write in a given language. Antivere, the antithetical corresponding to adbarian. Adidariane, of or pertaining to antibarians. Antidarians, plural of antibarian. Anti-baseball, opposing the sport of baseball. Anti-basketball, opposing the sport of basketball. Anti-bathing, opposed to bathing. Anti-battery, opposing or countering battery, the form of assault. Anti-bear, opposing or countering bears, the animal. Anti-beauty, opposed to beauty. Antibacchic, synonym of antitussive. Antibacchics, plural of antibacchic. Antibee, countering bees. Antibellicose, opposing war. Antibelligerent, opposing a policy of belligerence. Antiberiberi, countering beriberi. Antiberiberi, a black fluid obtained from rice bran. Used to treat beriberi. Antabas, a resort city and commune on the Côte d'Azur in the Alpes-Maritimes department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region, southeastern France. Antibi, anti-bisexual. Anti-bias, opposing or countering bias. Anti-biblical, opposing or contradicting the Bible. Anti-bicycle, opposing the use of bicycles. Anti-bigotry, opposing bigotry. Anti-bi, opposing the use of bicycles. Antibilharzia, that counters bilharzia. Antibilious, countering liver disorder. Anti-billboard, opposing the erection of billboards. Anti-billionaire, opposed to billionaires. Anti-biofilm, acting against biofilms. Anti-biofoolant, any substance used to remove biofoolants. Antibiofoolants, plural of antibiofoolant. Antibiofouling, synonym of antifouling. Antibiogram, a table reporting a bacterial isolate's susceptibility to different antibiotics. Antibiograms, plural of antibiogram. Antibiographies, plural of antibiography. Antibiography, the history of the unsavory aspects of a person's life. Antibiological, opposed to biology. Any organism that produces antibiotics or participates in antibiosis. Plural of antibiont. Antibioprophylaxis, antibiotic prophylaxis. Antibioresistance, resistance to the effects of an antibiotic. Antibiosis, plural of antibiosis. Antibiosis, an association between organisms that is detrimental harmful to one or more of them, especially that due to a metabolic substance produced by one of them. Antibiotherapies, plural of antibiotherapy. Antibiotherapy, therapy that uses antibiotics. Antibiotic, any substance that can destroy or inhibit the growth of bacteria and similar microorganisms, generally transported by the lymphatic system. Antibiotical, of or pertaining to antibiotics. Antibiotically, in terms of antibiotic effect. Medicated with antibiotics. Antibiotics, plural of antibiotic. Antibiotin, that reacts with biotin. Antibiotype, a set of organisms that are resistant to a particular antibiotic. Antibiotype, simple past and past participle of antibiotype. Antibiotypes, plural of antibiotype. Antibiotyping, present participle and gerund of antibiotype. Antibipolar, counteracting bipolar disorder. Antibur, countering birds. Antibir, opposing childbirth. Antibisexual, opposing bisexuality. Antibishop, a pretender to the episcopal office, such as a bishop appointed by an antipope. Antibishops, plural of antibishop. Anti-black, hostile to black people, often specifically African Americans. Anti-blackism, anti-black sentiments or politics. Anti-blackness, hostility towards black people. Anti-blasphemy, opposing or countering blasphemy. Anti-blast, countering a blast. Antiblastic, antagonistic to the metabolism of a parasite. Anti-bleeding, serving to prevent bleeding. Antiblenorrhagic, countering or preventing blenorrhea. Antiblenorrhagics, plural of antiblenorrhagic. Anti-blister, preventing or countering blisters. Anti-blistering, preventing blistering. Anti-bloat, preventing bloating. Anti-bloating, preventing bloating. Anti-block, opposing a block. Anti-block, preventing layers of film from sticking together. Anti-blockade, opposing a blockade. Anti-blockage, preventing blockage. Anti-blocker, a mineral such as talc used to prevent blocking during the extrusion of plastic films. Anti-blockers, plural of anti-blocker. Anti-blocking, synonym of anti-block. Anti-blooming, preventing the blooming phenomenon, where excessive light causes large bright patches in a picture. Anti-blue, describing one of the three possible colors of an antiquark, corresponding to blue in a quark. Anti-blush, preventing blushing. Anti-blushing, preventing blushing. Anti-boarding, designed to repel attackers attempting to board a vessel. Antibodies, plural of antibody. Antibody. A protein produced by B lymphocytes that binds to a specific antigen. Antibody-mediated rejection. A type of tissue rejection after transplantation where the host's immune system generates antibodies against the donated tissue. Antibioome. All the antibodies in an organism. Antibiomes, plural of antibiome. Antibodies, misspelling of antibodies. Anti-Bolshevism, opposition to Bolshevism. Anti-Bolshevists, one who opposes Bolshevism. Anti-Bolshevists, plural of anti-Bolshevists. Endobomb, opposing the use of the atomic bomb. Antibonding, describing an atomic or molecular orbital whose energy increases as its constituent atoms are brought closer together, thus generating a repulsive force that hinders bonding. Antibonding orbital, an atomic or molecular orbital whose energy increases as its constituent atoms are brought closer together, thus generating a repulsive force that hinders bonding. Antibonding orbitals, plural of antibonding orbital. Antibonus, opposing the payment of a bonus. Anti-bour, opposing or disliking books. Anti-boom, countering an economic boom. Anti-bootlegging, acting against or opposing bootlegging. Antiboreal, synonym of austral. Antiboson, the antiparticle of a boson. Antibosons, plural of antiboson. Antiboss, household of FRE of bosses. Antibath, a series of small plates fitted to crampons to prevent the buildup of snow. Antibothropic, countering bothropic venom. Antibots, plural of antiboth. Antibottleneck, preventing or countering bottlenecks in a process. Antibottom, the bottom antiquark. Antibottoms, plural of antibottom. Antibotulism, preventing or countering botulism. Antibotulismic, that counters the effects of botulism. Antibounce, preventing bouncing. Antibound, connected by an antibonding orbital or the equivalent. Antibourgeois, opposed to the bourgeoisie. Antibovine, that counters a bovine condition. Antiboxing, opposing the sport of boxing. Antiboy, opposing boys. Antiboycott, opposing or countering a boycott or boycotts. Antibrachial, plural of antibrachium. Antibrachial, alternative spelling of antibrachial. Antibrachium, alternative spelling of antibrachium. Antibradycardic, countering bradycardia. Antibradycanin, countering the effects of bradycanin. Antibranding, opposing commercial branding. Antibrain, one of a pair of brains each having opposite orientation to the other. Antibrains, plural of antibrain. Antibreakage, preventing breakage. Antibreeding, opposing or preventing breeding. Antibribery, opposing or prohibiting bribery, especially of public officials. Antibromic, having the power to eliminate offensive smells. Antibromics, plural of antibromic. Antibronchospastic, preventing bronchospasm. Antibronzing, preventing bronze-colored distortion of prints. Antibrothel, opposing brothels. Antibrown, alternative form of anti-brown. Anti-browning, preventing browning. Anti-Brussels, that counters the effects of Buchella bacteria. Antibubble, a droplet of liquid surrounded by a thin film of gas formed when liquid drops or flows turbulently into the same or another liquid. Antibubbles, plural of antibubble. Antibubonic, countering bubonic plague. Antibudget, acting against or opposing a budget. Antibuffalo, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in buffalo. Antibug, serving to kill or repel bugs, insects. Antibuggery, opposing or preventing buggery. Antibugging, opposing or countering bugging covert surveillance. Antibulimic, countering bulimia. Antibullet, countering bullets. Antibullfight, opposing bullfighting. Antibullfighting, opposing bullfighting. Antibullyiness, one who rejects bullyinism. Antibullyinists, plural of antibullyinists. Antibully, intended to counter bullying. Antibully, opposed to or acting against bullying. Antibumping, preventing sudden violent releases of vapor from boiling liquid. Antibumping granule, alternative form of anti-bumping granule. Antibumping granules, plural of antibumping granule. Antibunch, describing a stream of photons in which the emission on one photon delays the emission of the next. Antibunching, the situation in which the emission on one photon delays the emission of the next. Antibundling, opposing bundling the inclusion of several products or services within one commercial offering. Anti-bureaucracy, opposed to bureaucracy. Anti-bureaucrat, opposed to bureaucracy. Anti-bureaucratic, opposed to bureaucracy. Anti-bureaucrats, plural of anti-bureaucrats. Anti-burger, a member of a faction of the Scottish Presbyterian Church that refused to take the Burgess Oath in 1747, since reunited. Anti-burgers, plural of anti-burger. Anti-burglar, opposing or countering burglars. Anti-burglary, opposing or countering burglary. Anti-abuser, one who opposes busing transportation of children to school so as to achieve racial integration. Anti-abusers, plural of anti-abuser. Anti-business, opposed to or biased against business or private enterprise. Anti-busing, opposing the use of busing to achieve racial integration in schools. Anti-busing, alternative spelling of anti-busing. Antibutyrylcholinesterase, that counters the activity of butyrylcholinesterase. Antibutyrylcholinesterase, misspelling of antibutyrylcholinesterase. Anti, opposing a bayat. Etic, playful, funny, absurd. Anti-cable, opposing cable television. Anti-cachectic, inhibiting cachexia. Anticachemic, synonym of anticachectic. Anticaker, an anticaking agent. Anticakers, plural of anticaker. Anticaking, preventing caking. Anticaking agent, any substance added to another product to prevent it from forming lumps. Anticaking agents, plural of anticaking agent. Antical, oriented towards the apex. Anticala, a barangay of Buduan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Anticalcific, that counters calcification. Anticalcification, that counters calcification. Anticalcifying, that prevents calcification. Anticalcinurin, that counters the action of calcineurin. Anticalciuric, that counters calciresis. Anticalculus, countering dental calculi. Anticalin, any of a class of artificial proteins that are able to bind to antigens. They are derived from human lipocalins. Anticalins, plural of anticalin. Anticaliph, someone who has the pretense of forming a government featuring the real caliph as opposed to another caliphate claiming to succeed of Muhammad under a caliph. Anticaliphate, a government having the pretense of featuring the real caliph as opposed to another caliphate claiming to succeed to the Islamic State of Muhammad under a caliph. Anticaliphates, plural of anticaliphate. Anticaliphs, plural of anticaliph. Anticalligraphic, rejecting the calligraphic style in writing. Antiquoy, in an antic manner. Anticalvinistic, opposing Calvinism. Anticamel, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in camels. Anticamouflage, coloration or markings designed to draw attention to something. Anticampaign, opposing a campaign. Anticamping, opposing or preventing camping. Anticancer, that is used to treat cancer. Anticancerogenic, anticarcinogenic. Anticancerous, anticancer. Anticandicidal, candicidal. Anticandida, acting to combat or prevent an infection with the yeast Candida albicans. Anticandidal, that is used to treat candida infections. Anticannibalism, opposing or forbidding cannibalism. Anticanon, a legal text that is now viewed as wrongly decided. Anticanonical, opposing or challenging a canon. Anticanons, plural of anticanon. Anticapital, tending to erode the preservation of capital. Anticapitalism, opposition to capitalism. Anticapitalisms, plural of anticapitalism. Anticapitalist, one who opposes capitalism or subscribes to anticapitalism. Anticapitalistic, opposing capitalism. Anticapitalist, plural of anticapitalists. Anticapsid, that produces an immune response to a specific capsid protein. Anticapsular, that reacts with capsular polysaccharides. Anticaptivity, opposing the keeping of animals in captivity. Anticar, opposed to automobiles or the excessive use of automobiles. Anticarbohydrate, that targets carbohydrates. Anticarbon, the hypothetical antimatter equivalent of carbon. Anticarcinogen, any substance that reduces the occurrence or severity of cancers. Anticarcinogenesis, synonym of anticarcinogenic. Anticarcinogenic, tending to inhibit or prevent the activity of a carcinogen or the development of carcinoma. Anticarcinogenicity, the condition of being anticarcinogenic. Anticarcinogenics, plural of anticarcinogenic. Anticarcinogens, plural of anticarcinogen. Anticarcinoma, countering carcinomas. Anticardia, plural of anticardium. Anticardinal, synonym of pseudocardinal. Anticardinals, plural of anticardinal. Anticardiolipin, directed against cardiolipin. Anticardiovascular, that prevents cardiovascular disease. Anticardium, the epigastrium, especially the part almost in front of the heart. Anticaricature, in facial recognition systems, a face that has been modified to look more like the average face. Anti-caricatures, plural of anti-caricature. Anti-caries, preventing or countering caries. Anti-karyogenic, that counters karyogenesis. Anti-karyogenicity, the condition of being antikaryogenic. Anticarious, that prevents or counteracts caries. Anticarminative, synonym of carminative. Anticarnivorous, opposing the eating of meat. Antigary, countering aircraft carriers. Anticars, plural of anticar. Anticartel, opposing or countering cartels. Anticasino, opposed to casinos or to the siting or licensing of a particular casino. Anticaste base, opposing the function of caste base. Anticaste, opposing the social system of caste. Anticastration, alternative spelling of anti-castration. Antigath, opposing or disliking cats. Anticatabolic, of pertaining to or functioning as an anticatabolite. Anticatabolite, any substance that inhibits catabolism. Anticatabolites, plural of anticatabolite. Anticataleptic, preventing or countering catalepsy. Anticatalyst, any substance that inhibits the activity of a catalyst. Anticatalysts, plural of anticatalysts. Anticatalytic, inhibiting catalysis. Anticataplectic, that counters cataplexy. Anticataplectics, plural of anticataplectic. Anticataract, preventing or countering cataracts. Anticateral, alternative spelling of anticateral. Anticaterals, plural of anticateral. Anticatatonic, countering catatonia. Anticategories, plural of anticategory. Anticategory, a category that stands in opposition to another category or that defies the usual conventions of categories. Anticathartic, in no way causing or inducing catharsis. Anticathartics, plural of anticathartic. Anticathectic, countercathectic. Anticathexes, anticathartics, plural of anticathartic. Anticathectic, countercathectic. Anticathexes, plural of anticathexis. Anticathexis, countercathexis. Anticathode, the opposite of a cathode and anode. Anticathodes, plural of anticathode. Anti-Catholic, opposed to Catholicism. Anti-Catholics, plural of anti-Catholic. Anti-cattle, reacting with immunoglobulins found in cattle. Anticausal, not dependent on past states or values. Anticausative, which shows an action affecting its subject without indicating the cause. Anticausatives, plural of anticausative. Anticausativization, the process by which a non-causative verb is morphologically derived from its causative counterpart. Anticausativity, the papative and causative. Anticausativization, alternative form of anticausativization. Anticausatic, which works well against an inflammatory fever. Anticavity, serving to prevent cavities in the teeth. Anticelebrity, opposing celebrity. Anticelibacy, opposing celibacy. Anticellulite, countering cellulite. Anticensor, opposed to censorship. Anticensors, plural of anticensor. Anticensorship, acting against or opposed to censorship. Anticensus, opposing a census. Anticenter, the point in the sky opposite to that of the center of the galaxy when viewed from Earth. Anticenters, plural of anticenter. Anticentralization, opposing centralization. Anticenter, alternative spelling of anticenter. Anticenters, plural of anticenter. Anticentrism, opposition to political centrism. Anticentrists, alternative spelling of anti-centrist. Anticentrists, plural of anticentrist. Anticentromer, that bind/react with antigens associated with the centromer. Anticephalalgic, counteracting headaches. Anticephalalgics, plural of anticephalalgic. Anticer, dated form of antiacer. Anticircarial, that counter-circarious. Anticerebellar, that attacks the cerebellum. Anticerebral, that is active within the brain or cerebral cortex. Anticeremonial, opposing ceremonial in religion. Anticeremonialism, opposition to ceremonial in religion. Anticeremonialist, one who opposes ceremonial in religion. Anticeremonialists, plural of anticeremonialists. Anticers, plural of anticer. Anticestodal, that serves to counter infection by tapeworms. Anticestodals, plural of anticestodal. Antichafe, preventing chafing. Antichafing, preventing chafing. Antichagazic, countering Chagas disease. Antichain, a subset A of a partially ordered set P, less such that no two elements of A are comparable with respect to less or equal to. Antichains, plural of antichain. Antichamber, obsolete form of antechamber. Antichambers, plural of antichamber. Antichange, opposing change. Antichaos, a phenomenon whereby disordered systems can spontaneously crystallize into a high degree of order. Antichaotic, relating to antichaos. Antichaotropic, that counters chaotropism. Anticharities, plural of anticharity. Anticharity, opposing charitable donations. Anticharm, the opposite of charm, or of charm as usually understood. Antichatter, preventing chatter noise in a mechanism. Antichauvinism, opposition to chauvinism. Antichauvinist, one who opposes chauvinism. Antichauvinists, plural of antichauvinists. Antichaff, opposed to chavs or chaff culture. Anticheat, preventing or opposing cheating. Anticheating, preventing or opposing cheating. Anticheats, plural of anticheat. Antichemical, countering the effects of chemical warfare. Antichemism, the protoplasm producing energy, regarded as an antagonizing chemical force, the energy displayed by the elaboration of living from non-living matter. Antichemotactic, that counters chemotaxis. Antichemotaxis, the suppression of chemotaxis. Antichess, a Missour variant of chess, in which each player attempts to lose all of their pieces or to be stalemated. Anti-chicken, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in chickens. Anti-child, opposing children. Anti-children, opposing children. Anti-chimeric, that counters the formation of chimeras. Anti-chimpanzee, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in chimpanzees. Anti-chip, alternative spelling of anti-chip. Antichlamydial, acting against chlamydia. Antichlamydials, plural of antichlamydial. Antichlor, any substance used to remove excess chlorine or hypochlorite from textiles, etc. after bleaching, typically sodium thiosulfate. Antichlorine, synonym of antichlorous substance used to remove chlorine. Antichlorines, plural of antichlorine. Antichlorotic, countering chlorosis. Antichlors, plural of antichlor. Antichoice, alternative form of anti-choice. Antichoicer, alternative spelling of anti-choicer. Antichoicers, plural of antichoicer. Antiquire, opposing acquire. Antichalagogue, an agent that inhibits bile secretion. Antichalagogues, plural of antichalagar. Anticholecystokinin, that counters the effect of cholecystokinin. Anticholera, preventing or counteracting cholera. Anticholeric, anticholera. Antichoretic, inhibiting the production of bile by the liver. Antichoretic, plural of antichoretic. Anticholestatic, inhibiting cholestasis. Anticholsteremic, alternative form of anticholsteremic. Anticholsteremic, alternative form of anticholesterolemic. Anticholesterol, that prevents or combats the buildup of cholesterol in the body. Anticholesterolemic, alternative form of anticholesterolemic. Anticholesterolemic, countering cholesterolemia. Anticholinergic, synonym of anticholinergic. Anticholinergic, that inhibits the physiological action of acetylcholine at a receptor site. Anticholinergics, plural of anticholinergic. Anticholinesterase, an agent that inhibits the activity of cholinesterase. Anticholinesterases, plural of anticholinesterase. Anticholinesterasic, relating to or functioning as anticholinesterase. Antichondrogenic, that inhibits chondrogenesis. Antichoreography, unconventional choreography. Anticresis, plural of anticresis. Anticresis, an agreement by which a debtor gives a creditor the use of real property to be able to pay interest and principal of the debt. Antigretic, of or relating to an anticresis. Antichrist, a false messiah who, under direct control of the devil, will usher in the abomination in the end times, a false prophet. Antichristian, pertaining to Antichrist. Antichristianism, opposition to the Christian religion. Antichristianity, brave spelling of anti-Christianity. Antichristianly, in an anti-Christian manner. Antichristians, plural of anti-Christian. Antichristic, of or relating to the Antichrist. Antichrists, plural of antichrists. Antichromatin, directed against chromatin. Antichronicle, in the incorrect time period. Anachronism, deviation from the true order of time. Anachronism. Antichronisms, plural of antichronism. Antichronological, in reversed chronological order, working backwards through time. Antichthon, a hypothetical Earth on the opposite side of the sun. Antichthons, those peoples who inhabit the antipodes regions on opposite sides of the Earth. Antichthonic, alternative form of antichthonic. Antichthons, plural of antichthon. Antichurch, opposed to the church, against the Christian institution. Antichurning, of or relating to tax legislation that restricts the conversion of certain intangibles into amortizable property. Antichymotrypsin, any serpent that inhibits chymotrypsin. Antichymotrypsins, plural of antichymotrypsin. Antici, a substance that kills ants. Anticides, plural of antici. Anticigarette, in opposition to the smoking of cigarettes. Anticiliary, misspelling of anticiliary. Anticyma, any form of cinema that defies cinematic conventions. Anticymatic, defying cinematic conventions. Anticipability, the quality of being anticipable, foreseeability, predictability. Anticipable, capable of being anticipated. Anticipant, expectant. Anticipants, plural of anticipant. Anticipatability, synonym of anticipability. Anticipatable, capable of being anticipated. Anticipate, to act before someone, especially to prevent an action. Anticipated, expected to arrive, scheduled. Anticipatedly, in an anticipated manner, in advance. Anticipate, in anticipation, in advance, anticipatedly. Anticipates, third person singular simple present indicative of anticipate. Anticipatus, second person singular simple present indicative of anticipate. Anticipateth, third person singular simple present indicative of anticipate. Anticipating, present participle and gerund of anticipate. Anticipatingly, in an anticipating manner, looking forward, expectantly. Anticipation, the act of anticipating, taking up, placing, or considering something beforehand or before the proper time in natural order. Anticipationism, a policy of anticipation aka expectationism. Anticipations, plural of anticipation. Anticipative, of or pertaining to anticipation, inclined to anticipate, expectant. Anticipatively, in an anticipative manner, expectantly. Anticipativeness, the quality of being anticipative. Anticipator, one who anticipates. Anticipatorily, in an anticipatory manner. Anticipators, plural of anticipator. Anticipatory, characterized by anticipation. Anticipatory assimilation, synonym of regressive assimilation. Anticipatory assimilations, plural of anticipatory assimilation. Anticipatory bail, a direction to release a person on bail, issued even before the person is arrested. Anticipatory breach, synonym of anticipatory repudiation. Anticipatory breaches, plural of anticipatory breach. Anticipatory, the pronoun used as a placeholder for a delayed subject, or, less commonly, object. Anticipatory, plural of anticipatory. Anticipatory obedience, a situation where one attempts to predict expectations others, particularly superiors, have without explicit communication and to fulfill or exceed those expectations. Anticipatory repudiation, a breach of contract where one party indicates prior to the time of performance that it will not perform when performance is due. Anticipatory repudiations, plural of anticipatory repudiation. Anticipatory retaliation, the carrying out of a preemptive strike. Antisappointment, alternative form of antisappointment. Antisappointments, plural of antisappointment. Antisappointment, a feeling of anticipation followed by disappointment. Anticircular, describing movement from the periphery to the center of a circle. Anticircumcision, opposing or acting against circumcision. Anticircumsporozoid, that counters the circumsporozoid protein. Anticircumvention, in opposition to circumvention of a prohibition or of a means to carry out a prohibition. Anticircus, opposing circuses. Antihistamines, medication used for transgender hormone replacement therapy. Anticitizenship, behavior opposite to the expected of a citizen. Anticitrulinated, that targets citrulinated proteins. Anticitrulline, alternative form of anticitrulinated. Anticity, opposing a city. Anticivic, in opposition to citizenship. Anticivil, alternative form of anti-civil. Anticivilizational, rare spelling of anti-civilizational. Anticivilization, opposing civilization. Anticivilizational, alternative form of anti-civilizational. Anticivism, opposition to the body politic of citizens. Anticize, to perform antics. Anticized, simple past and past participle of anticize. Anticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anticize. Anticizing, present participle and gerund of anticize. Etic, obsolete form of antic. Antiqui, obsolete form of antique. Antic, simple past and past participle of antic. Antiquer, one who performs antics, a comic performer. Antiquers, plural of antiquer. Antiques, plural of antiqui. Antiquing, present participle and gerund of antic. Antiquely, obsolete form of antiquely. Antics, plural of antic. Antiqui, given to antics, clownish, playful. Anticlass, opposed to a class system in society. Anticlassical, opposing or rejecting what is classical. Anticlassicism, opposition to or rejection of what is classical. Anticlassicist, one who opposes or rejects what is classical. Anticlassicists, plural of anticlassicists. Anticlassism, opposition to classism. Anticlastic, curved in opposite ways in two directions, saddle-shaped. Anticlastogenic, inhibiting damage to chromosomes. Anticlastogenicity, the condition of being anticlastogenic. Antiqui, a queen of Ithaca, the wife of King Laius. Anticlergy, opposing the clergy. Anticleric, Antiqui, a queen of Ithaca, the wife of King Laius. Anticlergy, opposing the clergy. Anticleric, one who subscribes to anticlericalism. Anticlerical, opposed to political influence of clerics. Anticlericalism, the opposition to political influence of clerics. Anticlericalist, an advocate of anticlericalism. Anticlericalists, plural of anticlericalists. Anticlericals, plural of anticlerical. Anticlerics, plural of anticleric. Anticleia, alternative form of anticlee. Anticlimactic, lacking climax, disappointing, or ironically insignificant following of impressive foreshadowing. Anticlimactical, alternative form of anticlimactic. Anticlimactically, in an anticlimactic manner. Anticlimatic, misspelling of anticlimactic. Anticlinax, a failed or reverse climax. Anticlimaxes, plural of anticlimax. Anticline, alternative form of anticlimb. Anticliming, preventing climbing. Anticlinal, inclining or dipping in opposite directions. Anticlinal vertebra, the vertebra in a vertebral column which has a spinous processed spine towards which the spines of all the other vertebrae are inclined, the vertebra at which the spine orientation changes. Anticlinal vertebrae, plural of anticlinal vertebra. Anticlinally, in an anticlinal manner. Anticlinals, plural of anticlinal. Anticline, a fold with strata sloping downwards on each side. Anticline, describing two equivalent chains of a crystalline polymer having opposite orientation. Anticlines, plural of anticline. Anticling, preventing one material from clinging to another. Anticlinical, misspelling of anticlinal. Anticlinoria, plural of anticlinorium. Anticlinorium, a series of parallel anticlinal folds on a regional scale anticline. Anticlinoriums, plural of anticlinorium. Anticline, the condition of an anticlinal vertebra. Anticlockwise, in a circular fashion so as to be moving to the left at the top of the circle and to the right at the bottom when viewed from the front, in the opposite direction to the hands of an analog clock. Anticlockwise. Anticlockwise. Anticlar, resistant to clogging. Anticlogging, resistant to clogging. Anticloning, opposing genetic cloning. Anticlonogenic, that inhibits the formation of clones. Anticlonotypic, that counters clonotypes. Anticlostridio, that counters Clostridium bacteria. Anticlot, countering clotting of the blood. Anticlotting, acting to reduce or prevent the formation of blood clots. Anticlumping, preventing the formation of clumps. Anticlutter, serving to prevent clutter, especially radar clutter. Anticboy, in an odd or grotesque manner. Antedmess, the state or quality of being antic. Antico, a surname from Italian. Anticoagulant, a substance that prevents coagulation, stops blood from clotting, especially any of a group of pharmaceutical drugs that reduce the clotting speed or affinity of the blood by any of several mechanisms, for example inhibiting platelet function, inhibiting clotting factor protein production or function, increasing antithrombin function. Anticoagulantly, in the capacity of an anticoagulant. Anticoagulants, plural of anticoagulant. Anticoagulate, to administer anticoagulation. Anticoagulated, that has been treated with an anticoagulant. Anticoagulating, preventing coagulation. Anticoagulation, treatment to prevent coagulation of blood. Anticoagulative, that counters coagulation. Anticoagulatory, preventing coagulation. Anticoagulant, misspelling of anticoagulant. Anticoagulin, an anticoagulant material in the venom of a blood-sucking insect or a snake. Anticoagulants, plural of anticoagulin. Anticoagulum, all the anticoagulants present in an organism. Anticoagulums, plural of anticoagulome. Anticoal, opposed to the burning of coal for energy. Anticoalition, opposed to coalition or to a specific coalition. Anticobalt, the adiatum form of cobalt. Anti-coca, opposing the growing of coca, used to produce the drug cocaine. Anti-cocaine, countering the effects of cocaine. Anti-excidiol, that counteracts coccidiosis. Anti-excidiols. Plural of antic-excidial. Antic-excidian, synonym of antic-excidial. Antic-excidians, plural of antic-excidian. Anti-coccidiosis, that acts against coccidiosis. Anti-cockroach, combating or repelling cockroaches. Anti-code, a set of code words such that the minimum Hamming distance between any two code words is large. Anticodes, plural of anticode. Anticoding, of or relating to an antisense strand. Anticodon, a sequence of 3 nucleotides in transfer RNA that binds to the complementary triplet codon in messenger RNA to specify an amino acid during protein synthesis. Anticodons, plural of anticodon. Anticoercive, opposed to coercion, anarchistic, or libertarian. Antiquer, alternative form of anticore. Antiquers, plural of antiquer. Anticoffee, opposing coffee the drink. Anticognitive, opposing or counteracting cognition. Anticoherence, the condition of being anticoherent. Anticoherent, having the same wavelength and phase but the opposite direction. Anticover, a device, one form of which consists of a scratched deposit of silver on glass, used in connection with the receiving apparatus for reading wireless signals. The electric waves falling on this device increase its resistance several times. Anticovers, plural of anticoherer. Anticoincidence, the occurrence of one event without the simultaneous occurrence of another. Anticoincidences, plural of anticoincidence. Anticoincident, relating to anticoincidence. Anticolve, acting against or serving to prevent colds, viral illnesses. Anticollaboration, opposing collaboration. Anticollaborationist, one who opposes collaboration or collaborationism. Anticollaborationists, plural of anticollaborationists. Anticollagen, that counters the spread of collagen. Anticollagenase, that counters the effects of collagenase. Anticollective, opposing collectives or collectivism. Anticollectivism, opposition to collectivism. Anticollectivists, opposing collectivism. Anticollectivists, plural of anticollectivists. Anti-college, opposed to a college or colleges in general. Anti-collision, acting to combat or prevent collisions. Anti-collusion, preventing or countering collusion. Anti-colonial, opposing colonialism. Anti-colonialism, the movement that opposes colonialism. Anti-colonialists, opponent of colonialism. Anti-colonialists, plural of anti-colonialists. Anticolonials, plural of anticolonial. Anti-colonists, synonym of anti-colonialist. Anti-colonists, plural of anti-colonists. Anti-colonization, opposing colonization. Anticolor, alternative spelling of anticolor. Anticolorectal, that counters colorectal cancer. Anticolored, opposing colored people. Anticolors, plural of anticolor. Anticolor, the property of antiquarks equivalent to that of color in quarks. Anticolors, plural of anticolor. Anti-combat. Opposed to combat. Anti-combination. Opposing or prohibiting trade unions and collective bargaining by workers. Anti-comedogenic. That counter the production of acne. Anti-comedy. A form of comedy that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of comedy. Anti-commandeering. That prohibits the federal government from commandeering state governments. Anti-commensal. That discourages commensal activity. Anti-commerce. Opposing commerce. Anti-commercial. Opposed to commercialism. Anti-commercialism. An ideology that opposes commercialism. Anti-commercialization. Opposing commercialization. Anti-commie. Alternative spelling of anti-commie. Anti-commes. Plural of anti-commie. Anti-commission. Opposing a commission. Anti-commodification. Opposing commodification. Anti-commons. The reverse of a commons, a situation in which a resource is subject to fragmented rights, whereby potential users can exclude one another. Anti-communication. A failure to communicate effectively or at all. Anti-communications. Plural of anti-communication. Anti-communism. Opposition to communism. Anti-communisms. Plural of anti-communism. Anti-communists. Opposed to the tenets of communism. Anti-communistic. Opposing communism. Anti-communists. Plural of anti-communists. Anti-communities. Plural of anti-community. Anti-community. Opposing a community. Anti-commutating. That produces anti-commutation. Anti-commutation. The inverse of a commutation. Anti-commutations. Plural of anti-commutation. Anti-commutative. Of an operator asterisk for which a asterisk b equals b asterisk f. Anti-commutativity. The state of being anti-commutative. Anti-commutator. A function of two elements a and b defined as ab plus ba. Anti-commutators. Plural of anti-commutator. Anti-commute. To operate anti-commutatively. Anti-commuted. Simple past and past participle of anti-commute. Anti-commutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of anti-commute. Anti-commuting. Anti-commutative. Anti-compensation. Opposing compensation. Anti-competition. Anti-competitive behavior. Anti-competitive. Acting to hinder or obstruct competition. Anti-competitively. In an anti-competitive manner. Anti-competitiveness. The quality of being anti-competitive. Anti-competitor. That opposes the activities of a competitor. Anti-complement. Synonym of complement. Anti-complementary. That diminishes the action of an immunological complement. Anti-complements. Plural of anti-complement. Anti-compromise. Opposing a compromise. Anti-compulsive. That counters compulsive behavior. Anti-computer. Opposing computer technology. Anti-conception. Contraception. Anti-conceptionists. Contraceptionists. Anti-conceptionists. Plural of anti-conceptionists. Anti-conceptive. Synonym of contraceptive. Anti-conceptives. Plural of anti-conceptive. Anti-conceptual. Opposing conceptualism. Anticonceptualism, opposition to conceptualism. Anticonceptualist, one who opposes conceptualism. Anticonceptualistic, opposing conceptualism. Anticonceptualists, plural of anticonceptualists. Anticoncession, opposing a concession. Anticoncessionary, opposing a concession. Anticondense, inhibiting condensation. Anticondensation, inhibiting condensation. Anticonduit, prohibiting conduits. Anticonfederation, opposing confederation. Anticonfederationist, one who opposes confederation. Anticonfederationists, plural of anticonfederationist. Anticonfession, opposing the Catholic practice of confession. Anticonfessional, contrary to any religious denomination. Anticonfined, having an indefinite number of singular values. Anticonfinement, the state of being anticonfined. Anticonflict, opposing or counteracting conflict. Anticonformist, an advocate of anticonformity. Anticonformists, plural of anticonformist. Anticonformity, a form of individualism that is an active rejection of conformity. Anticonfrontational, opposing or avoiding confrontation. Anticonglomerate, opposing a conglomerate. Anticonquest, opposing a conquest regarding the indigenous inhabitants of a colonized country as victims rather than foes of the colonizers. Anticonscription, opposing conscription into the military. Anticonscriptionist, one who opposes military conscription. Anticonscriptionists, plural of anticonscriptionists. Anticonsensus, opposing a consensus. Anticonservation, opposing conservation of animals, natural sites, etc. Anticonservative, opposing conservative attitudes or politics. Anticonservativeness, the condition of being anticonservative. Anticonservatives, plural of anticonservative. Anticonsolidation, opposing consolidation of commercial interests, political parties, etc. Anticonstipation, preventing or treating constipation. Anticonstitution, synonym of anticonstitutional. Anticonstitutional, opposing a constitution. Anticonstitutionalists, one who opposes a constitution, an opponent of constitutionalism. Anticonstitutionalists, plural of anticonstitutionalists. Anticonstitutionality, the status of being against the Constitution. Anticonstitutionally, in an anticonstitutional manner. Anticonstructivism, opposing constructivism. Anti-consumer, opposing the consumer. Anti-consumerism, the movement that opposes consumerism. Anti-consumerists, opposed to consumerism. Anti-consumerists, plural of anti-consumerists. Anti-consumers, plural of anti-consumer. Anti-consumption, opposition to consumerism. Anti-contact, opposing or forbidding contact. Anti-contagion, preventing or countering contagion. Anti-contagionism, the belief that certain diseases, such as yellow fever, were not contagious. Anti-contagionist, a proponent of anti-contagionism. Anti-contagionists, plural of anti-contagionists. Anti-contagious, opposing or destroying contagion. Anti-contamination, preventing contamination. Anticontinuum, something that does not present as a continuum. Anticontra, opposed to the Nicaraguan Contras, right-wing paramilitaries fighting the Sandinista regime. Anti-contraception, opposing or forbidding contraception. Anti-contraceptive, opposing or forbidding the use of contraceptives. Anticontractile, that reduces vascular contraction. Anticontraction, preventing uterine contractions during pregnancy. Anticontractual, opposing a contract. Anticontracture, preventing contracture. Anticontrol, the deliberate promotion or increase of chaos in a system. Anticonvective, that prevents convection. Anticonventional, rejecting conventions, opposing what is conventional or mainstream. Anticonventionalism, the quality of being anticonventional, rejection of conventions or norms. Anticonversion, opposing or preventing conversion from one religion to another. Anticonvertin, pseudonym of TFPA tissue factor pathway inhibitor. Anticonvulsant, an agent that prevents, stops, or lessens convulsions. Anticonvulsants, plural of anticonvulsant. Anticonvulsion, alternative form of anticonvulsive. Anticonvulsive, acting against or serving to prevent convulsions. Anticonvulsives, plural of anticonvulsive. Anticooperative, opposing cooperation. Anticooperatively, in an anticooperative manner. Anticooperativity, the condition of being anticooperative. Anticop, antipolice. Anticopulatory, preventing or warding off copulation. Opposing or seeking to prevent copying. Anti-copyright, opposing the concept of copyright or the nature of current copyright laws. Anticore, a dangerous inflammatory swelling of a horse's breast, just opposite the heart. Anticore, alternative form of anticore. Anticorona, the glorioptical phenomenon. Anticoronas, plural of anticorona. Anticoronavirus, that counters coronaviruses. Anticoronavirus, acting against coronavirus usually in reference to antibodies. Anticorporate, opposed to or taking a negative view of corporations and their activities. Anticorporation, opposed to or taking a negative view of corporations and their activities. Anticorporatism, opposition to corporatism or to corporations. Anticorporatist, one who opposes corporatism or corporations. Anticorporatists, plural of anticorporatists. Anticorrelate, to be anticorrelated, to show anticorrelation. Anticorrelated, having a negative correlation, such that one quantity increases when another decreases. Anticorrelates, third person singular simple present indicative of anticorrelate. Anticorrelating, present participle and gerund of anticorrelate. Anticorrelation, negative or inverse correlation, a relationship in which one value increases as the other decreases. Anticorrelations, plural of anticorrelation. Anticorrelative, relating to anticorrelation. Anticorrosion, preventing corrosion. Anticorrosive, an agent that prevents or stops corrosion. Anticorrosives, plural of anticorrosive. Anticorruption, opposed to or combating corruption. Anticorps, plural of anticore. Anticorset, opposing the wearing of corsets. Anticortisol, that counters the hormonal effect of cortisol. Anticos, plural of antico. Anticosine, synonym of arcosine. Anticosines, plural of anticosine. Anticosmetic, destructive or opposed to beauty. Anticosti, an island in the Mingani Regional County Municipality in the administrative region of Côte-Nord, the province of Quebec, Canada. Anticotinite, an orthorhombic form of cotinite. Anticough, suppressing coughing. Anti-council, a council set up in opposition to another council. Anti-councils, plural of anti-council. Anti-counseling, opposing counseling. Anti-counter, a device that allows a scintillator to reject false triggers. Anti-counterfeit, the prevention or combat of counterfeiting. Anti-counterfeiting, the prevention or combating of counterfeiting. Anti-countermeasure, a counter-countermeasure. Anti-countermeasures, plural of anti-countermeasure. Anti-counters, plural of anti-counter. Anti-country, opposed to country music. Anti-coup, opposing a coup. Anti-court, opposing a legal court. Anticordi, opposing courtiers. Anticus, facing toward the axis of the flower as in the intra-anthers of the water lily. Anticovenanter, rare spelling of anti-covenanter. Anti-covenanters, plural of anti-covenanter. Anti-covenanting, opposing the covenanter movement. Anti-cow, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in cows. Anti-coyote, opposing coyotes. Antigraph, active against pubic lice. Antigraft, preventing cracks in a structure. Antigrafting, preventing cracks in a structure. Antigrash, designed to prevent crashes or crashing. Antigrease, preventing the creasing of clothes. Antigreasing, preventing the creasing of clothes. Anticreation, opposing the creation. Anticreationism, opposition to creationism. Anticreationist, someone who is against creationism. Anticreationists, plural of anti-creationist. Anti-creative, opposing creativity. Anti-creativity, opposition to creativity. Anti-creator, one who opposes a creator. Anti-creators, plural of anti-creator. Anti-creole, opposing the use of a creole. Anticrepuscular ray, a meteorological optical phenomenon similar to a crepuscular ray, but appearing opposite the sun in the sky. Anticrepuscular rays, plural of anticrepuscular ray. Anticry, opposed to or aimed at preventing or punishing crime. Anticriminal, opposing or countering criminals. Anticrisis, intended to prevent or counter a crisis. Anticritic, an opponent of critics or criticism. Anticritical, opposing critics or criticism. Anticriticism, opposition to critical examination and review. Anticriticisms, plural of anticriticism. Anticritics, plural of anticritic. Anticritique, a critique written in response to another critique. Anticritiques, plural of anticritique. Anticrop, acting against crops. Anticross, to fail to cross in a graph of energy vs electric field strength, characteristic of coherent superposition states. Anticrossed, simple past and past participle of anticross. Anticrosses, plural of anticross. Anticrossing, present participle and gerund of anticross. Anticrossings, plural of anticrossing. Anticrotalic, that counters the effect of a bite from a crotolid snake. Anticrowd, opposing or countering crowds. Anticrowding, preventing or countering crowding. Anticruelty, opposing cruelty, especially towards animals. Anticruising, opposing or outlawing the seeking of sexual partners by traveling around a particular area. Anticryptic, of or pertaining to camouflage used by a predator to provide stealth as opposed to camouflage used by prey to hide. Anticryptococcale, that prevents or inhibits cryptococcus. Anticryptogamic, any chemical that prevents the spread of fungi. Anticryptography, the encoding of messages in such a way that they are as easy as possible to decipher. Anticryptosporidio, that counters the effects of cryptosporidia. Anticrystal, a perfectly disordered solid. Anticrystallization, resistance to crystal formation. Anticrystals, plural of anticrystal. Antex, plural of antic. Anticubital, misspelling of anticubital. Anticacho, a grilled and seasoned piece of meat, especially beef heart of a kind popular in Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. Anticachos, plural of anticacho. Anticult, opposed to cults. Anticultism, opposition to cults. Anticultus, one who opposes cults, typically as a form of secular activism. Anticultists, plural of anticultus. Anticultural, opposing mainstream culture or culture in general. Anticulturally, in an anticultural manner. Anticulture, a culture set up in opposition to another culture. Anticultures, plural of anticulture. Anticure, the ability of a drug to reverse the muscle paralysis produced by curer. Anticure, alternative spelling of anticure. Anticurfew, opposing a curfew. Anticurvature, the filing of a tooth away from the inner curve of a root to reduce the risk of a strip perforation. Anticyanobacterial, active against cyanobacteria. Anti-cyber squatting, preventing cyber squatting. Anticycle, a cycle in the complement of a given graph. Anticycles, plural of anticycle. Anticyclic, varying in the opposite manner to an underlying typically economic cycle. Anticyclical. Contracyclical. Anticycling, opposed to cycling or cyclists. Anticyclogenesis, plural of anticyclogenesis. Anticyclogenesis, the development or strengthening of anticyclonic circulation in the atmosphere. Anticyclizes, plural of anticyclolysis. Anticyclolysis, the weakening or termination of anticyclonic circulation in the atmosphere. Anticyclone, a system of winds that spiral out from a center of high pressure. Anticyclones, plural of anticyclone. Anticyclonic, of, relating to, or consisting of an anticyclone. Anticyclonically, in an anticyclonic fashion. Anticyclotomic, pertaining to a Galois character phi, such that phi c equals 1, where c is the non-trivial element of gal k/q, where k is an imaginary quadratic field. Anticyst circle, that acts against cystis or cosis. Anticysticidal, synonym of cysticidal. Anticytochrome, that generates an immune response with a cytochrome. Anticytocratin, that makes an immune response with cytocratin. Anticytokine, that opposes the action of cytokines. Anticytokines, plural of anticytokine. Anticytolytic, that prevents cytolysis. Anticytomegalovirus, acting against cytomegalovirus usually with reference to anticytomegalovirus antibodies. Anticytoplasmic, that creates an immune response with cytoplasm. Anticytotoxic, acting against cytotoxic effects. Anticytotoxicity, the quality of being anticytotoxic. Anticytotoxin, any substance, especially an antibody, that counteracts the effects of a cytotoxin. Anticytotoxins, plural of anticytotoxin. Antidactylus, an amebus. Antidairy, opposed to the dairy industry as involving exploitation of animals. Antidam, opposing the construction of a dam. Antidamping, that counters damping effects. Antidance, opposing dancing. Antidancing, opposing dancing. Antidandruff, countering or preventing dandruff. Antidark, describing a form of bright soliton. Antidarkening, preventing darkening. Antidata, opposing data or data collection. Antidating, opposing dating casual romantic meetings. Antidazzle, that does not dazzle oncoming traffic. Antideadlock, preventing deadlock. Antide, preventing death. Antidebate, opposing or stifling Antidebate, opposing or stifling debate. Antidet, countering or opposed to debt. Antidebugger, preventing or inhibiting the use of a debugger. Antideconstructionist, one who rejects the theory of Antideconstructionist, one who rejects the theory of deconstructionism. Antideconstructionists, plural of antideconstructionists. Antidecouplet, a proposed grouping of light pentaquarks. Antidecouplets, plural of antidecouplet. Antideer, opposing deer. Antidefamation, opposing the defamation of a particular group, chiefly in direct or oblique reference to the Anti-Defamation League. Antidefense, alternative spelling of antidefense. Antidefendant, opposing the defendant as an illegal trial. Antidefense, countering a defense system. Antideferral, countering attempts to defer the recognition of taxable income as by transferring it abroad. Antideficiency, preventing the incurring of obligations or expenditure in excess of available funds. Antideficit, acting against or opposing a deficit. Antideflation, preventing or countering deflation. Antideflationary, preventing or countering deflation. Antideforestation, opposing deforestation. Antideformity, preventing deformity. Antidegenerative, preventing degeneration. Antidegradability, the condition of being antidegradable. Antidegradable, that counters degradation. Antidegradation, preventing or countering degradation. Antidelusional, countering delusions. Antidementia, preventing or countering dementia. Antidementive, that counters dementia. Antidemocracy, opposed to democracy. Antidemocrat, one who opposes democracy. Antidemocratic, opposed to the tenets of democracy. Antidemocratical, alternative form of antidemocratic. Antidemocratically, contrary to democracy in a way that opposes democracy. Antidemocrats, plural of antidemocrat. Antidemoniac, alternative form of antidemonic. Antidemonic, opposing or countering demons. Antidengue, countering dengue. Antidental, that counters a dental condition. Antidentite, someone who has a negative or prejudiced opinion about dentists. Antidentites, plural of antidentite. Antidep, antidepressant. Antideportation, opposing deportation. Antidepressant, an agent that prevents or counteracts depression. Antidepressants, plural of antidepressant. Antidepression, opposing or countering economic depression. Antidepressive, counteracting depression. Antidepressives, plural of antidepressive. Antideps, plural of antidep. Antiderivative, a function whose derivative is a given function, an indefinite integral. Antiderivatives, plural of antiderivative. Antidermatitic, countering dermatitis. Antidermatitis, countering dermatitis. Antidermatotic, countering dermatosis. Antidescriptivism, opposition to descriptivism. Antidesegregation, opposing desegregation. Antideserter, opposing deserters. Antidesertification, serving to counter desertification. Antidesertion, opposing desertion. Antidesiccant, preventing desiccation. Antidesiccants, plural of antidesiccant. Antidesign, opposing the usual approach to or conventions of design. Antidesmin, an antibody that reacts with desmin. Antidesmoglein, any antibody that bends to desmoglein. Antidesmoglines, plural of antidesmoglein. Antidesmoplakin, an antigen that produces a response to a desmoplakin. Antidesmoplakins, plural of antidesmoplakin. Antidespotic, opposing despotism. Antidestructive, opposing or preventing destruction. Antidetection, preventing detection. Antidetective, of or relating to a genre of detective fiction characterized by postmodernism and ambiguity. Antideterminant, something that prevents a nuclease from cutting at a specified point. Antideterminants, plural of antideterminant. Antideterminism, opposition to determinism. Antidetonant, an anti-knock or antidetonation substance. Antidetonants, plural of antidetonant. Antidetonating, synonym of antidetonation. Antidetonation, that suppresses detonation. Antidetonator, any substance that prevents detonation. Antidetonators, plural of antidetonator. Antideuterium, the antimatter equivalent is deuterium. Antideuterin, the antipedicle of the nucleus is deuterium consisting of an antiproton and an antineutron. Antideuterins, plural of antideuterin. Antidevelopment, opposed to development, particularly the development of neighborhoods or land. Antidevolution, opposing devolution. Antidevolutionists, alternative form of antidevolutionist. Antidevolutionists, plural of antidevolutionists. Antidextrin, any antibody that targets dextrin. Antidextrins, plural of antidextrin. Antidiabetes, countering diabetes. Antidiabetic, countering diabetes. Antidiabetics, plural of antidiabetic. Antidiabetogenic, preventing the onset of diabetes. Antidiabetogenics, plural of antidiabetogenic. Antidiagonal, the diagonal of a matrix that leads from top right towards bottom left. Antidiagonally, in an antidiagonal manner. Antidiagonals, plural of antediagonal. Antidiarrhea, serving to prevent or counter diarrhea. Antidiarrheal, preventing or treating diarrhea. Antidiarrheals, plural of antidiarrheal. Antidiarrheic, an agent which counteracts or remedies diarrhea, an antidiarrheic agent. Antidiarrheics, plural of antidiarrheic. Antidiarrhea, alternative spelling of antidiarrhea. Antidiarrheal, alternative spelling of antidiarrheal. Antidiarrheals, plural of antidiarrheal. Antidiarrhoic, alternative form of antidiarrheic. Antidiarrhoics, plural of antidiarrhoic. Antidiarrheal, obsolete form of antidiarrheal. Antidiarrhoic, obsolete spelling of antidiarrheic. Antidiarrhoics, plural of antidiarrhoic. Antidicamerian, a member of a Christian sect, active from the 3rd to the 5th century, who refused to accord any special status to Mary, mother of Jesus, and rejected the doctrine of her perpetual virginity. Antidicamerianae, synonym of antidicamerian. Antidicamerianites, plural of antidicamerianae. Antidicamerians, plural of antidicamerian. Antidicotyledon, describes a herbicide that counters dicotyledons. Antidictator, opposing political dictatorship. Antidictatorial, opposing political dictatorship. Antidictatorship, opposing political dictatorship. Antidictionaries, plural of antidictionary. Antidictionary, the set of all words of minimal length that never appear in a particular string. Antidiet, opposing dieting. Antidieting, opposing dieting. Antidifference, a function fx is the antidifference of fx if fx plus 1fx equals fx. Antidifferences, plural of antidifference. Antidifferentiate, to find the antiderivative of a function. Antidifferentiated, simple past and past participle of antidifferentiate. Antidifferentiates, third person singular simple present indicative of antidifferentiate. Antidifferentiating, present participle of antidifferentiate. Antidifferentiation, the process of finding the antiderivative. Antidifferentiations, plural of antidifferentiation. Antidigestive, inhibiting digestion. Antidigoxygen, an antibody that binds to digoxygenin. Antidilution, preventing chair dilution. Atinin, any of a group of drugs such as avidins that bind tightly to biotin. Atidine, preventing vertigo or dizziness. Antidenics, plural of antidenic. Antidens, plural of antiden. Antidiphtheria, preventing diphtheria. Antidiphtheric, alternative form of antidiphtheric. Antidiphtherin, a certain vaccine against diphtheria. Antidiphtheritic, countering diphtheria. Antidiphtheritics, plural of antidiphtheritic. Antidipsotropic, that reduces or prevents the consumption of alcoholic drinks. Antidipsotropics, plural of antidipsotropic. Antidiquark, the antiparticle of the diquark. Antidiquarks, plural of antidiquark. Antidirected, such that the canonical mapping is injective. Antidisability, opposing disabled people. Antidisabled, opposing disabled people. Antidisciplinarian, opposing discipline. Antidisciplinarians, plural of antidisciplinarian. Antidisciplinary, going against the accepted wisdom of a discipline. Antidiscipline, an academic discipline that is the opposite of another, or that goes against the conventions of disciplines generally. Antidisciplines, plural of antidiscipline. Antidisco, opposing or taking a negative view of disco. Antidiscount, opposing or prohibiting discounts. Antidiscounting, opposing or prohibiting discounts. Antidiscrimination, opposing or disallowing discrimination. Antidiscriminative, opposing or disallowing discrimination. Antidiscriminatory, opposing or disallowing discrimination. Antidiscursive, opposing a discourse or institutionalized way of thinking. Antidisease, working against disease. Antidisestablishment, opposed to the separation of church and state. Antidisestablishmentarian, one who believes that the Church of England should retain its formal constitutional relationship with the state. Anti-disestablishmentarianism, a political philosophy opposed to the separation of a religious group, church, and a government state, especially the belief held by those in 19th century England opposed to separating the Anglican Church from the civil government, or to refer to separation of church and state. Anti-disestablishmentarianisms, plural of anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-disestablishmentarianist, an anti-disestablishmentarian. Anti-disestablishmentarianistic, of or relating to anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-disestablishmentarianists, plural of anti-disestablishmentarianists. Anti-disestablishmentarians, plural of anti-disestablishmentarian. Antidismissal, opposing a dismissal. Antidispersion, preventing dispersion. Antidissection, opposing dissection of animals. Antidissident, opposing dissidents. Antidissident, plural of antidissident. Antidissolution, opposing dissolution. Antidistribution, opposing distribution. Antidisturbance, causing an explosive device to detonate if disturbed. Antidiuresis, the control of body water balance by the reduction of urination. Antidiuretic, an agent that prevents or counteracts diuresis. Antidiuretic hormone, a hormone secreted by the posterior pituitary gland. Antidiuretic hormones, plural of antidiuretic hormone. Antidiuretically, in an antidiuretic manner. Antidiuretics, plural of Antidiuretic. Antidiverse, opposing diversity. Antidiversification, opposing diversification. Antidiversity, opposing diversity. Antidivine, opposing or counteracting that which is divine. Antidivision, opposing or countering geopolitical division. Antidivisions, plural of antidivision. Antidivorce, opposing divorce. Antidoctor, opposing medical doctors. Antidocumentaries, plural of antidocumentary. Antidocumentary, a documentary made in opposition to the normal standards of a documentary. Antidi, opposing or disliking dogs. Antidogma, opposing dogma. Antidogmatic, opposed to dogma. Antidogmatism, opposition to dogma. Antidollar, opposing the dollar, especially that of the United States. Antidomain, the Boolean complement of the domain. Antidomains, plural of antidomain. Antidomestic, opposing what is domestic. Antidominance, the condition of being antidominant. Antidominant, having the property that all mappings yield a value no smaller than itself. Antidominantly, in an antidominant manner. Antidonkey, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in donkeys. Antidopaminergic, preventing or counteracting the effects of dopamine. Antidopaminergics, plural of antidopaminergic. Antidope, antidrug. Antidoping, prescribing or combating doping. Antidora, plural of antidoron. Antidormancy, that prevents dormancy. Antidormant. Synonym of antidormancy. Antidoron, a piece of ordinary leavened bread taken from remnants of loaves used for the Eucharist, which has been blessed but not consecrated, distributed in churches that use the Byzantine rite. Antidorsalizing, that counters dorsalization. Antidath, a small, circular region of opposite charge or magnetization, especially one that is part of a semiconductor device. Antidotal, relating to or being an antidote. Antidotally, as an antidote. Antidotaries, plural of antidotary. Antidotary, relating to or being an antidote. Antidotal. Antidote, a remedy to counteract the effects of poison. Antidoted, simple past and past participle of antidote. Antidotes, plural of antidote. Antidotical, antidotal. Antidotically, as an antidote. Antidoting, present participle and gerund of antidote. Antidotism, the administration of an antidote. Antidotisms, plural of antidotism. Antidotes, plural of antidot. Antidown, being or relating to an antidown quark. Antidowry, opposing dowries. Antidraft, opposing the draft military conscription. Antidrag, that counteracts drag resistance to movement. Antidrama, a dramatic work that opposes or shuns the usual conventions of drama. Antidramas, plural of antidrama. Antidramatic, opposing or shunning the usual conventions of drama. Antidrill, synonym of drill-proof. Antidrilling, opposing a commercial drilling operation. Antidrink, opposed to the drinking of alcohol. Anti-drinker, one who opposes the drinking of alcohol. Anti-drinkers, plural of anti-drinker. Anti-drinking, opposed to the drinking of alcohol. Antidromal, antidromic. Antidromic, flowing in the opposite direction from normal. Antidromical, alternative form of antidromic. Antidromically, in an antidromic manner. Antidromicity, the condition of being antidromic. Antidromas, changing the direction in the spiral sequence of leaves on a stem. Antidromy, the condition of being antidromas. Antidrone, opposing or countering drones. Antidrop, preventing or counteracting a drop in body temperature. Antidropsical, preventing or counteracting dropsy. Antidrought, opposing or countering drought. Antidrawer, against drugs, advocating against drug use. Antidrugs, alternative form of anti-drug. Antidualism, rejection of dualism. Antidualist, one who rejects dualism. Antidualistic, rejecting dualism. Antidualists, plural of antidualists. Anti-die, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in ducks. Antidualine, opposing the fighting of duels. Anti-dumping, intended to combat or prevent dumping, the sale of goods below cost for anti-competitive purposes. Antidur, a bed form found in fluvial environments opposing the direction of flow. Antidunes, plural of antidune. Antiduping, forbidding or preventing duplication of published material. Antiduplication, forbidding or preventing duplication of published material. Antidusts, resistant to dust. Antidynastic, opposing a dynasty. Antidaean, the antipedical of the daean. Antidaeans, plural of antidaean. Antidiscratic, countering discracy. Antidiscratics, plural of antidiscratic. Antidysenteric, working against dysentery. Antidysenterics, plural of antidysenteric. Antidysentery, working against dysentery. Antidyskinetic, that counters dyskinesia. Antidyskinetics, plural of antidyskinetic. Antidyslipidemic, alternative form of antidyslipidemic. Antidyslipidemics, plural of antidyslipidemic. Antidyslipidemia, alternative form of antidyslipidemic. Antidyslipidemic, that counters dyslipidemia. Antidyslipidemics, plural of antidyslipidemic. Antidyspeptic, countering dyspepsia. Antidyspeptics, plural of antidyspeptic. Antidysrhythmic, used to treat or prevent dysrhythmia. Antidysrhythmics, plural of antidysrhythmic. Antidystopian, opposing a dystopia. Antidystrophin, that generates an allergic reaction to dystrophin. An older female authority figure. A hypothetical analog to Earth composed entirely of antimatter. At a earthquake, preventing damage from earthquakes. At eavesdropping, alternative form of anti-eavesdropping. At alternative form of anti-ecclesiastical. Anti-ecclesiastical, opposing the church. Anti-echinococcal, that counters echinococcus parasites. Anti-echinococcuzae, that counters echinococcosis. Anti-ecological, opposing ecology or ecological concerns, anti-environmental. Anti-dynamic, opposing or working against the economy. Anti-economism, opposition to economism, the belief that economic factors are not the only or most important factors. Anti-eczema, countering eczema. Anti-eczematis, countering eczema. Anti-eczemic, countering eczema. Anti-edema, countering edema. Anti-edematogenic, that counters the formation of an edema. Anti-edematis, preventing edema. Anti-emic, countering edema. Anti-edemics, plural of anti-edemic. Anti-ed, alternative form of anti-edge. Anti-edges, plural of anti-edge. Anti-education, opposed education. Anti-educational, opposing education. Anti-egalitarian, opposing egalitarianism. Anti-egalitarianism, opposition to egalitarianism. Anti-egalitarians, plural of anti-egalitarian. Anti-elapide, that counters the effect of a bite from an elapid snake. Anti-elastase, that inhibits the action of elastase. Anti-elastolite, that counters the breakdown of elastic tissue. Anti-election, opposing an election or elections in general. Anti-electromagnetic, unable to be electromagnetized, unaffected by an electromagnetic field. Anti-electron, synonym of positron. Anti-electroneutrino, an antileptonic elementary particle that is the antiparticle of an electron neutrino. Anti-electron neutrinos, plural of anti-electron neutrino. Anti-electrons, plural of anti-electron. Anti-element, the antimatter analog of an element, anti-atom. Anti-elements, plural of anti-element. Anti-elimination, elimination of substituents from opposite sides of a double bond. Elite, opposing an elite or elitism. Elite, plural of anti-elite. Anti-elitism, opposition to elitism. Anti-elitist, opposed to elitism. Anti-elitist, plural of anti-elitist. Anti-embolic, that prevents the formation of embolisms. Anti-embolism, that combats embolism. Anti-emesis, the prevention of vomiting. Anti-emetic, that combats nausea and vomiting. Anti-emetics, plural of anti-emetic. Anti-emigration, opposing immigration. Anti-emotional, opposing emotion. Anti-emotionalism, opposition to emotionalism. Emperor, one who declares himself emperor in opposition to a reigning emperor. Emperors, plural of anti-emperor. Emphysema, against emphysema, counteracting emphysema. Anti, opposing an empire. Anti-empirical, going against what is empirically true. Anti-empiricism, opposition to empiricism. Anti-empiricists, one who opposes empiricism. Anti-empiricists, plural of anti-empiricists. Anti-employee, opposing employees. Anti-employ, opposing employers. Anti-employment, opposing or countering employment. Anti-encephalidogenic, preventing encephalitis. Anti-enclover, opposing enclosure, the post-feudal process of subdivision of common lands for individual ownership. Endomysial, that damages the endomysium. Endothelial, that reacts with endothelial cell antigens. And the endotoxic, that counteracts the effects of an endotoxin. And the endotoxin, any substance, especially an antibody, that counteracts the effect of an endotoxin. Anti-endotoxins, plural of anti-endotoxin. Anti-endowment, opposing an endowment. Anti-enforcement, opposing enforcement. Obsolete spelling of ancient. Ante, comparative form of andient, more andient. Andientest, superlative form of andient, most andient. Enthusiastic, opposing the idea of enthusiasm or divine possession. Antiently, obsolete form of anciently. Antientropic, countering entropy. Antienti, obsolete form of ancientry. Antiets, plural of ancient. Anti-environment, doing harm to the natural environment. Anti-environmental, opposed to or contrary to the positions of environmentalism. Anti-environmentalism, opposition to environmentalism. Anti-environmentalist, alternative form of anti-environmentalist. Anti-environmentalists, plural of anti-environmentalists. Enzymatic, that inhibits the action of an enzyme. Enzyme, any substance, especially an antibody or another enzyme, that counteracts the effects of a specific enzyme. Enzymes, plural of anti-enzyme. A literary work challenging the conventions of the epoch. Epicenter, alternative spelling of anti-epicenter. Epicenters, plural of anti-epicenter. Epicenter, the point on the earth opposite to an epicenter. Epicenters, plural of anti-epicenter. Epics, plural of anti-epic. Anti-epidemic, countering or preventing an epidemic. Anti-epidermal, that counters an epidermal condition. Epilepsy, countering epilepsy. Epileptic, acting to prevent epileptic seizures. Anti-epileptically, acting to prevent epileptic seizures. Epileptics, plural of anti-epileptic. Anti-epileptiform, that counters epileptiform seizures. Anti-epileptogenesis, anti-epileptogenic activity. Anti-epileptogenic, inhibiting the development of epilepsy. Anti-episcopal, opposing the bishops or episcopacy. Anti-epithelio, it is the action of any material in epithelium. Anti-epithelials, plural of anti-epithelial. Anti-epizootic, that counters an epizootic. Anti-equalitarian, opposing equalitarianism. Anti-equalitarians, plural of anti-equalitarian. Anti-equality, opposing social equality. Anti-equatorial, away from the equator. Anti-erectile, that counters production of an erection. Anti-erosion, countering erosion. Anti-erotic, opposing the erotic. Erysipelas, preventing erysipelas. Anti-erythrocyte, that reacts with erythrocytes. Adu, plural of anti, and espionage, countering or opposing espionage. At essentialism, opposition to essentialism. At essentialist, opposing essentialism. At essentialists, plural of anti-essentialist. Anti-establishment, alternative spelling of anti-establishment. Anti-establishmentarian, a proponent of anti-establishmentarianism. Anti-establishmentarianism, a policy or attitude that views a nation's or society's power structure as corrupt, repressive, or unjust. Anti-establishmentarians, plural of anti-establishmentarian. Anti-establishmentism, opposition to the political or cultural establishment. Anti-estrogen, a substance that blocks the production or utilization of estrogens or inhibits their effects. Anti-estrogenic, inhibiting estrogen. Anti-estrogenically, in an anti-estrogenic manner. Anti-estrogenicity, the condition of being anti-estrogenic. Anti-estrogens, plural of anti-estrogen. Anti-edem, Creek. Anti-Edem Creek, a tributary of the Potomac River in south-central Pennsylvania and western Maryland in the United States, known as the site of a battle in the American Civil War, the Battle of Antietam. Ethnic, opposing those of a particular ethnicity. Anti-eugenic, opposing eugenics. Anti-eugenics, opposing eugenics. Anti-eugetic, anti-evangelical, opposing evangelism. Anti-evasion, preventing evasion. Anti-everything, opposing everything. Anti-eviction, opposed to eviction. Anti-evolution, opposing the teaching or espousal of evolutionary theories, often specifically the Darwinian theory of natural selection. Anti-evolutionary, anti-evolution. Anti-evolutionism, opposition to the theory of evolution. Anti-evolutionist, a person who believes or argues that evolution does not take place. Anti-evolutionists, plural of anti-evolutionist. Anti-exotoxy, that counters exotoxicity. Anti-exclusion, opposing or counteracting exclusion. Anti-exile, opposing exile. Anti-exosome, acting against the exosome. Anti-expansion, acting to prevent the expansion of a physical substance. Anti-expansionism, opposition to expansionism. Anti-expansionist, one who opposes expansionism. Anti-expansionists, plural of anti-expansionists. Anti-experimentalism, opposition to experimentalism. Anti-exploit, alternative form of anti-exploit. Anti-exploitation, opposing or countering exploitation. Anti-export, opposing exports. Anti-exporting, synonym of anti-export, opposing exports. Anti-expover, preventing exposure. Anti-expressionist, opposing expressionism. Anti-expressive, opposing or avoiding expressiveness. Anti-expulsion, opposing or counteracting expulsion. Anti-extensive, of an operation in morphology, such that a BA. Anti-extortion, countering extortion. Anti-extradition, opposing extradition. Anti-extreme, an opposite extreme. Anti-extremes, plural of anti-extreme. Anti-extremism, opposition to extremism. Anti-extremist, countering or opposing extremism. Anti-extremists, plural of anti-extremist. Anti-exudative, that counteracts exudation. And the Va, a decentralized, radical political movement that opposes fascism. And a face, in facial recognition systems, a face having opposite properties to a given face. Antifaces, plural of antiface. Antifaction, an opposing faction. Antifactions, plural of antifaction. Antifactory, opposing a factory or factories in general. Antifactual, opposing or going against the facts, false, delusional. Antefadent, any admitial. Antefadents, plural of antefadent. Antife, that counteracts fading. Antefadent, that counters fading of fluorescence. Antifader, any substance that counteracts fading. Antifaders, plural of antifader. Antifading, that counteracts fading. Antifa, opposing homosexuals. Antifaggot, someone who is against homosexuals. Antifaggots, plural of antifaggot. Antifailure, countering organ failure, especially of the heart. Antifaith, opposed to or acting against religion. Antifake, opposing or countering fakes against fraud. Antifame, opposing fame. Antifamily, opposed to the traditional social construct of the family. Antifamine, opposing or counteracting famine. Antifanatic, one who opposes fanaticism. Antifanatical, opposing fanaticism. Antifanatics, plural of antifanatic. Antifarm, opposing farms. Antifarmer, opposing farmers. Antifarming, opposing farming. Antifas, plural of antifa. Antifascism, opposition to fascism. Antifascisms, plural of antifascism. Antifascists, opposed to the tenets of fascism. Antifa. Antifascistic. Antifascists. Antifascists, plural of antifascists. Antifashion, any fashion that is intentionally contrary to the mainstream. Antifashionable, intentionally contrary to mainstream fashion. Antifashions, plural of antifashion. And the lat, counteracting fat, having a slimming effect. Antifatigue, countering fatigue. Antifear, countering fear. Antifeature, alternative form of anti-feature. Antifeatures, plural of anti-feature. Antifebrife, antifebrile. Antifebrile, countering fever. Antifebriles, plural of antifebrile. Antifebrin, acetanilide used as an antipyretic. Antifebrine, a compound of aniline with acetyl used to allay fever or pain. Antifecundity, that diminishes or suppresses fecundity. Antifederal, alternative form of antifederal. Antifederalism, alternative form of antifederalism. Antifederalists, alternative spelling of antifederalist. Antifederalists, plural of antifederalists. Antifedant, that inhibits normal feeding behavior. Antifedants, plural of antifedant. Antifeedback, preventing feedback in a system. Antifeeding, that prevents a pest from feeding. Antifelt, preventing felting. Antifelting, preventing felting. Antifem, abbreviation of anti-feminist. Anti-female, averse to or acting against females. Anti-females, plural of anti-female. Anti-feminine, opposed to what is feminine. Anti-femininity, beliefs and behaviors that oppose or shun femininity. Anti-feminism, opposition to feminism. Anti-feminisms, plural of anti-feminism. Anti-feminists, advocating anti-feminism. Anti-feministic, anti-feminists. Anti-feminists, plural of anti-feminists. Anti-fems, plural of anti-fem. Anti-ferment, a fermentation inhibitor. Anti-fermentation, preventing fermentation. Anti-fermentative, countering or preventing fermentation. Anti-fermentatives, plural of anti-fermentative. Anti-ferments, plural of anti-ferment. Antifermion, the antiparticle of a specified fermion. Antifermionic, relating to antifermions. Antifermions, plural of antifermion. Antiferro distortion, distortion to the structure of a crystal lattice due to antiferromagnetism. Antiferro distortive, of, pertaining to, or causing antiferro distortion. Antiferroelectric, describing a state in which dipoles are arranged antiparallel to adjacent ones, resulting in a net zero polarization. Antiferroelectrically, in an antiferroelectric manner. Antiferroelectricity, the property associated with electric materials. Antiferroelectrics, the study or use of antiferroelectric materials and of antiferroelectricity. Antiferromagnet, an antiferromagnetic material. Antiferromagnetic, exhibiting antiferromagnetism. Antiferromagnetically, in an antiferromagnetic manner. Antiferromagnetism, a phenomenon similar to ferromagnetism in which magnetic domains line up in a regular pattern, but with neighboring electron spins pointing in opposite directions. Materials showing this effect are either ferromagnetic or diamagnetic and become paramagnetic above the Néel temperature. Antiferromagnets, plural of antiferromagnet. Antiferroptotic, that counters ferroptosis. Antiferroquadrupolar, antiferromagnetic and quadrupolar. Antiferroquadrupole, antiferromagnetic quadrupole. Antiferroquadrupoles, plural of antiferroquadrupole. Antifertility, that reduces fertility. Antifertilizer, opposing the use of fertilizer. Antifertilizin, a protein that reacts with fertilizin, causing sperm to adhere to the egg. Antifeudal, opposing a feudal system. Antifeudalism, opposition to a feudal system. Antifeudalist, feudal system. Antifeudalist, synonym of antifeudal. Antifeudalists, plural of antifeudalists. Antifever, countering fever. Antifebrile, any antifibrillary, antifibrillary, that acts against fibrils or their effects. Antifibrillatory, that counteracts fibrillation. Antifibrillization, that counters the formation of fibrils. Antifibrils, plural of antifibril. Antifibrin, that generates an immune reaction to fibrin. Antifibrinogenic, countering fibrinogenesis. Antifibrinolytic, serving to inhibit fibrinolysis. Antifibrinolytics, plural of antifibrinolytic. Antifibroblastic, that counters the formation of fibroblasts. Antifibrogenic, that reduces fibrogenesis. Antifibromatogenic, opposing fibromatogenesis, serving to counteract the formation of fibromata. Antifibronctin, that is an immune reaction to fibronctin. Antifibrosis, countering fibrosis. Antifibrotic, acting to inhibit or reduce fibrosis. Antifibrotics, plural of antifibrotic. Antiphytism, opposition to phytism. Antifield, opposed to a field. Antifields, plural of antifield. Antifighting, opposing fighting. Antifilarial, that counters filaria. Antifilarials, plural of antifilarial. Antifilibuster, opposing or preventing filibuster. Antifilm, opposing film's audiovisual productions. Antifilms, plural of antifilm. Antifiloviral, that counters the effects of filoviruses. Antifinance, opposing finance. Antifire, opposing or countering fire. Antifirearm, opposing firearms. Antifirearms, opposing firearms. Antifish, opposed to or countering fish. Antifishing, opposed to fishing. Antifly, a non-incident point hyperplane pair in a projective space. Antiflags, plural of antiflag. Antiflake, preventing flaking. Antiflaking, preventing flaking. Antiflame, preventing flame. Antiflammatory, misspelling of anti-inflammatory. Antiflap, preventing a component from flapping. Antiflapping, synonym of antiflap. Antiflash, alternative form of anti-flash. Antiflashback, preventing flashback flame propagation scenario. Antiflatulence, countering flatulence. Antiflatulent, serving to prevent flatulence. Antiflatulence, plural of antiflatulant. Antiflatus, serving to prevent flatus. Antiflaviviral, that counters flaviviruses. Antiflavivirus, that counters flaviviruses. Antiflea, countering fleas. Antiflicker, countering or preventing flicker. Antifly, preventing or countering flooding. Antiflooding, antifly. Antifluorigenic, discouraging the formation of flowers. Antiflow, a mental state of boredom and lack of challenge associated with performing activities one does not want to do. Antiflu, acting against or serving to prevent flu. Antifluoridation, opposing the addition of fluoride to the public water supply. Antifluoridationists, one who opposes the addition of fluoride to the public water supply. Antifluoridationists, plural of antifluoridationists. Antifluori, opposing the addition of fluoride to the public water supply. Antifluorite, a mineral crystal structure identical with that of fluorite, but with the positions of the cations and anions reversed. Antifluorites, plural of antifluorite. Antifluxin, the antiparticle of a fluxin. Antifluxins, plural of antifluxin. Antifly, countering flies the insect. Antifoam, any chemical agent that inhibits the formation of foam. Antifoamer, an antifoaming agent. Antifoamers, plural of antifoamer. Antifoaming, that inhibits the formation of foam. Antifoams, plural of antifoam. Antifire, acting against fog or fogging. Antifogging, an antifogging agent. Antifoggants, plural of antifoggant. Antifogging, preventing fogging, as for example on clear film packaging. Antiphlegmatic, an alcoholic drink taken in the morning to brace oneself before going out into bad weather. Antiphlegmatics, plural of antiphlegmatic. Antifolate, that inhibits the activity of folic acid. Antifolates, plural of antifolate. Antifolding, that counters folding, typically of a protein. Antifolic, inhibiting folic acid. Antifoe, alternative form of antifoke. Antifood, opposing food. Antifootball, opposing any of the sports called football. Antiphoral, of or pertaining to opposition to foros which were abusive contracts between the peasants and the landowners in Galicia. Antiforeclosure, in opposition to foreclosure. Antiforeign, opposed to foreigners or to what is foreign. Antiforeigner, opposed to foreigners. Antiforeignism, antiforeign attitudes. Antiforensic, acting as a countermeasure against forensic analysis. Antiforensics, countermeasures against forensic analysis. Antiforgery, opposing or preventing forgery. Antiform, a topographic feature which is composed of sedimentary layers in a convex formation, but may not actually form a real anticline, i.e. the oldest rocks may not be exposed in the middle. Antiformal, relating to an antiform. Antiformalism, opposition to formalism. Antiformalisms, plural of antiformalism. Antiformalists, opposed to formalism. Antiformalistic, opposing formalism, relating to antiformalism. Antiformalists, plural of antiformalists. Antiformant, a band of frequencies in a sound spectrum whose intensity has been weakened. These exist in nasal sounds as the nasal cavities absorb energy and weaken some frequency bands. Antiformants, plural of antiformant. Antiformin, sodium hypochlorite. Antiforms, plural of antiform. Antifoul, antifouling. Antifoulant, and yet effouling substance. Antifoulants, plural of antifoulant. Antifouled, simple past and past participle of antifoul. Antifouler, synonym of antifoulant. Antifoulers, plural of antifouler. Antifouling, that prevents or counteracts the buildup of barnacles and other deposits on undersea surfaces, such as those of boats. Antifoulings, plural of antifouling. Antifouls, third person singular simple present indicative of antifoul. Antifoundational, opposing foundationalism. Anti-foundationalism, a philosophy that rejects foundationalism. Anti-foundationalist, one who rejects foundationalism. Anti-foundationalists, plural of anti-foundationalists. Anti-foul, synonym of anti-chicken. Anti-fox, opposing or countering foxes. Anti-fracking, opposing fracking hydraulic fracturing. Anti-fracture, inhibiting fractures. Antifragile, exhibiting or relating to antifragility. Antifragility, the ability of a system to benefit and grow from a certain class of random events, errors, and volatility. Antifragmentation, opposing fragmentation. Anti-fraternization, preventing or opposing fraternization as between employees. Anti-fraud, acting against fraud. Antifraudulent, acting against fraud. Anti-fray, preventing fraying of material. Anti-freedom, opposing or working against freedom. Antifreeze, a substance such as glycol used to lower the freezing point of water. Antifreezes, plural of antifreeze. Antifreezing, that prevents freezing. Anti-friction, reducing or intended to reduce friction. Antifrictional, synonym of anti-friction. Anti-frizz, preventing frizz in the hair. Antifrost, preventing or countering the effects of frost. Anti-frustrationism, the axiological view that frustrated preferences create a negative moral debit which can be cancelled out through their satisfaction. Thus, satisfying a desire that already exists is good, but creating a new satisfied desire is not. Anti-frustrationist, a person who adheres to the philosophy of anti-frustrationism. Anti-frustrationists, plural of anti-frustrationists. Anti-fumigatus, that acts against fungi of the species Aspergillus fumigatus. Anti-fun, opposing fun. Anti-functional, opposing or hindering a function. Anti-fundamental, a complex conjugate of a fundamental representation in Lie algebra. Anti-fundamentalism, opposition to fundamentalism. Anti-fundamentalist, one who opposes fundamentalism. Anti-fundamentalists, plural of anti-fundamentalists. Anti-fundamentals, plural of anti-fundamental. Anti-funding, opposing funding. Antifundal, that inhibits the growth of fungi. Antimycotic. Antifungally, in an antifungal way. Antifungals, plural of antifungal. Antifungicide, synonym of fungicide, antifungal agent. Antifungicides, plural of antifungicide. Antifungin, the fungicide magnesium borate. Antifungus, that inhibits the growth of fungi. Antifur, someone opposed to the furry fandom. Antifurries, plural of antifurry. Antifurry, alternative form of anti-furry. Antifurs, plural of antifur. Anti-gag, preventing gagging. Antigalactagogue, any antigalactic substance. Antigalactagogues, plural of antigalactagogue. Antigalactic, preventing or reducing lactation. Antigalactics, plural of antigalactic. Antigalactosyl, that generates an immune response to galactosylated liposomes. Antigalaxies, plural of antigalaxy. Antigalaxy, a conjectured type of galaxy formed from antimatter. Anti-Gallican, opposed to Gallicanism. Antigallicanism. Uncommon spelling of anti-Gallicanism. Anti-Gallicans, plural of anti-Gallican. Anti-gambler, one who opposes gambling. Anti-gamblers, plural of anti-gambler. Anti-gambling, acting against or opposing gambling. And a game which cannot be played in the conventional sense. Anti-games, plural of anti-game. Anti-gaming, opposing gambling. Anti-gang, intended to combat or reduce the activity of criminal gangs. Anti-ganglioside, an antibody that reacts to self-gangliosides found in autoimmune neuropathies. Anti-gangliosides, plural of anti-ganglioside. Anti-gangster, opposing the criminal activities of gangsters. Anti-gas, countering military gas attacks. Anti-gassing, preventing the formation of gas. Anti-gastric, that counters gastritis. Anti-gay, alternative spelling of anti-gay. Antigenous. Homophobia. Antigelatinolytic, that inhibits gelatinolysis. Antigen, a substance that induces an immune response. Usually foreign. Antigen-presenting cell, a cell that displays antigen bound by major histocompatibility complex MHC proteins on its surface. Antigenemia, alternative spelling of antigenemia. Antigenemias, plural of antigenemia. Antigenemic, alternative form of antigenemic. Antigender, opposing gender roles or gender distinctions. Antigenderism, opposition to gender ideology or genderism, a variously defined catch-all for things like transgender rights, same-sex marriage, and feminism. Antigenderist, one who supports or engages in antigenderism. Antigenderists, plural of antigenderists. Antigene, an oligonucleotide that attaches to a specific gene and suppresses its action. Antigenemia, the presence of antigens, especially viral antigens, in the bloodstream. Antigenemias, plural of antigenemia. Antigenemic, exhibiting or pertaining to antigenemia. Antigenerative, opposing generation or procreation. Antigenes, plural of antigene. Antigenetic, opposing genetic research and applications. Antigenetically, in an antigenetic manner. Antigenetics, opposing genetics. Antigenic, of or relating to an antigen. Antigenic shift, the process by which different strains of a virus or viruses combine to form a new subtype having a mixture of the surface antigens of the original strains. Antigenic variation, the mechanism by which an infectious organism changes its surface proteins in favor of circumventing a host's immune response. Antigenic variations, plural of antigenic variation. Antigenically, in the manner of an antigen. Antigenicities, plural of antigenicity. Antigenicity, the ability to react with the pellets of an immune response. Antigenized, genetically engineered in order to express epitopes of different antigens. Antigenocidal, acting against or opposing genocide. Antigenocide, acting against or opposing genocide. Antigenome, the complementary strand of RNA from which the genome of a virus is constructed. Antigenomes, plural of antigenome. Antigenomic, relating to an antigenome. Antigenotoxic, countering genotoxic activity. Antigenotoxicity, the quality of being antigenotoxic. Antigens, plural of antigen. Antigentile, exhibiting or relating to antigentalism. Antigentalism, hatred towards or prejudice against Gentiles. Antigentrification, opposing gentrification. Antigenuria, the presence of antigens in the urine. Antigeny, sexual dimorphism, especially in lepidopterans. Antigeotactic, that moves upwards away from the Earth's gravitational attraction. Antigerbil, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in gerbils. Antigerm, countering germs. Antighetto, opposing or countering ghettos. Antighost, a field with a negative ghost number. Antighosts, plural of antighost. Antigyardio, that counters Giardia parasites. Antigyardiales, plural of antigyardial. Antigediaces, serving to counter or prevent gediases. Antigingivitic, countering gingivitis. Antigingivitis, countering gingivitis. Anti-girl, opposing girls. Anti-glare, acting to reduce or combat glare. Anti-glaucoma, that prevents or alleviates glaucoma. Anti-glaucomatus, countering glaucoma. Anti-gliadin, acting against gliadin. Anti-glial, that attacks glial cells. Anti-glioma, preventing or countering gliomata. Anti-global, opposed to globalization. Anti-globalization, alternative spelling of anti-globalization. Anti-globalism, opposed to globalization and cosmopolitanism. Anti-globalists, opposing globalism. Anti-globalistic, synonym of anti-globalist. Anti-globalists, plural of anti-globalist. Anti-globalization, alternative spelling of anti-globalization. Antiglobulin, anti-human globulin. Antiglobulins, plural of antiglobulin. Antiglucagon, an antibody that reacts with glucagon. Antiglucocorticoid, that counters the effect of glucocorticoid hormones. Glucocorticoidal, alternative form of antiglucocorticoid. Antiglucocorticoids, plural of antiglucocorticoid. Antiglucosidase, that counters the effect of a glucosidase. Antiglucotoxic, that counters glucotoxicity. Antigluon, the antiparticle of a gluon. Antigluons, plural of antigluon. Antiglutamatergic, that inhibits the physiological action of glutamate at a receptor site. Antigluten, acting against gluten. Antiglycemic, alternative form of antiglycemic. Antiglycan, that generates an immunological response to glycan. Antiglycation, that counters glycation. Antiglycative, that counters the toxicity of methyl-lyoxyl and similar aldehydes that are produced as a normal part of metabolism. Antiglycemic, preventing or countering glycemia. Antiglycolytic, acting to prevent glycolysis. Antiglycophorin, any antibody that reacts with glycophorin. Antiglycophorins, plural of antiglycophorin. Antinostic, opposing Gnosticism. Antigo, a city, the county seat of Langlade County, Wisconsin, United States. Antigo, an undesirable state to be avoided, the opposite of a goal. Antigoals, plural of antigoal. Antigoat, reacting with the immutabulins found in goats. Antiga, a preternatural being opposed to the gods. Antigodlin, crosswise, askew, not straight or directly opposite or adjacent. Antigods, plural of antigod. Antigoblin, alternative spelling of antigoblin. Antigoblin, not straight, crooked, askew, out of line. Antigold, opposing the use of gold as a medium of exchange. Antigoldstino, the antiparticle of the goldstino. Antigoldstinos, plural of antigoldstino. Antigolf, opposing the sport of golf. Antigonadotrophic, inhibiting gonad function. Antigonadotrophin, alternative form of antigonadotropin. Antigonadotrophins, plural of antigonadotrophin. Antigonadotropic, that inhibits growth of the gonads. Antigonadotropin, a drug that suppresses the activity and / or downstream effects of one or both of the gonadotropin's follicle-stimulating hormone FSH and luteinizing hormone LH, used to treat cancers, to delay puberty, etc. Antigonadotropins, plural of antigonadotropin. Antigone, the daughter of Oedipus and Jocasta in fiction and mythology. Antigonid, relating to Antigonus. Antagonids, plural of Antigonid. Antigonish, a town in Nova Scotia, Canada, known for the St. Francis Xavier University and the largest Highland Games outside of Scotland. Antigonish County, a county of Nova Scotia, Canada. Antigonisher, a native or inhabitant of Antigonish. Antigonishers, plural of Antigonisher. Antigonococcal, that counters gonococci. Antigonococcic, synonym of antigonococcal. Antigonon, any of 3 American vines of the genus Antigonon, including the chain of hearts and a coral vine. Antigonons, plural of antigonon. Antigonoric, alternative form of antigonoroic. Antigonorics, plural of antigonoric. Antigonoroic, that acts against or prevents gonorrhea. Antigonoroics, plural of antigonoroic. Antigonoroic, archaic spelling of antigonoroic. Antigonoroics, plural of antigonoroic. Antigorite, a brownish green variety of serpentine. Antigorites, plural of antigorite. Antigospel, opposing the gospel. Antigouging, opposing price gouging. Antigout, countering gout. Antigov, abbreviation of anti-government. Anti-government, opposed to a government currently in power. Anti-governmental, opposing a government. Anti-governments, plural of anti-government. Anti-Goyism, prejudice against non-Jews, belief that Jews are superior to non-Jews. Anti-graffiti, opposing or prescribing graffiti. Anti-graft, opposed to or working against graft. Antigram, either of a pair of anagrams with opposite meanings. Antigrammatical, opposing or flouting the rules of grammar. Antigrams, plural of antigram. Antigranulocyte, that causes an immune reaction with granulocytes. Antigranuloma, that counters the formation and development of granulomas. Antigraph, a manuscript from which a copy apograph is made. Antigraphs, plural of antigraph. Antigraph, antigravity, or a device that counters gravity. Antigravitate, to exert negative gravity. Antigravitated, simple past and past participle of antigravitate. Antigravitates, third person singular simple present indicative of antigravitate. Antigravitating, present participle and gerund of antigravitate. Antigravitation, antigravity. Antigravitational, acting against gravity. Antigravitic, of or related to antigravity. Antigravitically, through the use of antigravity. Antigravitino, the fermionic superpartner of an antigravitin. Antigravitinos, plural of antigravitino. Antigravitin, the hypothetical antipartner of a gravitin. Antigravitins, plural of antigravitin. Antigravity, alternative spelling of anti-gravity. Antigravity lean, alternative form of anti-gravity lean. Antigravity leans, plural of antigravity lean. Antigravity yoga, synonym of aerial yoga. Antigrav, plural of antigrav. Antigreed, opposing greed. Antigreen, one of the three possible colors of an antiquark, corresponding to green in a quark. Antigreens, plural of antigreen. Antigriddle, a device for rapidly freezing food, a cold flat metal surface used in molecular gastronomy. Antigriddles, plural of antigriddle. Antigrappilos, alternative form of antigrappilos. Antigrappilos, waterproof leggings. Growth, opposing or countering growth. Antigua, the largest island of the nation of Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean. Antigua and Barbuda, a country consisting of two islands in the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbudan, of, from or relating to Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda. Antiguan, a person from Antigua in Antigua and Barbuda or of Antiguan descent. Antiguans, plural of Antiguan. Anti-guerrilla, opposing or countering guerrillas. Anti-guillotine, opposing the guillotine as a method of execution. Anti-gun, opposed to guns, especially widespread individual use of guns. Anti-gunner, a proponent of gun control. Anti-gunners, plural of anti-gunner. Antiguo-Cuscatlan, a town in La Libertad Department, El Salvador. Anti-guru, hostile to gurus or to a specific guru. Anti-gurus, plural of anti-guru. Anti-gypsy, opposing or countering gypsies, practicing or exhibiting anti-gypsyism. Anti-gypsyism, hostility, prejudice, or racism toward Romani people gypsies. Anti-hacker, opposing or countering computer hackers. Anti-hackers, plural of anti-hacker. Anti-hacking, opposing or countering computer hacking. Antihedron, the antiparticle of a hedron. Antihedrons, plural of antihadrin. Antihemagglutinin, that counters the effects of hemagglutinin. Antihemolysin, any substance, especially antibody, that counters the effects of hemolysin. Antihemolysins, plural of antihemolysin. Antihemolytic, alternative form of antihemolytic. Antihemophilia, the counters hemophilia. Antihemophilic slash antihemophilic. Antiemophilic, that counters the effects of hemophilia. Antihemorrhagic, alternative form of antihemorrhagic. Antihemorrhagics, plural of antihemorrhagic. Antihemorrhoidal, that counters the effects of hemorrhoids. Antihemostatic, alternative form of antihemostatic. Antihalation, preventing halation. Antihalitosis, countering halitosis. Anti-hallucinatory, preventing or countering hallucination. Antihalo, preventing halation. Anti-hamster, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in hamsters. Anti-handgun, prohibiting or restricting the possession of handguns. Anti-handling, preventing handling. Anti-hanging, opposing hanging as a method of execution. Anti-hangover, countering hangovers. Antihaplon, the antiparticle of a haplon. Antihaplons, plural of antihaplon. Anti-harassment, counteracting harassment. Anti-hate, opposing or countering hate. Anti-hatred, opposing hatred. Anti-hazard, countering a hazard. Anti-hazing, opposing hazing rituals. Anti-headache, preventing or acting against headaches. Anti-heart, pertaining to an autoimmune response affecting the heart. Anti-hectic, countering hectic fever. Anti-hectics, plural of anti-hectic. Anti-hedonism, a belief system in opposition to hedonism. Anti-hedonist, one who opposes hedonism. Anti-hedonistic, opposing hedonism. Anti-hedonists, plural of anti-hedonists. Anti-hegemonic, opposing hegemony. Anti-hegemonism, opposition to a policy of hegemony. Anti-hegemonist, one who opposes a hegemony. Anti-hegemonists, plural of anti-hegemonists. Anti-hegemony, opposing or counteracting hegemony. Anti-helicase, that inhibits the action of helicase as in a group of anti-cancer drugs. Anti-helices, plural of anti-helix. Anti-helicopter, intended for use against helicopters. Antihellion, the antiparticle of a hellion, consisting of 2 antiprotons and 1 antineutron. Antihellions, plural of antihellion. Antihelium, the anatom form of helium. Antihelix, the curved prominence of cartilage of the external ear within or in front of the helix. Antihelixes, plural of antihelix. Antihelminth, anthelmintic. Antihelminthic, alternative form of anthelmintic. Antihelminthics, plural of antihelminthic. Antihelminths, plural of antihelminth. Antihelmintic, alternative form of anthelmintic. Antihelmintics, plural of antihelmintic. Antihemagglutinin, that reacts with hemagglutinin. Antihemolytic, inhibiting hemolysis. Antihemophilic, that counteracts bleeding in hemophiliacs. Antihemophilic factor A, a glycoprotein essential for blood clotting and is missing in hemophilia A. Antihemophilic factor B, synonym of Christmas factor. Antihemorrhagic, that stops or reduces hemorrhage. Antihemorrhagics, plural of antihemorrhagic. Antihemorrhoidal, alternative form of antihemorrhoidal. Antihemostatic, that counters hemostasis. Antihemostatics, plural of antihemostatic. Antihepatic, that counters any disease of the liver. Antihepatitic, countering hepatitis. Antihepatocarcinogenic, that counters hepatocarcinogenesis. Antihepatoma, that counteracts the development of hepatomas. Antihepatotoxic, that acts against hepatotoxicity. Antihepatotoxicity, the quality of being antihepatotoxic. Antihepsidin, that counters the effect of hepsidin. Antiherbicide, opposing the use of herbicides. Antiherbivore, serving to repel herbivores. Antiherbivorous, synonym of antiherbivore. Antiherbivory, that protects a plant from being eaten. Antiheresy, opposition to heresy. Antiheretic, opposing heresy. Antiheretical, opposing heresy. Antihero, a protagonist who proceeds in an unheroic manner, such as by criminal means, via cowardly actions, or for mercenary goals. Antiheroes, plural of antihero. Antiheroic, of, pertaining to, or typical of an antihero. Antiheroically, in an antiheroic manner. Antiheroics, the actions heroics of an antihero. Antiheroine, opposing the use of the drug heroin. Antiheroine, a female protagonist who proceeds in an unheroic manner, such as by criminal means, via cowardly actions, or for mercenary goals, a female antihero. Antiheroines, plural of antiheroine. Antiheroinism, the quality of being antiheroine. Antiheroism, the quality of being antihero. Antiherpes, countering herpes. Antiherpes viral, that counters the herpes virus. Antiherpes virus, preventing or countering herpes virus. Antiherpetic, countering herpes. Antiherpetics, plural of antiherpetic. Antiheterosexual, opposed to heterosexuality. Antiheterosexuality, opposition to heterosexuality. Antiheumatics, misspelling of antirheumatics. Antihiatic, avoiding a hiatus. Antihidrotic, countering hidrosis. Antihidrotics, plural of antihidrotic. Antihierarchical, opposing a hierarchy or hierarchies in general. Antihierarchist, one who opposes a hierarchy. Antihierarchists, plural of antihierarchists. Antihierarchy, opposing a hierarchy or hierarchies in general. Antihighway, opposing the construction of highways. Antihijack, opposing or countering hijacking. Antihijacking, opposing or countering hijacking. Antihippie, opposing hippies. Antihippie, alternative spelling of antihippie. Antihistamine, a drug or substance that counteracts the effects of a histamine. commonly used to alleviate the symptoms of hay fever and other allergies. Antihistaminergic, that counteracts the effects of histamine. Antihistamines, plural of antihistamine. Antihistaminic, of or pertaining to antihistamines. Antihistaminics, plural of antihistamic. Antihistone, that generates an allergic response to histone antibodies. Antihistorical, opposing or contrary to history. Antihistoricism, any aesthetic, such as futurism in architecture that rejects traditions and historicism. Antihistoricisms, plural of antihistoricism. Antihistoricist, one who subscribes to antihistoricism. Antihistoricists, plural of antihistoricists. Antihistories, plural of antihistory. Antihistory, spurious history. Anti-holdup, serving as a deterrent against gunpoint robbery. Anti-hole, clipping of graph. Anti-hole. Anti-hole, plural of anti-hole. Anti-holiday, opposing or taking a negative view of the holiday season. Anti-holidays, plural of anti-holiday. Anti-holin, any protein that counters the effect of holin, a gene responsible for such a protein. Anti-holins, plural of anti-holin. Anti-holism, opposition to holism. Anti-allistic, opposing holism. Anti-holomorphic, describing any function in the complex plane whose derivative with respect to the complex conjugate exists at all points of an open set. Antihalon, the antiparticle of a halon. Antihalons, plural of antihalon. Anti-homeless, opposing the homeless. Anti-homelessness, opposition to homelessness. Anti-homeopathies, plural of anti-homeopathy. Anti-homeopathy, the organized opposition to homeopathy, the anti-homeopathy movement. Anti-homicide, opposing or preventing homicide. Anti-homomorphism, a type of function defined on sets with multiplication that reverses the order of multiplication. Anti-homomorphisms, plural of anti-homomorphism. Anti-homophobe, alternative spelling of anti-homophobe. Anti-homophobes, plural of anti-homophobe. Anti-homophobia, opposition to homophobia. Anti-homophobic, opposing homophobia. Anti-homosexual, opposed to homosexuality. Anti-homosexualism, alternative spelling of anti-homosexualism. Anti-homosexuality, opposition to homosexuality. Anti-homosexuals, plural of anti-homosexual. Anti-hooligan, opposing hooligans or hooliganism. Anti-horizon, the opposite of an event horizon, allowing escape but not entry. Anti-horizons, plural of anti-horizon. Anti-hormonal, that counteracts the effects of a particular hormone. Anti-hormone, any material that counteracts the effects of a hormone. Anti-hormones, plural of anti-hormone. Anti-horse, describing an antibody resident in a human or other animal that reacts with the immunoglobulins found in horses. Anti-hospital, opposing hospitals. Anti-hotel, opposing the construction of hotels. Antinoph, a substance of uncertain composition once used to adulterate cheese to prevent it from swelling. Anti-hum, a device that reduces the mechanical vibration of telegraph wires to prevent their making a humming sound. Anti-human, opposed to humanity. Anti-humanism, opposition to humanism. Anti-humanisms, plural of anti-humanism. Anti-humanists, opposing humanism. Anti-humanistic, opposed to humanism. Anti-humanists, plural of anti-humanists. Anti-humanitarian, opposing humanitarianism. Anti-humanity, the quality of being hostile towards humanity. Anti-humans, plural of anti-human. Anti-humidity, preventing humidity. Anti-hums, plural of anti-hum. Anti-hunger, designed to fight against hunger, used for example of a policy. Anti-hunt, preventing hunting or fluctuating around a central value without stabilizing. Anti-hunter, one who opposes the hunting of animals for sport. Anti-hunters, plural of anti-hunter. Anti-hunting, opposed to the practice of hunting animals for sport. Anti-hydated, that counters hydated this. Antihydrogen, the antimatter equivalent of hydrogen, consisting of an antiproton and a positron anti-electron. Antihydrogens, plural of antihydrogen. Antihydrophobic, counteracting or preventing hydrophobia. Antihydrophobics, plural of antihydrophobic. Antihydropic, countering dropsy edema or swelling. Antihydropics, plural of antihydropic. Antihydroplaning, that prevents a vehicle from hydroplaning. Antihygienic, that is conducive to unhygienic conditions. Antihyperalgesia, alternative form of antihyperalgesic. Antihyperalgesic, serving to counter hyperalgesia. Antihyperalgesics, plural of antihyperalgesic. Antihyperbolic, inverse hyperbolic. Antihyperbolic function, an inverse hyperbolic function. Antihyperbolic functions, plural of antihyperbolic function. Antihypercalcemic, that counters hypercalcemia. Antihypercholesterolemic, alternative form of antihypercholesterolemic. Antihypercholesterolemia, synonym of antihypercholesterolemic. Antihypercholesterolemic, countering hypercholesterolemia. Antihyperglycemic, alternative spelling of antihyperglycemic. Antihyperglycemia, synonym of antihyperglycemic. Antihyperglycemic, tending to reduce hyperglycemia, high blood sugar, characteristic of diabetes. Antihyperglycemics, plural of antihyperglycemic. Antihyperinsulinemic, that counters hyperinsulinemia. Antihyperkinetic, countering hyperkinesis. Antihyperkinetics, plural of antihyperkinetic. Antihyperlipid, alternative form of antihyperlipidemic. Antihyperlipidemic, alternative form of antihyperlipidemic. Antihyperlipidemics, plural of antihyperlipidemic. Antihyperlipidemic, hypolipidemic. Antihyperlipidemics, plural of antihyperlipidemic. Antihyperlipoproteinemic, countering hyperlipoproteinemia. Antihyperlipoproteinemics, plural of antihyperlipoproteinemic. Antihyperin, the antiparticle of a hyperin. Antihyperins, plural of antihyperin. Antihypersensitivity, that counters hypersensitivity. Antihypertension, countering hypertension. Antihypertensive, an agent that prevents or counteracts hypertension. Antihypertensives, plural of antihypertensive. Antihypertensor, anything that counters the effect of a hypertensor. Antihypertensors, plural of antihypertensor. Antihypertriacylglycerolemia, that counters hypertriacylglycerolemia. Antihypertriacylglycerolemic, that counters hypertriacylglycerolemia. Antihypertriglyceridemia, countering hypertriglyceridemia. Antihypertriglyceridemic, countering hypertriglyceridemia. Antihypertriton, the antiparticle equivalent of a hypertriton consisting of an antiproton and antineutron and any antihyperin. Antihypertritons, plural of antihypertriton. Antihypertrophic, acting against hypertrophy. Antihypertrophy, alternative form of antihypertrophic. Antihyperuricemic, having the property of countering hyperuricemia. Antihyperuricemics, plural of antihyperuricemic. Antihypnotic, tending to prevent sleep. Antihypnotics, plural of antihypnotic. Antihypnozoidicidal, alternative form of hypnozoidicidal. Antihypoglycemic, counteracting hypoglycemia. Antihypoglycemics, plural of antihypoglycemic. Antihypolipidemic, countering hypolipidemia. Antihypotension, countering hypotension. Antihypotensive, any drug etc. that combats hypotension. Antihypotensives, plural of antihypotensive. Antihypothetical, opposing the use of hypotheses. Antihyperuricemic, that counters hyperuricemia. Antihistamine, misspelling of antihistamine. Antihysteric, any substance that counters hysterics. Antihysterical, opposing or preventing hysteria. Antihysterics, plural of antihysteric. Antihemorrhagic, obsolete form of antihemorrhagic. Idiotic that bends to an idiotic of another antibody. That bends to an idiotype of another antibody. Uncommon spelling of anti-immigrant. Anti-integration, rare spelling of anti-immigration. Immunoglobulin, that produces an immune reaction with immunoglobulin. Anti-imperialist, rare spelling of anti-imperialists. Anti-imperialists, plural of anti-imperialists. Anti-implantation, alternative form of anti-implantation. Anti-import, opposing imports. Anti-incinerator, opposing an incinerator, usually opposing the siting of a particular incinerator in a particular community. Anti-independence, uncommon spelling of anti-independence. Uncommon spelling of anti-industrial. Anti-industry, opposing an industry or industries in general. Anti-infection, preventing or counteracting infection. Anti-infectious, that counters infection. Anti-infective, anti-infection. Anti-infectives, plural of anti-infective. Anti-inflammation, anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatories, plural of anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory, uncommon spelling of anti-inflammatory. Inflation, alternative form of anti-inflation. Insect, opposing or countering insects. Insectin, Any compound produced by a plant or other organism that serves as a defensive protection against predation by insects. Anti-insectins, plural of anti-insectin. Anti-institutionalism, alternative spelling of anti-institutionalism. Anti-institutionalist, uncommon spelling of anti-institutionalist. Anti-institutionalists, plural of anti-institutionalists. Anti-insurgency, opposing or countering insurgency. Anti-intellectual, uncommon spelling of anti-intellectual. Anti-intellectualism, alternative form of anti-intellectualism. Anti-intellectualist, alternative form of anti-intellectualist. Anti-event, that opposes the action of interference. Anti-intrusion, designed to counter intrusion. Anti-variant, having the property that when subjected to a specified operation the result is the same as multiplying by the determinant. Anti-invasive, alternative form of anti-invasive. Anti-ischemic, alternative form of anti-ischemic. Ischemic, countering ischemia. Preventing or countering itching. Anti-jackknife, preventing the jackknifing of a vehicle. Anti-Jacobin, a political opponent of the Jacobins. Anti-Jacobins, plural of anti-Jacobin. Anti-dial, preventing jamming communications interference. Anti-jamming, designed to prevent being jammed communications interference. Anti-Japanese, rare form of anti-Japanese. Anti-jihadist, opposing jihadism. Anti-jitter, countering or preventing jitter. Anti-join, a type of join denoted by such that Rs yields only those tuples in R for which S has no corresponding tuple of the same value. Anti-joins, plural of anti-join. Anti-joke, a sentence or story that subverts the expectation of a joke, often by be deliberately and funny or surreal. Anti-jokes, plural of anti-joke. Anti-Judaism, alternative form of anti-Judaism. Anti-judiciary, opposing a judiciary. Anti-junction, a junction between four strands of DNA, switching between red and green conformations in reconfigurable nanostructures and information relay arrays. Antijunctions, plural of antijunction. Antijunk, opposing junk mail. Antijunta, opposing a junta. Antijury, opposing a jury or juries. Antijuvenile, that counters the effect of juvenile hormones. Antigamia, a proprietary analgesic based on acetanilide. Antichaon, the antiparticle of a chaon. Antichaons, plural of antichaon. Anticathode, dated form of anticathode. Anticathodes, plural of anticathode. Antikeratin, that targets keratin. Antikyros, either of two islands in the municipality of Amorgos in the Greek Cyclades. Antiketogenesis, the inhibition of ketogenesis. Antiketogenic, that inhibits the formation of ketones during the metabolism of fats and carbohydrates in the liver. Antike, that reduces kicking or recoil. Anti-kickback, serving to counter kickbacks, illicit payments, anti-bribery. Anti-kidnap, preventing or countering kidnapping. Anti-kidnapping, preventing or countering kidnapping. Anti-kidnapping, preventing or countering kidnapping. Anti-kidney, pertaining to an autoimmune response affecting the kidney. Anti-killing, opposing killing. Anti-kinetic, that decreases motility of the gastrointestinal tract. King, one who declares himself king in opposition to a reigning monarch, especially in an electoral monarchy. Antikens, plural of antiking. Antikek, a negative one solid in solution to the sine-Gordon equation. Antikenks, plural of antiking. Antikarinia, alternative spelling of antikarinia. Antikissing, opposing kissing. Antiklan, opposing the Ku Klux Klan. Antinok, of an additive added to petroleum/gasoline to reduce the occurrence of engine knock. Antinocking, synonym of antinock. Antinox, plural of antinok. Antiknowledge, opposing knowledge. Antikythera, a Greek island located between Peloponnese and Crete, near Kythera. Anti-labor, in opposition to labor unions. Anti-labor, alternative spelling of anti-labor. Anti-lambda, the antimatter equivalent of a lambda particle. Anti-lambdas, plural of anti-lambda. Anti-landfall, opposing landfill. Anti-language, a language used by a social group to prevent outsiders from understanding it. Anti-languages, plural of anti-language. Anti-Laplacian, the number of which a given number is the Laplacian. Anti-Laplacians, plural of anti-Laplacian. Antilapsarian, one who does not believe that mankind has fallen from a better state. Antilapsarians, plural of antilapsarian. Antilapse, alternative form of antilapse. Antilarval, counteracting larvae. Antilaser, protecting against lasers. Antilatency, the condition of being antilatent. Antilatent, describing an antibody to a latent antigen. Antilatitudinarian, opposing a latitudinarian stance. Antilattice, an orthomodular lattice in which a b equals 1 for any a, b not equal to 0. Antilattices, plural of antilattice. Anti-laundering, countering money laundering. Anti-lawyer, opposing lawyers. Anti-league, opposing the League of Nations. Anti-leaguer, an opponent of the League of Nations. Anti-leaguers, plural of anti-leaguer. Anti-leak, preventing leaks. Anti-leakage, preventing leakage. Anti-learning, opposing or countering learning. Anti-leather, opposed to leather as involving exploitation of animals. Anti-left, opposing the political left. Anti-legal, opposing the law. Anti-legalism, a belief that salvation is attained or maintained not just by adherence to the requirements of moral law, but also by worship, faith, or grace. Anti-legalization, opposing legalization. Anti-legionella, that counters or prevents legionella. Anti-legislation, opposing legislation. Anti-legislative, opposing legislation. Anti-legoma, certain books of the New Testament which were for a time not universally received, but which are now considered canonical. Anti-leishmania, acting against leishmania parasites. Anti-leishmanial, acting against leishmania parasites. Anti-leishmanials, plural of anti-leishmanial. Anti-leishmaniasis, that is active against leishmaniasis. Anti-leishmanicidal, misspelling of antileishmanial. Antileisure, opposing or inhibiting leisure. Antileprosy, countering leprosy. Antileprotic, countering leprosy. Antileprotics, plural of antileprotic. Antileptic, soothing, mood stabilizing. Antileptics, plural of antileptic. Antileptin, the antiparticle of a leptin. Antileptonic, of or pertaining to antileptins. Antileptins, plural of antileptin. Antileptospiral, that counters leptospirosis. Antilesbian, opposed to lesbians, female homosexuals. Antilethargic, preventing lethargy. Antileucoproteinase, alternative form of antileucoproteinase. Atileukemia, alternative form of antileukemia. Atileukemic, alternative spelling of antileukemic. Atileukemics, plural of antileukemic. Antileukemia, that is used to treat leukemia. Antileukemic, preventing or countering leukemia. Antileukemics, plural of antileukemic. Antileukocidin, any substance, especially antibody, that counters the effects of leukocidin. Antileukocidins, plural of antileukocidin. Antileucoprotease, any substance that inhibits the action of a leucoprotease. Antileucoproteases, plural of antileucoprotease. Antileucoproteinase, an enzyme found in large quantities in bronchial, cervical, and nasal mucosa, saliva, and seminal fluids. Antileukotriene, any drug that inhibits the action of a leukotriene. Antileukotrienes, plural of antileukotriene. Antileveling, opposing the elimination of disparities between the haves and the have-nots in society. Antileveling, alternative form of antileveling. Antileucite, dimercaprol. Antileu, a village in Los Lagos Commune, Valdivia Province, Los Rios Region, Chile. Antileo, alternative form of antilea. Antilibanus, synonym of anti-Lebanon. Antilibel, opposing or countering libel. Antiliberal, opposing liberalism. Antiliberalism, anti-liberal beliefs and practices. Antiliberalisms, plural of antiliberalism. Antiliberals, plural of antiliberal. Antiliberation, opposing liberation. Antilibertarian, opposing libertarianism. Antilibertarianism, opposition to libertarianism. Antilibertarians, plural of antilibertarian. Antiliberty, opposing or working against liberty. Antilibidinal, synonym of antilibidinous. Antilibidinous, opposing or countering the libido. Antilibido, an anaphrodisiac. Antilibidos, plural of antilibido. Antilibraries, plural of antilibrary. Antilibrary, a collection of books owned by someone who has not read them. Antilibration, a balancing equilibrium. Antilibrations, plural of antilibration. Antilichen, active against lichens. Antilife, pro-choice. Antilifer, a person who holds pro-choice beliefs. Antilifers, plural of antilifer. Antilight, a hypothetical inverse of light associated with antimatter. Antilights, opposed or hostile to lights. Antilimit, the result produced by the formula for the limit of a parameterized series applied to any parameter values in which the series is not convergent. Antilimits, plural of antilimit. Antilinear, describing a particular mapping of a complex vector space. Antilinearity, the property of being linear. Antilinearly, in antilinear fashion. Antilipemic, alternative form of antilipemic. Antilipemics, plural of antilipemic. Antilipase, that counters the action of a lipase. Antilipemic, that lowers the amount of lipid in the blood. Antilipemics, plural of antilipemic. Antilipid, that counters the effects of lipids. Antilipidemic, alternative form of antilipidemic. Antilipidemic, countering lipidemia. Antilipidemics, plural of antilipidemic. Antilipo, a text in which all words share a common character, the inverse of a lipogram. Antilipopeptidic, that counters lipopeptosis. Antilipogenic, that counters lipogenesis. Antilipoid, a substance that destroys or degrades lipoids. Antilipoids, plural of antilipoid. Antilipolysis, synonym of antilipolytic. Antilipolytic, countering lipolyses. Antilipopolysaccharide, that counters the stability of lipopolysaccharide membranes. Antilipose, plural of antilipo. Antilipotoxic, that counters lipotoxicity. Antilipotrope, that counters the effects of lipotropin. Antilipoxygenase, that counters the activity of lipoxygenase. Antiliquor, opposing the drinking of alcoholic liquor. Antilisterio, that covers lizzy. Antilliteracy, opposed to literacy. Antiliteral, opposing a literal interpretation of something. Antiliteralism, opposition to a literal interpretation of something. Antiliterary, relating to antiliterature, defying the conventions of literature. Antiliterate, opposed to literacy or literature. Antiliterature, written works that deliberately avoid the typical conventions of literature, such as antinovels, antiplays, and antipoems. Antilitate, that prevents the formation of or relieves the symptoms of kidney stones. Antilithe, acting against the formation of calculi, such as kidney stones. Antilithics, plural of antilithic. Antilithium, the anatom form of lithium. Antilithogenic, preventing the formation of calculi. Antilitter, opposing or prescribing littering. Antilittering, serving to prevent or counter littering. Antiliturgical, opposing liturgy. Antiliturgists, one who opposes liturgy. Antiliturgists, plural of antiliturgist. Antiliver, pertaining to an autoimmune response affecting the liver. Etyl, a surname. Antilatixin, a toxic cyanobacterial lipopeptide that modifies sodium channels. Antilatixins, plural of antilatixin. Antiline, from or pertaining to the Antilles, the Ataline people or the Ataline language. Ataline Creole, a Creole language based on French. Antilanes, the quality or state of being Antiline. Antilines, plural of Antillean. Antilles, the islands of the West Indies, bounded to the north by and including the islands of Cuba, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico in the Caribbean Sea. Antilles pincto tarantula, Caribna versicolor, a species of arboreal tarantula native to Martinique in the Caribbean Sea. Antilles pincto tarantulas, plural of Antilles pincto tarantula. Antillea, a phantom island originating from an Iberian legend that during 714 AD and the 15th century age of exploration was said to lie in the Atlantic Ocean far to the west of Portugal and Spain. Antilla, a surname. Antillons, plural of Antillon. Antilles, plural of Antil. Antilocal, opposing what is local. Antilocalization, alternative form of antilocalization. Antilocalization, the spreading of an electric charge to areas removed from its originating atom or ion. Antilocaprid, any member of the family Antilocapridae, Antilocapra americana, and its extinct close relatives. Antilocaprids, plural of Antilocaprid. Antilochus, a prince of Pylos and one of the Achaeans in the Trojan War. Antiloch, alternative spelling of anti-lock. Anti-lock brake, a brake fitted to modern road vehicles to prevent skidding and improve control by sensing and compensating for over-braking. Anti-lock brakes, plural of anti-lock brake. Anti-lockdown, alternative form of anti-lockdown. Anti-locking, anti-lock. Anti-locus, opposing or destroying locusts. Antilog, an antilogarithm. Antilogarithm, the number of which a given number is the logarithm to a given base. Antilogarithmic, of or pertaining to an antilogarithm. Antilogarithms, plural of antilogarithm. Antilogging, opposing the cutting down of trees for wood. Antilogic, failure to obey logic, fallacious thinking or reasoning. Antilogical, going against logic. Antilaudes, plural of antilaudi. Antilogism, a false syllogism in which two premises contradict the third. Antilogisms, plural of antilogism. Antilogous, of the contrary name or character opposite. Antilogs, plural of antilog. Antilar, of or pertaining to the magnetic pole that becomes negative as its temperature increases and positive as its temperature decreases. Antilaudi, a contradiction in related terms or ideas, usually an inconsistency in syllogisms of a person or group supposedly of one set of ideals. Antilomic, remedial against the play. Antilomics, plural of antilomic. Antiloitering, serving to prevent or counter loitering. Antilooting, opposing or preventing looting. Antilopine, alternative form of antilopine. Antilopine, relating to or resembling antelopes. Antilopine kangaroo, a kangaroo of species Macropus antilopinus, found in northern Australia. Antilopine kangaroos, plural of antilopine kangaroo. Antilopine wallabies, plural of antilopine wallaby. Antilopine wallaby. Antilopine kangaroo. Antilopine wallaroo. Antilopine kangaroo. Antilopine wallaroos, plural of antilopine wallaroo. Antilopines, plural of antilopine. Antilopins, plural of antilopin. Antilottery, opposing lotteries. Antilo, opposing love. Antiluciferase, that reacts with luciferase. Antilytic, countering loose syphilis. Antilytics, plural of antilutic. Antilunar, opposite to the moon from the earth. Antilus, opposing or inhibiting lust. Antilytic, that counters lutealysis. Antiluxury, opposing luxury. Antelias, a city in Mount Lebanon Governorate, Lebanon. Antilymphingogenic, that counters lymphingiogenesis. Antilymphocyte, that acts against lymphocytes. Antilymphocytic, synonym of antilymphocyte. Antilymphoma, that counters the formation and development of lymphomas. Antilynching, opposed to the practice of lynching. Antilysis, plural of antilyses. Antilysin, any substance that protects cells from the action of a lysin. Antilysins, plural of antilysin. Antilyses, the inhibition of lyses. Antilysic, antirabic, antirabies. Antilysics, plural of antilysic. Antilytic, of or pertaining to antilyses. Antimacassar, a cover for the back or arms of a chair or sofa, originally to prevent them from being soiled by macassar oil. Antimacassard, having an antimacassar. Antimacassars, plural of antimacassar. Antimachine, opposing the political machine of a region. Antimachinery, opposing the use of machinery. Antimachinist, someone who is hostile to machinery, a Luddite. Antimachinists, plural of antimachinists. Antimachismo, opposition to machismo. Antimacho, opposing what is macho. Antimacrophage, that counters the activity of macrophages. Antimafia, opposing or combating the mafia. Antimaggot, countering maggots. Antimagi, opposed to magic or witchcraft. Antimagic square, a heterosquare in which the sums form a sequence of consecutive numbers. Antimagic squares, plural of antimagic square. Antimagistratical, opposing magistrates. Antimagnate, opposing magnates. Antimagnetic, unable to be magnetized, unaffected by a magnetic field. Anti-mainstream, opposing the mainstream. Anti-majoritarian, opposing majority rule. Anti-majoritarianism, opposition to majority rule. Anti-majoritarians, plural of anti-majoritarian. Anti-majority, opposing a social majority. Anti-makeup, opposing the wearing of makeup. Anti-malaria, acting to relieve or prevent a malaria infection. Antimalarial, an agent that prevents or counteracts malaria. Antimalarially, in an antimalarial way. Antimalarials, plural of antimalarial. Anti-male, averse to or acting against males. Anti-males, plural of anti-male. Antimalodor, having the property of countering malodor, typically referring to oral malodor bad breath. Antimalware, designed or intended to combat or eliminate malware on a computer system. Antimammalian, opposing or countering mammals. Antiman, opposed to men. Anti-management, in opposition to management. Antimandate, opposing a mandate. Antimania, alternative form of antimanic. Antimanic, that counters the symptoms of mania. Antimanics, plural of antimanic. Antimanipulation, opposing or preventing the manipulation of market prices. Antimanon, against manon. Anti-manufacturing, opposing manufacturing. Anti-margarine, opposing margarine. Anti-marijuana, opposed to or countering the use of marijuana. Anti-Marcus, opposed to the free market. Anti-marketeer, alternative form of anti-marketeer. Anti-marketeers, plural of anti-marketeer. Anti-marketing, opposing marketing. Anti-marriage, opposing marriage. Anti-martial, opposing war. Anti-martyr, a martyr for an opposing or heterodox cause. Anti-martyrs, plural of anti-martyr. Anti-Marxism, opposed to the tenets of Marxism. Anti-masculine, opposed to what is masculine. Anti-masculinist, opposing masculinity or men. Anti-masculinists, plural of anti-masculinists. Anti-masculinity, beliefs and behaviors that oppose or shun masculinity. Anti-masked, obsolete form of anti-mask. Anti-masker, a person who is opposed to the practice or mandate of wearing masks. Anti-maskers, plural of anti-masker. Anti-masking, preventing or counteracting masking. Anti-masks, plural of anti-masked. Anti-mason, one who opposes Freemasonry. Anti-Masonic, opposed to Freemasonry. Anti-Masonry, opposition to Freemasonry. Anti-Mason, plural of anti-Mason. Anti-masked, a comic or grotesque dance presented before or between the acts of a mask. Anti-masker, one who takes part in an anti-mask. Anti-maskers, plural of anti-masker. Anti-masks, plural of anti-mask. Anti-mastocyte, that reacts with mast cells. Anti-masturbation, opposing masturbation. Antimaterial, composed of antimatter. Antimaterialism, any belief system that opposes philosophical materialism. Antimaterialist, a person who subscribes to antimaterialism. Antimaterialistic, opposing materialism. Antimaterialists, plural of antimaterialists. Antimaterial, targeting material. Antimaternal, having characteristics opposite those associated with maternity. Antimatrimonial, opposing matrimony. Antimatrimonialist, one who opposes matrimony. Antimatrimonial plural of antimatrimonialists. Antimatroi, a formal system that describes processes in which a set is built up by including elements one at a time, and in which an element, once available for inclusion, remains available until it is included. Antimatroidal, of or pertaining to an antimatroid. Antimatroids, plural of antimatroid. Antimatter, matter that is composed of the antiparticles of those that constitute normal matter. Antimatter rocket, a proposed form of rocket that would use antimatter as direct or indirect propellant. Antimatter rockets, plural of antimatter rocket. Antimatters, plural of antimatter. Antimaxima, plural of antimaximum. Antimaximum, a maximum that has changed sign caused by certain values of parameters. Antimeaning, deliberate absence of meaning. Antimeasles, working against measles. Antimeat, opposing the use of meat as a foodstuff, stridently vegetarian or vegan. Antimechanism, a belief that opposes mechanism. Antimechanist, one who rejects mechanism. Antimechanistic, rejecting or opposing mechanism. Antimechanist, plural of antimechanist. Antimechanization, opposing mechanization. Antimechanize, countering mechanized fighting vehicles such as tanks. Antimedia, opposing the media. Antimedieval, alternative form of antimedieval. Antimedial, being a triangle formed by three lines parallel to the sides of an original triangle ABC, the parallel to AB through C, the parallel to AC through B, and the parallel to BC through A. Antimedian, a function that maximizes the sum of distances to a set of nodes in a graph. Antimedians, plural of antimedian. Antimedical, opposing medicine. Antimedicalization, opposing medicalization. Antimedicine, opposing medicine. Antimedieval, opposed to the Middle Ages. Antimelancholic, countering melancholy. Antimelancholics, plural of antimelancholic. Antimelanization, that counters melanization. Antimelanogenesis, synonym of antimelanogenic. Antimelanogenic, that counters melanogenesis. Antimelanoma, countering melanomas. Antimeme, a meme deployed to nullify or protect against another meme. Antimemes, plural of antimeme. Antimemetic, of being containing or pertaining to antimemes. Antimemetically, in an antimemetic way or manner. Antimemetics, the study of antimemes and their social and cultural effects. Antimen, alternative form of antiman. Antmeningitic, as used against meningitis. Antimeningitis, used against meningitis. Antimeningococcal, active against meningococci. Antimeningococcic, antimeningococcal. Antimens, alternative form of antimens. Antimensia, plural of antimension. Antimension, alternative form of antimens. Antimensions, plural of antimension. Antimensium, alternative form of antimens. Antimensiums, plural of antimensium. Antimentalism, opposition to mentalism. Antimephitic, countering mephitic gases, deodorizing. Antimer, synonym of enantiomer. Antimercenary, opposed to mercenaries. Antimere, one of the two halves of bilaterally symmetrical animals, one of any opposite symmetrical or homotypic parts in animals and plants. Antimeres, plural of antimere. Antimerger, opposing a corporate merger. Antimeria, alternative spelling of antimeria. Antimeric, of or pertaining to antimeres. Antimeridian, the reference line at 180 degrees longitude on the opposite side of Earth to the prime meridian. Antimeridians, plural of antimeridian. Antimerism, the division of the body into antimeres. Antimerit, opposing merit or merit-based systems. Antimeritocracy, opposing meritocracy. Antimeritocratic, opposing meritocracy. Antimers, plural of antimer. Antimescaline, inhibiting mescaline. Antimesenterial, alternative form of antimesenteric. Antimesenteric, opposite the mesenteric attachment of the intestine. Antimesomtrial, relating to the ventral mesometrium. Antimesometrium, a ventral mesometrium. Antimeson, the antiparticle corresponding to a meson. Antimesons, plural of antimeson. Antimessage, a message in a distributed system whose purpose is to cancel out another specific message sent previously. Antimessages, plural of antimessage. Antimessani, opposing a messiah. Antimetabol, the technique of repeating a phrase while reversing the order of certain elements or its grammatical structure as a form of juxtaposition. Antimetabols, plural of antimetabol. Antimetabolic, of, pertaining to, or functioning as an antimetabolite. Antimetabolite, any substance that competes with or inhibits the normal metabolic process, often by acting as an analog of an essential metabolite. Antimetabolites, plural of antimetabolite. Antimetalloproteinase, that counters the action of a metalloproteinase. Antimetamorphic, that counters metamorphism. Antimetaphorical, opposing or avoiding the use of metaphor. Antimetaphysical, opposed to the classical Greek or religious metaphysics. Antimetaphysicalism, the denial of any metaphysics that is not grounded in science and positivism. Antimetaphysicalists, a person opposed to metaphysics, an antimetaphysical person. Antimetaphysicalists, plural of antimetaphysicalists. Antimetaphysicality, the state of being antimetaphysical, support of antimetaphysics. Antimetaphysically, in an antimetaphysical manner. Antimetaphysics, the belief that spiritual and religious metaphysics is a delusion and pursuing it impedes the advancement of knowledge. Antimetastasis, that inhibits metastases. Antimetastatic, antimetastases. Antimetathesis, the repetition of the same word in a sentence with a different meaning. Antimeter, a modification of the quadrant for measuring small angles. Antimeters, plural of antimeter. Antimethanogenic, that counters methanogenesis. Antimethodology, plural of antimethodology. Antimethodology, an approach to study or analysis that eschews the usual methodology or methodologies in general. Antimetric, the converse of symmetric in electrical network theory, especially filter theory, a network where the input and output image impedances are the dual, or inverse, of each other as opposed to symmetric networks where they are equal. Antimetrical, antimetric, antimetropia, an extreme form of anisotropia in which one eye is myopic and the other hyperopic. Antimetropias, plural of antimetropia. Antimetropic, relating to antimetropia. Antimetry, a property of an electrical network where the normalized impedance of one port is the reciprocal of another. Antimiasmatic, a drug or substance that counteracts a miasma. Antimiasmatics, plural of antimiasmatic. Antimycotic, misspelling of antimycotic. Antimicro, antimicrobial. Antimicrobial, tending to destroy or capable of destroying microbes. Antimicrobially, in an antimicrobial manner. Antimicrobials, plural of antimicrobial. Antimicrobic, antimicrobial. Antimicrobicidal, that counters the action of microbicides. Antimicrobicide, misconstruction of antimicrobial biocide. Antimicrobicides, plural of antimicrobicide. Antimicrobics, plural of antimicrobic. Antimicrobiologic, alternative form of antimicrobiological. Antimicrobiological, alternative form of antimicrobial. Antimicrobiotic, that counters the development of normal microbiota. Antimicrobiotics, plural of antimicrobiotic. Antimicrofilarial, that counters microfilary. Antimicrofouling, preventing microfouling. Antimicroglia, that disrupts microglia. Antimicrophonic, insensitive to sound vibrations. Antimicrosomal, that inhibits the action of microsomes. Antimicrosome, alternative form of antimicrosomal. Antimicrotubular, antimicrotubule. Antimicrotubule, describing any agent that interferes with microtubules during mitosis and thus inhibits cell growth and division. Antimicrotubules, plural of antimicrotubule. Antimicrotubulin, that counters the effect of microtubulin. Antimicrowave, opposing the use of microwave ovens. Antimidge, countering midges. Antimigrant, preventing or acting against migraines. Antimigrant, opposing migrants. Antimigration, opposing migration. Antimigratory, inhibiting migration. Antimildew, countering or preventing mildew. Antimilitancy, opposition to militancy. Antimilitant, opposing militants. Antimilitants, plural of antimilitant. Antimilitarism, alternative spelling of antimilitarism. Antimilitarisms, plural of antimilitarism. Antimilitarist, opposed to militarism. Antimilitaristic, opposing militarism. Antimilitarists, plural of antimilitarists. Antimilitary, opposed to the military or to military activities. Antimilitia, opposing or forbidding militias. Anti-milk, opposing milk. Antimimetic, opposing or avoiding mimesis, not mimicking. Antimine, countering or opposing mines, explosive devices. Antimineralization, alternative form of antimineralization. Antimineralization, that counters mineralization. Antimineralocorticoid, a diuretic drug that antagonizes the action of aldosterone and mineralocorticoid receptors, typically used to manage chronic heart failure. Antimineralocorticoids, plural of antimineralocorticoid. Antimining, opposing mining commercial excavation. Antiministerial, opposed to government ministers or ministries. Antiministerialists, someone opposed to government ministers or ministries. Antiministerialists, plural of antiministerialists. Antiminority, opposing an ethnic minority or ethnic minorities in general. Antimens, a rectangular piece of linen or silk, usually decorated with religious emblems and inscriptions. inscriptions and containing a small relic of a martyr. Antimensia, plural of antimension. Antimension, alternative form of antimens. Antimensions, plural of antimension. Antimere, any agent that counters microRNA activity. Antimirror, an antisymmetric operation, the operation of reflection combined with a reversal of some sort such as color, time, size, etc., the reflection of opposites. Antimirror neuron, a neuron that fires when someone performs an action and reduces its firing when that person observes another performing the action, or vice versa. Antimirror neurons, plural of antimirror neuron. Antimirrors, plural of antimirror. Antimirrors, plural of antimirror. Antimiscarriage, that reduces the risk of miscarriage. Antimiscegenation, against mixing or blending, especially against the mixing or blending of races in marriage or breeding. Antimiscegenationists, one who favors antimiscegenation. Antimiscegenationists, plural of antimiscegenationists. Antimiscegenist, one who favors antimiscegenation. Antimiscegenist, plural of antimiscegenist. Antimisogynist, opposed to misogyny, serving to prevent misogyny. Antimisogynistic, opposing or countering misogyny. Antimisogynists, plural of antimisogynists. Antimisogyny, opposing or countering misogyny. Antimissile, designed to intercept and destroy another missile in flight. Antimissiles, plural of antimissile. Antimission, opposing a religious mission. Antimissionaries, plural of antimissionary. Antimissionary, opposing religious missionaries. Antimissioner, an opponent of religious missions. Antimissioners, plural of antimissioner. Antimisting, preventing misting of, for example, kerosene fuel. Antimitochondria, alternative form of antimitochondrial. Antimitochondrial, that bend/react with antigens associated with mitochondria. Antimitogenic, inhibiting mitosis. Antimitorybosomal, that disrupts the functioning of mitoribosomes. Antimitosis, inhibition of mitosis. Antimitotic, preventing or disrupting mitosis. Antimitotics, plural of antimitotic. Antimixing, preventing or opposing mixing. Antimonic, hard to remember, often intentionally so. Antimov, opposing the actions of a mob. Antimodal, relating to an antimode. Antimode, a local minimum on a graph. Antimodel, somebody or something that serves as the opposite of a model representing what one does not want to be or achieve. Antimodels, plural of antimodel. Antimodern, opposed to modernity or modernization. Antimodernism, a movement that opposes modernism. Antimodernisms, plural of antimodernism. Antimodernists, opposing modernism. Antimodernists, plural of antimodernists. Antimodernity, opposition to modernity. Antimodernization, opposition to modernization. Antimoderns, plural of antimodern. Antimodes, plural of antimode. Antimodular, opposing or rejecting a modular approach. Antimoisture, preventing or countering moisture. Antimulb, alternative form of antimole, antimolecular, relating to or made up of antimolecules. Antimolecule, any molecule composed of antiatoms. Antimolecules, plural of antimolecule. Antimonarchal, alternative form of antimonarchical. Antimonarchio, alternative form of antimonarchical. Antimonarchic, opposing monarchy. Antimonarchical, opposing the concept of monarchy, ruled by a single person. Antimonarchically, in opposition to the monarchy. Antimonarchicalness, the state or quality of being antimonarchical. Antimonarchism, alternative form of anti-monarchism. Antimonarchist, one who is opposed to monarchy. Antimonarchists, plural of antimonarchists. Antimonarchy, a stance against monarchy. Antimonastic, opposing monks or monasteries. Antimonate, any salt or ester of antimonic acid, the ion SbO3. Antimonates, plural of antimonate. Antimonation, containing antimonate anions. Antimonine, an allotrope of antimony that has an almost two-dimensional structure similar to graphene. Antimony, opposing the concept of money. Antimongoloid, relating to a slant of the eyes associated with certain conditions opposite to that seen in Down syndrome. Antimoniacal, pertaining to antimony. Antimobial, of or pertaining to antimony. Antimonial powder, a preparation of 1 part oxide of antimony and 2 parts phosphate of calcium. Antimonial powders, plural of antimonial powder. Antimonials, plural of antimonial. Antimonian, containing pentavalent antimony cations. Antimoniate, the anion of pentavalent antimony SbOH, or any salt containing this anion. It is most commonly encountered as a complex in the drug mebulamine antimoniate. Antimoniated, combined or prepared with antimony. Antimoniates, plural of antimoniate. Antimony, of or containing antimony. Antimonic acid, the antimony of acid H, the SbFr. Antimonide, archaic form of antimonide. Antimonide, any compound of antimony with more electropositive elements. Antimonides, plural of antimonide. Antimonids, plural of antimonid. Antimonies, plural of antimony. Antimoniferous, containing or producing antimony. Antimonin, an organometallic heterocyclic compound formerly derived from benzene by substituting 1 carbon and hydrogen atom with antimony. Antimonins, plural of antimonin. Antimonious, of or containing antimony. Antimoniste, opposed to monism. Antimonite, a gray mineral, antimony sulfide Sp2S that is the main source of antimony, stibnite. Antimonites, plural of antimonite. Antimonium, obsolete form of antimony. Antimoniurate, an antimonide. Antimoniurates, plural of antimoniurate. Antimoniurated, combined with or containing antimony. Antimoniurated hydrogen. Stebine, antimonkey, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in monkeys. Antimonoan, containing trivalent antimony cations. Antimonoclonal, that counters monoclonal antibodies. Antimonogamy, opposing monogamy. Antimonopole, a monopole of opposite polarity to another. Antimonopoles, plural of antimonopole. Antimonopolism, opposition to monopolies. Antimonopolist, one who opposes monopolies. Antimonopolistic, opposing monopolies. Antimonopolists, plural of antimonopolists. Antimonopoly, usually with respect to laws or policies in opposition to the creation or continuance of a monopoly. Antimonotone, order reversing. Antimonotonic, synonym of antimonotone. Antimmonotonically, in an antimonotonic manner. Antimonotonicity, the condition of being antimonotonic. Antimonous, alternative form of antimonious. Antimonpeucite, a monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, silver, and sulfur. Antimonsolite, an orthorhombic sulfosalt mineral containing antimony and selenium. Antimonsoon, the upper contrary moving current of the atmosphere over a monsoon. Antimonsoons, plural of antimonsoon. Etymony, a chemical element symbol Sb from Latin stibium with an atomic number of 51 in its stable allotrope, a lustrous gray and very brittle metal. Antimony pentoxide, an oxide compound of antimony with the chemical formula Sb2O5. Antimony sulfide, alternative form of antimony sulfide. Antimony sulfide, antimony trisulfide Sb2S3, a very toxic compound of antimony and sulfur used for the eyeshadow kohl and for making opal glass in antiquity, naturally occurring as stibnite. Antimony trichloride, a soft, colorless solid, SbCl3, that has some use as an analytical reagent. Antimony white, antimony toyasai. Antimony yellow, synonym of Naples yellow. Antimonyl, either the radical SbO or the cation SbO plus containing antimony and oxygen. Antimonogluconate, a gluconate of antimony and another metal. Antimonogluconates, plural of antimonogluconate. Antimonyls, plural of antimonyl. Antimonyl tartrate, a tartrate of antimony and another metal. Antimonyl tartrates, plural of antimonyl tartrate. Antimoon, the hypothetical analog of the moon revolving around the anti-Earth. Antimoons, plural of antimoon. Antimoose, countering moose. Antimoral, opposing or countering moral behavior. Antimoralism, opposition to moralism. Antimoralist, one who opposes moralism. Antimoralistic, opposing moralism. Antimoralists, plural of antimoralists. Antimorality, opposition to morality. Antimorph, a gain-of-function mutation that acts in opposition to the normal gene's function. Antimorphic, that antagonizes the normal gene's function. Antimorphism, an isomorphism of a mathematical object or system of objects such that the image of a product of two values is the same as the product of the images of the two values in reverse order. Antimorphisms, plural of antimorphism. Antimorphogenetic, that counters morphogenesis. Antimorphs, plural of antimorph. Antimortar, counteracting mortars. Antimocin, a material containing trivalent antimony that is used in the treatment of trypanosomiasis. Anti-mosque, opposed to the mosque against Muslim institutions. Anti-mosquito, countering mosquitoes. Anti-mother, a mother whose behavior is the opposite of that socially expected of mothers. Anti-mothers, plural of anti-mother. Anti-motif, a pattern in a nucleotide or amino acid sequence that appears less often than chance would predict and is conjectured to have biological significance. Antimotifs, plural of antimotif. Antimotility, reducing gastrointestinal motility in the treatment of diarrhea. Antimotivation, active rejection of something towards which one should be motivated. Antimotivational, reducing or countering motivation. Antimotorist, one who opposes the use of motor vehicles. Antimotorists, plural of antimotorists. Anti-mold, countering mold. Antifungal. Anti-mouse, describing an antibody resident in a human or other animal that reacts with any antigen found in and with some relevant degree of specificity to mice. Anti-movement, a social or political movement that opposes something specific. Anti-movements, plural of anti-movement. Anti-mugging, opposing or countering the crime of mugging. Anti-malarian, alternative form of anti-malarian. Anti-malaria, alternative form of anti-malarian. Anti-multicultural, opposing multiculturalism. Anti-multiculturalism, opposition to multiculturalism. Anti-mumps, working against mumps. Anti-municipal, opposing a municipality. Anti-muon, a positively charged particle, the antiparticle corresponding to a muon. Antimuon neutrino, an antileptonic elementary particle that is the antiparticle of a muon neutrino. Antimuon neutrinos, plural of antimuon neutrino. Antimuonium, the antimatter form of muonium. Antimuons, plural of antimuon. Anti-murder, opposing murder. Antimurine, reacting with the immunoglobulins found in murine animals. Antimuscarinic, that disrupts the action of muscarinic acetylcholine receptors and slash or of muscarine itself in the nervous system. Antimuscarinics, plural of antimuscarinic. Antimuseum, opposing museums. Anti-music, any form of music that defies convention to such a degree that some people would not recognize it as musical. Anti-musical, opposing or countering music. Anti-musics, plural of anti-music. Anti-Muslim, alternative form of anti-Muslim. Anti-Muslimism, rare form of anti-Muslimism. Anti-mutagen, an agent which counteracts one or more mutagens. Anti-mutagenesis, the suppression of mutagenesis. Anti-mutagenic, serving to counter a mutagen. Anti-mutagenicity, the quality of being anti-mutagenic. Anti-mutagenics, plural of anti-mutagenic. Anti-mutagens, plural of anti-mutagen. Anti-mutant, opposing mutants. Anti-mutation, preventing or opposing mutation. Anti-mutator, a strain of bacteria that has a reduced rate of mutation when compared to the wild strain. Anti-mutators, plural of anti-mutator. Anti-mutiny, opposing mutiny. Anti-myasthenic, that counters the effect of myasthenia. Antimycin, any of several lactone antibiotics, some of which are used for controlling fungi in fish farms. Antimycins, plural of antimycin. Antimycobacterial, that counteracts the effects of mycobacteria. Antimycobacterials, plural of antimycobacterial. Antimicrogram, a laboratory procedure in which samples of the fungus are treated with a variety of antimycotics. Antimicrograms, plural of antimycogram. Antimycoplasma, antibacterial against mycoplasma. Antimycoplasmal, antibacterial against mycoplasma. Antimycoplasmic, that counters the effects of mycoplasma. Antimycotic, that inhibits the growth of fungi. Antimycotics, plural of antimycotic. Antimycotoxigenic, that stops the action of mycotoxins. Antimyeloma, that destroys or counteracts the effects of myelomas. Antimyeloperoxidase, that counters the effects of myeloperoxidase. Antineoplane, preventing myoclonus. Antineophonia, countering myotonia. Antimetony, that counters myotonia. Antimetase, that counters the action of amethicin. Antimyth, a belief or system that opposes a myth or myths. Antimythic, synonym of antimythical. Antimythical, opposing a myth or myths. Antimyth, plural of antimyth. Antinapalm, opposing the use of napalm. Antinarcotic, opposing or countering narcotics. Antinarcotics, intended to combat narcotics trade or production. Antinarrative, a narrative as of a play or novel that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of the narrative, such as a coherent plot and resolution. Antinarrative, plural of antinarrative. Antinatal, opposing childbirth. Antinatalism, a philosophical view that deems procreation as immoral. Antinatalists, a supporter of antinatalism. Antinatalists, plural of antinatalists. Antinational, opposed to one's own nation, unpatriotic. Antinationalism, opposition to nationalism. Antinationalisms, plural of antinationalism. Antinationalists, of, pertaining to, or supporting antinationalism. Antinationalistic, opposing nationalism. Antinationalists, plural of antinationalists. Antinationality, opposing a nationality. Antinationalization, opposing nationalization. Antinativism, opposition to nativism. Antinativists, opposing nativism. Antinativists, plural of antinativists. Antinatriuresis, a decrease in the amount of sodium in the urine. Antinatriuretic, that lowers the amount of sodium in the urine. Antinatural, contrary to nature. Antinaturalism, the view that the natural world and the social world are different, related to antipositivism. Antinaturalisms, plural of antinaturalism. Antinaturalists, opposing or rejecting naturalism. Antinaturalistic, of or relating to antinaturalism, opposing naturalism. Antinaturalists, plural of antinaturalists. Antinature, opposing or destructive to nature, particularly in its sense as the material world and its non-human inhabitants. Antinopathe, that counters nopathia. Antinopathics, plural of antinopathe. Antinausea, intended to prevent or combat nausea. Antinauseant, any drug that counteracts nausea. Antinauseants, plural of antinauseant. Antinaval, opposing a navy. Antinavy, opposing a navy or navies. Antinecessitarian, opposing a necessitarian viewpoint. Antinecrosis, alternative form of antinecrotic. Antinecrotic, that counters necrosis. Antinegro, opposing Negroes. Antinegroism, a prejudice against black people. Antinematicidal, that counters the action of a nematicide, but see the usage notes section. Antinematicidal, alternative form of antinematicidal. Antinematodal, serving to prevent or counteract nematodes. Antinematode, serving to prevent or counteract nematodes. Ateneoplasm, synonym of antineoplastic. Ateneoplaste, inhibiting the development of tumors. Ateneoplasticity, the quality or state of being ateneoplastic. Ateneoplastics, plural of antineoplaste. Ateneoplastin, any of a group of peptides and other compounds used in a controversial, unproven therapy against cancer. Ateneoblastins, plural of antineoplastin. Ateneovascular, that counters neovascularization. Antinephritic, counteracting or deemed of use in diseases of the kidneys. Antinephritics, plural of antinephritic. Antinephrotoxic, that counters nephrotoxicity. Antinepotism, opposing or preventing nepotism. Antinepotistic, opposing or preventing nepotism. Antineural, synonym of antineuronal. Antineuralgic, counteracting neuralgia. Antineuralgics, plural of antineuralgic. Antineurominidase, that generates an immune reaction to neuraminidase. Antineuritic, preventing or acting against neuritis. Antineurogenerative, that counters neurogeneration. Antineurogenesis, synonym of antineurogenic. Antineurogenic, that counters any neurogenic effect. Antineuroinflammatory, that counters inflammation of the central nervous system. Antineuron, alternative form of antineuronal. Antineuronal, acting against neurons. Antineuropathic, that counters neuropathy. Antineurotic, that counters neurosis. Antineurotics, plural of antineurotic. Antineurotoxin, any substance, especially antibody, that counters the effect of a neurotoxin. Antineurotoxins, plural of antineurotoxin. Antineutral, opposing a policy of neutrality. Antineutralino, the antiparticle of a neutralino. Antineutralinos, plural of antineutralino. Antineutrality, opposing a policy of neutrality. Antideutrino, the antiparticle of the neutrino. Antideutrinos, plural of antineutrino. Antineutron, the antiparticle corresponding to a neutron. Antineutrons, plural of antineutron. Antineutrophil, that has staining characteristics that are opposite of neutrophils. Antineutrophilic, acting against neutrophils. Anti-inflammatory. Misspelling of anti-inflammatory. Etting. The practice of some birds of rubbing live ants or occasionally other items into the feathers, possibly as a means of controlling parasites. Anting. A Filipino amulet or talisman. Antings. Plural of anting. Antinicotine. Opposing or countering nicotine. Antinicotinic. That inhibits the actions of nicotine and nicotine-like agents on the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors. Antinicotinics. Plural of antinicotinic. Antinayer. Opposing black people. Antinihilism. Opposition to nihilism. Antinihilists. One who opposes nihilism. Antinihilistic. Opposing nihilism. Antinihilists. Plural of antinihilists. Antinitrative. That counters nitration. Antinitrogen. The theoretical antimatter form of nitrogen. Antinitrositive. That counters nitrosylation. Antinome. Of or pertaining to antinous. Antinobilism. Opposition to the nobility. Antinobility. Opposing the nobility. Antinoble. Opposing the nobility. Antinocisption. Reduced sensitivity to pain. Antinocisptions. Plural of antinocisption. Antinocisptive. That inhibits nocisption, the sensation of pain. Antinocisptives. Plural of antinocisptive. Antinoble. Of, pertaining to, or located at an antinode. Antinode. A region of maximum amplitude situated between adjacent nodes of a vibrating body, such as a string. Antinodes. Plural of antinode. Antinoise. Intended to reduce environmental noise. Antinoises. Plural of antinoise. Antinome. Synonym of antinomy. Antinose. Plural of antinome. Antinomio. Synonym of antinomic. Antinomian. One who embraces, encourages, or practices antinomianism. Antinomianism. The belief or teaching that because only the spiritual law of faith Romans 3:27 is essential for salvation, obedience to any practical or moral law has no role to play, even as a guide to conduct or as a test of the genuineness of faith. Antinomianisms. Plural of antinomianism. Antinomians. Plural of antinomian. Antinomic. Exhibiting or pertaining to antinomy, contradictory. Antinomical. Alternative form of antinomic. Antinomically. In an antinomic manner, in a contradictory manner. Antinomies. Plural of antinomy. Antinominalism. A doctrine that is counter to nominalism. Antinominalists. A supporter of the philosophy of antinominalism. Antinominalists. Plural of antinominalists. Antinomism. Synonym of antinomianism. Antinomous. An antinomian. Antinomistic. Of or pertaining to antinomianism. Antinomists. Plural of antinomus. Antinomy. A contradiction within a law or between different laws. Also, a contradiction between authorities. Antinormal. antagonistic to or causing deviations from that which is considered normal. Antinormality, the quality of the antinormal. Antinormally, in an antinormal manner, contrary to normality. Antinormals, plural of antinormal. Antinormative, opposing or countering what is normative. Antinormativity, quality of being antinormative. Antinous, a Bithynian Greek youth and lover of Roman Emperor Hadrian. Antinouses, plural of antinous. Antinovel, a novel that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of the novel, such as a coherent plot and protagonist. Antinovelist, a writer of antinovels. Antinovelistic, of or relating to an antinovel. Antinovelists, plural of antinovelists. Antinovels, plural of antinovel. Antinuclear, opposed to the production or use of nuclear weapons or opposed to the generation of electricity from nuclear power. Antinuclearism, opposition to nuclear weapons. Antinuclearist, one who is opposed to nuclear weapons. Antinuclearists, plural of antinuclearists. Antinucleating, that prevent nucleation. Antinucleate, plural of antinucleus. Antinucleolar, that reacts with nucleols. Antinuclei, the antithetical of a nucleon. Antinucleani, relating to antinucleans. Antinucleans, plural of antinuclean. Antinucleoprotein, that makes an immune response to nucleoproteins. Antinuclease, an antibody that targets nucleosides. Antinucleosides, plural of antinucleaceae. Antinucleosomal, that generates an immune reaction with nucleosomy. Antinucleosome, an antinucleosomal antibody. Antinucleosomes, plural of antinucleosome. Antinucleati, an antibody that targets nucleotides. Antinucleotides, plural of antinucleoti. Antinucleas, the nucleus of an atom. Antinudism, prohibiting or opposing nudism. Antinudus, prohibiting or opposing nudism. Antinudity, prohibiting or restricting public nudity. Antinuisance, preventing or countering nuisance. Antidote, opposed to nuclear weapons. Antinuker, one who is opposed to nuclear weapons. Antinukers, plural of antinuker. Antinukes, plural of antinuke. Antinutrient, any substance that interferes with the absorption or metabolism of a nutrient. Antinutrients, plural of antinutrient. Antinutritional, of or pertaining to an antinutrient. Antinutritious, interfering with the absorption or metabolism of a nutrient. Antinutritive, antinutritional. Antinutritives, plural of antinutritive. Ioeth, synonym of anti-obesity serving to counter obesity. Anti-obesity, serving to counter obesity. Anti-obesogenic, countering the onset of obesity. Obscenity, serving to counter obscenity. Obsessive, that counters the effects of obsession. And the obstructive, that counters obstruction. And the occupation, opposed to a particular military occupation. And ancient name of Antakya, a city in southeastern Turkey, formerly the capital of the ancient Seleucid Empire and the Crusader Principality of Antioch and a major port of the Roman and Byzantine empires. Ediakonyoans, synonym of Antakya, an ancient city located in Asia Minor. Adetin, alternative form of Antiochian. Adetins, plural of Antiochian. Adagin, synonym of Antiochian of or pertaining to ancient Antioch. Adiagines, plural of Antiochian. Adiakie, synonym of Antioch, various former cities in Southwest Asia. Antiochian, of or pertaining to ancient Antioch. Antiochian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Antiochianism, a school of theology in the 4th and 5th centuries which spread over the whole Greco-Syrian church and was a revolt against the allegorical interpretation of scripture favored by the Alexandrian school. Antiochians, plural of Antiochian. Antiochrotoxygeny, that counters ochratoxygenic fungi. Adeches, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1F00 nu tau iota omicron chi omicron sigma Antiochos, notably born by the 13 kings of the Seleucid dynasty. Antiodentalgia, countering toothache. Antiodentalgics, plural of antiodentalgic. Edema, that reduces the effects of an edema. Edematus, alternative form of antiedematus. Antiestrogenic, alternative form of antiestrogen. Antiestrogenic, that counters the effects of estrogen. Antiestrogens, plural of antiestrogen. Antiofficial, opposing what is official. Antiiose, a particular steroid glycoside. At the omega, the omega hyperins antiparticle. At the omegas, plural of anti-omega. At the anchocircle, that counters worms of the genus Anchocirca or the disease Anchocirciasis. Antioncogene, any gene that suppresses the formation of tumors. Antioncogenes, plural of antioncogene. Antioncogenetic, inhibiting oncogenesis. Antioncogenic, inhibiting the formation of tumors. Eumesi, inhibiting the activity of emesis. Nadiope, a main belt asteroid. Atheopomus, of birds, having a zygodactylous foot with one tendon to flex the third toe and another trifurcate tendon to flex the first, second, and fourth toes. Adeopera, an opera dramatical production that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of the opera. Adeoperas, plural of antiopera. Adeophidian, that counters snakebite. Adeophide, countering snakebite. Adeophe, counteracting an opiate. Adeopate, plural of an opiate. Adeopium, opposing the drug opium. Adeopiumist, one who opposes the use of the drug opium. Adeopiumists, plural of antiopiumists. Opposition, opposing a political opposition. Antioppression, opposing or countering oppression. Antioppressive, opposing or countering oppression. Adiaptinist, one who rejects optimism. Adiaptimists, plural of anti-optimists. Adaption, opposing options. Adaptionist, one who opposes options. Adaptionists, plural of anti-optionists. Antioquenian, a native or resident of Antioquia in Colombia. Antioquenians, plural of Antioquenian. Antioquia, a department of Colombia. Antiardinans, opposing ordinance. Anti-organic, opposing what is organic. Anti-organization, acting against or opposed to an organization. Anti-organizational, alternative form of anti-organizational. Anti-orgastic, allaying sexual excitement, sedative. Anti, perpendicular to an orthodox axis. Anti-orthodox, opposing what is orthodox. Anti-orthodox virus, that counters the effect of orthodox viruses. Anti-orthostatic, that hinders orthostasis. Anti-assay, a particular steroid glycoside. Anti-osteoarthritis, countering osteoarthritis. Anti-osteoclastogeny, that prevents the formation of osteoclasts. Anti-osteogeny, inhibiting osteogenesis. Anti-osteoporosis, countering osteoporosis. Anti-osteoporosis, countering osteoporosis. Anti-osteoporosis, plural of anti-osteoporotic. Anti-ovine, that counters an ovine condition. Antiavalent, synonym of anavalent. Antiavalence, plural of antiavalent. Ownership, opposing the ownership of goods, etc. Antioxidant, any substance that slows or prevents the oxidation of another chemical. Antioxidants, plural of antioxidant. Antioxidase, any enzyme that reduces the effects of an oxidase and counters oxidative stress. Antioxidases, plural of antioxidase. Antioxidating, antioxidation. Antioxidation, the action of an antioxidant. Antioxidative, that functions as an antioxidant. Antioxidatively, in an antioxidative manner. Antioxidase, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antioxidize. Antioxidase, simple past and past participle of antioxidize. Antioxidases, third person singular simple present indicative of antioxidize. Antioxidizing, present participle and gerund of antioxidize. Antioxidizability, the condition of being antioxidizable. Antioxidizable, able to prevent being oxidized. Antioxidase are informal to subject to the action of antioxidants. Antioxidase, simple past and past participle of antioxidize. Antioxidizer, any substance that prevents oxidation. Antioxidizers, plural of antioxidizer. Antioxidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antioxidize. Antioxidizing, present participle and gerund of antioxidize. Antioxidant, antioxidant. Antioxygenation, prevention of oxygenation. Antioxygenic, antioxidant. Antioxidase, countering uterine contractions, thus delaying childbirth. Antioxidasics, plural of antioxidase. Antioxidant, countering the hormone oxytocin. Antioxidant, any chemical compound that prevents or slows down the degradation of material by ozone gas in the air. Antioxidants, plural of antioxidant. Ioza, alternative form of antiozone. Iozones, plural of antiozone. Antipacifism, opposition to pacifism. Antipacifists, opposing pacifism. Antipacifists, plural of antipacifists. Antipacket, a record indicating that a previously transmitted packet of data was successfully received and preventing it from being sent again to the same recipient. Antipackets, plural of antipacket. Antipedabaptism, opposition to the baptism of infants. Antipedabaptist, someone opposed to the practice of infant baptism. Antipedabaptists, plural of antipedabaptist. Antipedophile, opposing pedophiles. Antipain, preventing or counteracting pain, analgesic. Antipairing, characterized by a decrease in pairing correlations. Antipalindromic, being equivalent to the object whose constituents or parameters are reversed in order and mapped by some involution, particularly the inversion operator of a quasi-group. Antipaludic, antimalayal. Antipamisol, misspelling of adipamsol. Antipandemic, countering or preventing a pandemic. Antipangal, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Antipanic, countering panic. Antipapacy, antipapism, the office or reign of an antipope. Antipapal, characterized by opposition to the pope. Antipapalism, synonym of antipapism. Antipapalist, synonym of antipapist. Antipapalists, plural of antipapalists. Antipaparazzi, opposing or countering paparazzi. Antipapism, opposition of the pope or his faction. Antipapist, one who subscribes to antipapism. Antipapistic, antipapist. Antipapistical, antipapists. Antipapists, plural of antipapists. Antiparachute, opposing parachutes or parachutists. Antiparade, opposing or forbidding parades. Antiparallel, of vectors parallel but in opposite directions. Antiparallely, in an antiparallel manner. Antiparallelogram, a quadrilateral in which the pairs of non-adjacent sides are congruent, but in which two opposite sides intersect and are therefore not parallel. Antiparallelograms, plural of antiparallelogram. Antiparallels, plural of antiparallel. Antiparalytic, acting against paralysis. Antiparalytics, plural of antiparalytic. Antiparamilitary, opposing a paramilitary. Antiparasite, countering parasites. Antiparasitic, that counters infection by parasites. Antiparasitical, alternative form of antiparasitic. Antiparasitics, plural of antiparasitic. Antiparasitological, antiparasitic. Antiparathyroid, counteracting the parathyroid. Antiparietal, that affect the proper functioning of the parietal cells. Antipark, opposing the construction of a park. Antiparkinson, alternative form of antiparkinsonian. Antiparkinsonian, any drug used to treat Parkinson's disease. Antiparkinsonians, plural of antiparkinsonian. Antiparkinsons, plural of antiparkinson. Antiparliament, opposing a parliament. Antiparliamentarian, opposing parliament or ruled by parliament. Antiparliamentarianism, the opposition to parliament and government by parliament. Antiparliamentarians, plural of antiparliamentarian. Antiparliamentaris, synonym of antiparliamentarian. Antiparlamentarists, plural of antiparlamentarists. Antiparliamentary, opposing parliament. Antiparliaments, plural of antiparliament. Antiparos, an island of the Cyclades, Greece. Antiparticipation, opposing participation. Antiparticle, a subatomic particle corresponding to another particle with the same mass, spin, and mean lifetime but with charge, parity, strangeness, and other quantum numbers flipped in sign. A particle that has a reversed world line to another. Antiparticles, plural of antiparticle. Antiparticularism, a stance that critiques or rejects the emphasis on particular, individual cases or instances in understanding a concept or issue, advocating for the importance of general principles. Antiparticularists, a supporter or advocate of antiparticularism. Antiparticularists, plural of antiparticularists. Antiparties, plural of antiparty. Antipartisan, opposing partisans or partisanship. Antipartner, the antiparticle of a specific particle. Antipartners, plural of antipartner. Antiparton, the antiparticle of a parton. Antipartons, plural of antiparton. Antiparty, opposing a particular political party. Antipartyism, opposition to a party or faction. Antipas, Herod Antipas, tetrarch of the ancient Roman province of Judea, known for his roles in the executions of John the Baptist and Jesus of Nazareth. Antipasha, synonym of Quasimodo. Antipaspa, a security mechanism preventing an access card or similar device from being used to enter an area a second time without first leaving it so that the card cannot be passed back to a second person who wants to enter. Antipassive, relating to the antipassive voice. Antipassive voice, a verb voice found in some languages that omits or demotes the direct object of a transitive verb. Antipassives, plural of antipassive. Antipassivization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of antipassivization. Antipassivizations, plural of antipassivization. Antipassivize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of antipassivize. Antipassivize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of antipassivized. Antipassivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antipassivize. Antipassivizing, present participle and gerund of antipassivize. Antipassivization, the process by which a clause, word, etc. is converted into the antipassive voice. Antipassivizations, plural of antipassivization. Antipassivize, to convert a clause, word, etc. into the antipassive voice. Antipassivize, that has been converted into the antipassive voice. Antipassivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antipassivize. Antipassivizing, present participle and gerund of antipassivize. Antipasta, misspelling of antipasto. Antipasti, plural of antipasto. Antipasto, an Italian starter for a meal, normally a cold assortment of salami, cheese, seafood, and vegetables. Antipastoral, eschewing pastoral literary themes and conventions. Antipastorals, plural of antipastoral. Antipastos, plural of antipasto. Antipata, opposing patents legal claims to inventions or the nature of current patent law. Antipater, a Macedonian general in the time of Alexander the Great. Antipaternal, pertaining to an immune response against the father. Antipaternalistic, opposing paternalism. Antipatharian, any black coral of the order Antipatheria. Antipatharians, plural of Antipatharian. Antipatharian, misspelling of Antipatharian. Antipathetic, having or showing a strong aversion or repugnance. Antipathical, synonym of antipathetic with antipathy. Antipathetically, in an antipathetic fashion. Antipatheticalness, the state or quality of being antipathetical. Antipathy, characterized by antipathy. Antipathical, synonym of antipathic. Antipathically, in an antipathic manner through an antipathical fashion. Antipathy, any coral in the family. Antipathidae, antipathids, plural of antipathid. Antipathies, plural of antipathy. And ipathize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antipathize. Antipathize, simple past and past participle of antipathize. Antipathizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antipathize. Antipathizing, present participle and gerund of antipathize. Antipathis, an enemy or opponent. Antipathis, plural of antipathis. Antipathize, to feel or show antipathy. Antipathize, simple past and past participle of antipathize. Antipathizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antipathize. Antipathizing, present participle and gerund of antipathize. Antipathogen, any drug that counters the effects of a pathogen. Antipathogenic, that acts against pathogens. Antipathogens, plural of antipathogen. Antipathological, that counters disease. Antipathis, synonym of antipathic. Antipathy, often followed by against, between, for, or to. A deep feeling of dislike or repugnance, normally towards a person and less often towards a thing, often without any conscious reasoning. Aversion, distaste, hostility, countable an instance of this. Antipatico, unpleasant, odious, unsympathetic, harsh, of person crabby. Antipateico, opposing the patriarchy. Antipatriarchally, in an antipatriarchal way. Antipatriarchal, alternative form of antipatriarchal. Antipatriarchy, opposing the patriarchy. Antipatia, one who shuns or opposes patriotism, an unpatriotic person. Antipatriotic, opposing patriotism. Antipatriotism, opposition to patriotism. Antipatrius, plural of antipatria. Antipatronage, opposing or seeking to prohibit political patronage. Antipattern, a design pattern that may be commonly used but is ineffective or counterproductive in practice. Antipatterns, plural of antipattern. Antipeace, opposed to peace, belligerent, warlike. Antipeasant, opposing peasants. Antipedagogic, opposing or contrary to pedagogy. Antipedagogy, opposition to pedagogy. Antipeddling, prohibiting or restricting peddling. Antipedobaptism, alternative form of anti-pedobaptism. Antipedobaptist, alternative form of antipedobaptist. Antipedobaptist, plural of antipedobaptist. Antipedophile, alternative spelling of antipedophile. Antipelagra, that prevents the onset of pellagra. Antipelagric, preventing or countering pellagra. Antipeonage, opposing peonage. Antipeople, opposed to the interests of the people. Antipeptide, that produces an immune response to a specific peptide sequence. Antipeptone, a product of gastric and pancreatic digestion, differing from hemiptone in not being decomposed by the continued action of pancreatic juice. Antipeptones, plural of antipeptone. Antipercolation, synonym of AB percolation. Antiperestroika, opposing perestroika. Antiperformance, opposing or taking a negative view of the performing arts. Antiparanuclear, that is counter to a given paranuclear material. Antipyretic, preventing the regular occurrence of symptoms. Antiperiodicity, a generalization of periodicity such that fx plus p equals minus fx for all x in some function f. Antiperiodics, plural of antiperiodic. Antiperiplanar, describing a torsion angle between 150 degrees and 180 degrees. Antiperistalsis, plural of antiperistalsis. Antiperistalsis, reversed peristalsis. Antiperistaltic, of or relating to antiperistalsis. Antiperistaltics, plural of antiperistaltic. Antiperistasis, plural of antiperistases. Antiperistases, the heightening of the force of an opposing process. Antiperistatic, pertaining to antiperistases. Antiperistatical, pertaining to antiperistases. Antipermeability, that counters cellular permeability. Antipernicious, that counters a pernicious disease. Antiperovskite, any crystal with a structure based on a perovskite, but with the cations replaced by anions and vice versa. Antiperovskites, plural of antiperovskite. Antiperoxidant, synonym of antiperoxidative. Antiperoxidase, that counters the effect of peroxidase. Antiperoxidative, that counters peroxidation. Antipersecution, opposing persecution. Antipersistence, the condition of being antipersistent. Antipersistent, describing a stochastic process that has a negative correlation between its increments. Antipersister, describing an antibiotic that targets organisms that are tolerant to normal antibiotics. Antiperson, somebody who is not a person or not accepted as a person or who violates the conventions of personhood. Antipersonnel, designed to kill soldiers. Antipersons, plural of antiperson. Antiperspirant, a substance used to minimize sweating or perspiration and usually applied to the underarm area. Antiperspirants, plural of antiperspirant. Antiperthite, a perthite having sodic feldspar as the dominant phase. Antiperthites, plural of antiperthite. Antiperthitic, relating to an antiperthite. Antipertussive, that counters whooping cough. Antipertussives, plural of antipertussive. Antibas, serving to counter or eliminate pests. Antipesticide, opposing the use of pesticides. Antipestilential, preventing or acting as a remedy against bubonic plague or other infectious diseases. Antipestilentials, plural of antipestilential. Antipet, opposed to pets. Antipetalous, alternative form of antipetalous. Antipetroleum, opposing petroleum are the industrial activities associated with its production. Antiphage, that counters a viral phage. Antiphagocytic, impeding or preventing the action of phagocytes or the occurrence of phagocytosis. Antiphagocytically, in an antiphagocytic manner. Antiphagocytosis, synonym of antiphagocytic. Antiphallic, opposing the phallic. Antipharisaic, opposing the Pharisees. Antipharmacophore, that inhibits the action of pharmacophores. Antipharme, serving as an antidote. Antiphase, a difference in phase of two waves of 180 degrees. Antiphases, plural of antiphase. Antiphasic, that acts to suppress the effects of phase changes. Antiphasically, in an antiphasic manner. Antiphasing, the production of an antiphase boundary. Antiphenyloxidase, that disrupts phenyloxidase activity. Antipheromone, any compound that inhibits the action of a pheromone. Antipheromones, plural of antipheromone. Antiphilosopher, a philosopher who practices antiphilosophy. Antiphilosophers, plural of antiphilosopher. Antiphilosophic, synonym of antiphilosophical. Antiphilosophical, opposing philosophy. Antiphilosophies, plural of antiphilosophy. Antiphilosophy, an anti-theoretical metaphilosophy critical of a priori justification aiming to dissolve misconceptions that traditional philosophy makes. Antiphishing, opposing or countering phishing. Antiphlogiston, someone who opposes phlogiston theory. Antiphlogistogens, plural of antiphlogiston. Antiphlogistic, counteracting inflammation. Antiphlogistics, plural of antiphlogistic. Antiphlogistin, a particular rubefacient. Antiphlogiston, opposed to the phlogiston hypothesis. Antiphobia, counteracting a phobia. Anthevon, an ancient Greek sophist who wrote several philosophical treatises 480-411 BC. Antiphonal, a book of antiphons or anthems sung or chanted at a liturgy, an antiphonary or antiphoner. Antiphonally, in an antiphonal manner, in the manner of an antiphon. Antiphonals, plural of antiphonal. Antiphonar, alternative form of antiphonary. Antiphonaries, plural of antiphonary. Antiphonars, plural of antiphonar. Antiphonary, an antiphonal. Antiphone, synonym of antiphon. Antiphoner, an antiphonal. Antiphoners, plural of antiphoner. Antiphones, plural of antiphone. Antiphonetic, going against the rules of phonetics. Not spelled according to the sound. Antiphony, having the presence of an antiphon between two choirs with a call and a response in song or in chant, usually in the form of a hymn or a psalm. Antiphonical, alternative form of antiphonic. Antiphonically, with antiphony. Antiphonies, plural of antiphony. Antiphons, plural of antiphon. Antiphony, alternate or responsive singing by a choir split into two parts, a piece sung or chanted in this manner. Antiphosphatase, a substance that creates an allergic response to phosphatase antibodies. Antiphosphatases, plural of antiphosphatase. Antiphospholipid, counteracting phospholipids applied to Hughes syndrome. Antiphospholipids, plural of antiphospholipid. Antiphosphorylated, bonding specifically to a phosphorylated antigen. Antiphosphosrine, that attacks phosphosrine groups. Antiphosphospecific, that counters phosphospecific antibodies. Antiphosphoionine, that binds to phosphoionine. Antiphosphatyrosine, that binds to phosphatyrosine. Antiphotino, the antiparticle of the photino. Antiphotinos, plural of antiphotino. Antiphotoaging, inhibiting photoaging. Antiphotocopying, preventing photocopying. Antiphoto-damage, inhibiting photodamage. Antiphotography, opposing or countering photography. Antiphoton, the antiparticle of a photon identical to a photon. Antiphotons, plural of antiphoton. Antiphrase, a word or phrase used in a sense that is different to its literal or usual meaning. Antiphrases, plural of antiphrases. Antiphrases, use of a word or phrase in a sense not in accord with its literal meaning, especially for ironic or humorous effect, especially use of an antonym with synonymic intent. Antiphrastic, of relating to or exhibiting antiphrases. Antiphrastical, antiphrastic, antiphrastically, by means of or in terms of antiphrases. Antiphthisic, relieving or curing phthises. Antiphthisical, relieving or curing phthises. Antiphthisics, plural of antiphthisic. Antiphyloxeric, destroying or countering the phylloxera insect. Antiphysical, contrary to nature, unnatural. Antiphytopathogenic, that counters phytopathogens. Antipick, designed to prevent lock picking. Antipicketing, against picketing. Antipickpocket, opposing or countering pickpockets. Antipay, describing an antibody resident in a human or other animal that reacts with the immunoglobulins found in pigs. Antipigeon, opposing or countering pigeons. Antipill, preventing or countering the formation of pills on fabric. Antipilling, preventing or countering the formation of pills on fabric. Antipimenidazole, that counters the effect of pimenidazole. Atidui, the antiparticle of a pian. Atiduans, plural of antipian. Antipiracy, acting to combat or prevent piracy. Antipirate, opposing or countering pirates. Antipirating, synonym of antipiracy. Antipyroplasmic, that counters parasites of the order Pyroplasmida. Antipitting, acting to prevent the formation of pits. Antiplacebo, the situation where somebody who expects an inert substance is given an active one instead. Antiplacebos, plural of antiplacebo. Antiplagiarism, opposing or preventing plagiarism. Antiplay, countering play. Antiplaintiff, opposing the plaintiff as in a legal trial. Antiplanarity, the quality of being antiplanar. Antiplane, being or pertaining to a special class of deformation where the displacements in the body are zero in the plane of interest but non-zero in the direction perpendicular to that plane. Antiplanet, a hypothetical planet composed of antimatter. Antiplanets, plural of antiplanet. Antiplant, designed to kill plants, herbicidal. Antipla, acting to prevent or remove plaque. Antiplasma, an antibody to plasma cell antigens. Antiplasmas, plural of antiplasma. Antiplasmin, a plasmin inhibitor. Antiplasmins, plural of antiplasmin. Antiplasmodial, that counters parasites of the genus Plasmodium. Antiplasmatic, synonym of antiplasmodial. Antiplasmatics, plural of antiplasmatic. Antiplasmodium, that suppresses the activity of Plasmodium parasites. Antiplastic, diminishing plasticity. Antiplasticization, the reduction of the plasticity of a polymer by the use of additives. Antiplasticizations, plural of antiplasticization. Antiplasticizer, any additive used in the process of antiplasticization. Antiplasticizers, plural of antiplasticizer. Antiplasticizing, that produces antiplasticization. Antiplastics, plural of antiplastic. Antiplatelet, working against or destroying blood platelets. Antiplatelets, plural of antiplatelet. Antiplay, a play dramatical production that deliberately avoids the typical conventions of the play, such as a coherent plot and resolution. Antiplays, plural of antiplay. Antipleasure, opposing pleasure. Antiplectic, that moves in the opposite direction to a group of synchronized waves. Antipledge, opposed to a particular pledge. Antipledges, plural of antipledge. Antipledging, the practice of prohibiting directors and executives from using company shares as collateral for personal loans. Antiplean, a region of negative departure from a norm. Antipleans, plural of antiplane. Antiplethoric, countering plethora of the blood. Antipleuritic, working against pleurisy. Antiplume, a void in the seafloor caused by subduction of an underlying plate. Antiplumes, plural of antiplume. Antipluming, preventing plum-colored distortion of prints. Antipluralism, opposition to sociological pluralism. Antipluralist, opposing sociological pluralism. Antipluralistic, opposing sociological pluralism. Antipluralists, plural of antipluralist. Antiplutocracy, opposing plutocracy. Antiplutocratic, opposing plutocracy. Antifluvial, combating or protecting one from the rain. Antipneumococcal, that counters Streptococcus pneumoniae pneumococcus infection. Antipneumococcic, acting against pneumococcus. Antipoaching, seeking to prevent or prohibit poaching. Antipodagric, that acts against gout. Antipodagrics, plural of antipodagric. Antipodal, on opposite sides of the globe, pertaining to antipodes. Antipodally, in an antipodal manner. Antipodals, plural of antipodal. Antipode, something directly opposite or diametrically opposed. Antipodian, diametrically opposed. Antipodians, plural of antipodian. Antipodes, the southern hemisphere. Antipodian, alternative form of antipodian. Antipodians, plural of antipodian. Antipodic, diametrically opposed, antipodian. Antipodicity, the condition of being antipodic. Antipodism, a form of foot juggling where the juggler lies on his or her back, usually on a sort of chair. Antipodist, one who practices antipodism, one who juggles using his or her feet lying down. Antipodists, plural of antipodis. Antipoem, a work of antipoetry. Antipoems, plural of antipoem. Antipoet, a writer of antipoetry. Antipoetic, opposed to poetry. Antipoetical, opposed to poetry. Antipoetry, a literary movement that attempts to break away from the normal conventions of poetry. Antipoets, plural of antipoet. Antipoint, one of a pair of points constructed from two foci of a cur. Antipoints, plural of antipoint. Antipoison, an antidote for a poison. Antipoisoning, opposing or countering poisoning. Antipoisons, plural of antipoison. Antipolar, relating to or located at an antipole. Antipolarizing, that which prevents or removes polarization. Antipolarities, plural of antipolarity. Antipolarity, the property of being antipolar. Antipolarin, the antimatter counterpart of the polarin. Antipolarins, plural of antipolarin. Antipole, the opposite pole. Antipoles, plural of antipole. Antipolar, away from a north or south pole. Antipolice, opposed to or prejudiced against the police. Antipolicy, opposing a policy. Antipolio, active against poliovirus. Antiholamulide, active against poliomyelitis. Antiholamulitis, acting against poliomyelitis. Antipolioviral, active against poliovirus. Antipoliovirus, active against poliovirus. Antipolitical, opposing politics. Antipolitically, in an antipolitical manner. Antipolitician, someone who is the opposite of a typical politician. Antipoliticians, plural of antipolitician. Antipolitics, broad rejection of political institutions and processes. Antipollutant, opposing or preventing pollution. Antipollutants, plural of antipollutant. Antipolluter, an opponent of pollution. Antipolluters, plural of antipolluter. Antipolluting, opposing or preventing pollution. Antipollution, anything that helps the environment by reducing pollution. Antipollutionists, an opponent of pollution. Antipollutionists, plural of antipollutionists. Antipolo, a city, the provincial capital of Rizal, Calabarzon, Luzon, Philippines. Antipolo del Norte, a barangay of Lipo, Batangas, Philippines. Antipolo del Sur, a barangay of Lipo, Batangas, Philippines. Antipolygamy, opposing polygamy. Antipollinaриtic, countering pollinaritis. Antipolispermy, that counters polyspermy. Antipolyvalent, that counters polyvalent antibodies. Antipool, synonym of antipooling. Antipooling, opposing or bang associations of rival railroads. Antipoor, opposing or working against the poor. Antipop, opposing mainstream pop music. Antipope, a person who claims or claimed to be a pope, usually as the result of a disputed election or deposition, but is not considered by the Roman Catholic Church to be the real pope. Antipopery, opposition to popery. Antipopes, plural of antipope. Antipoppy, opposing the growing of poppies to produce opium. Antipopular, opposing the people. Antipopulationists, opposing overpopulation. Antipopulationists, plural of antipopulationists. Antipopulist, one who opposes populism. Antipopulists, plural of antipopulists. Antiporcine, that attacks pig antigens. Antipork, opposing the eating of pork. Antiporn, antipornography. Antipornographer, one who opposes pornography. Antipornographers, plural of antipornographer. Antipornographic, opposing pornography. Antipornography, opposed to the distribution and consumption of pornography. Antiport, a structure in a cell membrane that simultaneously transports different molecules or ions through the membrane in opposite directions. Antiportal, a defined plane or volume that can never be seen through, and which thus reduces the number of calculations involved in rendering a three-dimensional scene. Antiportals, plural of antiportal. Antiported, simple past and past participle of antiport. Antiporter, a cell protein that acts within an antiport to transport different molecules or ions across the membrane in opposite directions. Antiporters, plural of antiporter. Antiporting, present participle and gerund of antiport. Antiports, plural of antiport. Antipose, to set one thing in opposition to another thing. Antipose, simple past and past participle of antipose. Antiposes, third person singular simple present indicative of antipose. Antiposing, present participle of antipose. Antepositional, not positional, not in the spirit of long-term strategic positional play. Antipositivism, the view that the social realm may not be subject to the same methods of investigation as the natural world. Antipositivists, relating to antipositivism. Antipositivistic, relating to antipositivism. Antipositivists, plural of antipositivists. Antiboth, opposed to the use of marijuana. Antipose, singular of antipodes, synonym of antipode. Antipoverty, that serves to alleviate poverty. Antipower, opposing political power. Antipowers, plural of antipower. Antipox, working against pox. Antipoxviral, that counters pox viruses. Antipox virus, that counters the effects of pox viruses. Antipragmatic, opposing or rejecting pragmatism. Antipragmatism, a viewpoint that rejects pragmatism. Antipragmatists, one who rejects pragmatism. Antipragmatists, plural of antipragmatist. Antiprayer, opposing prayer. Antiprecipitin, a substance derived from a precipitin and capable of neutralizing neutralizing it. Antiprecipitans, plural of antiprecipitant. Antipredation, that counters predation. Antipredator, alternative spelling of antipredator. Antipredatorio, alternative form of antipredatory. Antipredatory, acting against predatory behavior. Antipredestinarian, opposed to the doctrine of predestination. Antipreferential, opposing or forbidding preferential treatment. Antipreferred, positively disliked. Antipreformationist, opposed to the theory of preformationism. Antipregnancy, serving to counteract pregnancy. Antiprejudice, opposing prejudice. Antiprejudicial, opposing prejudice. Antivirai, the antipedical of epian. Antivirians, plural of antipian. Antipreparedness, opposition to heightened preparations for war. Antipress, opposing the press print-based media. Antiprevention, opposing prevention of crime, the spread of disease, etc. Antipriest, one taking a role opposite to that of priest. Antipriestcraft, opposition to priestcraft. Antipriestly, going against what is normal or expected for a priest. Antipriests, plural of antipriests. Antipri, synonym of highly composite number. Antiprimes, plural of antiprime. Antiprinciple, a principle that opposes another principle. Antiprinciples, plural of antiprinciple. Antiprian, that counters the effects of prians. Antiprians, plural of antiprian. Antiprism, a polyhedron composed of two parallel copies of some particular polygon connected by an alternating band of triangles. Antiprismatic, relating to an antiprism. Antiprismo, 8 atoms bound into a rectangular antiprism. Antiprisms, plural of antiprism. Antiprison, opposing prisons. Antiprivacy, opposing or working against privacy. Antiprivatization, opposing privatization. Antiprofanity, opposing or forbidding profanity. Antiprofessional, opposing professionals or the treatment of something as a profession. Antiprofessionalism, opposition to professionals or to the treatment of something as a profession. Antiprofessionals, plural of antiprofessional. Antiprofiteering, opposing or countering profiteering. Antiprogestational, that counters the secretion of progesterone and thus of the onset of pregnancy. Antiprogesterone, synonym of antiprogestin. Antiprogesterones, plural of antiprogesterone. Antiprogesteronic, alternative form of antiprogesterone. Antiprogestin, any substance that prevents cells from making or using progesterone. Antiprogestins, plural of antiprogestin. Antiprogestogen, synonym of antiprogestin. Antiprogestogens, plural of antiprogestogen. Antiprogram, a set of actions that is counter to those of another's program. Antiprograms, plural of antiprogram. Antiprogress, opposing progress. Antiprogressionist, one who opposes progress. Antiprogressionists, plural of antiprogressionist. Antiprogressist, one who opposes progress. Antiprogressists, plural of antiprogressists. Antiprogressive, opposing progress. Antiprogressives, plural of antiprogressive. Antiprogressivism, antiprogressive attitudes generally. Antiprogressivists, opposing progress. Antiprohibition, opposing the prohibition of alcoholic drink. Antiprohibitionists, one who opposes the prohibition of alcoholic drink. Antiprohibitionists, plural of antiprohibitionists. Antiproliferating, synonym of antiproliferative. Antiproliferation, used attributively to describe the countering of proliferation of nuclear weapons, cancer, etc. Antiproliferative, tending to suppress cell growth, especially the growth of malignant cells into surrounding tissue. Antiproliferatively, in an antiproliferative manner. Antiproliferatives, plural of antiproliferative. Antiprolific, that inhibits proliferation. Antipromastigote, that counters the formation or development of promastigotes. Antipromiscuity, opposing promiscuity. Antipromotion, inhibiting the promotion of a disease. Antipromotional, inhibiting the promotion of a disease. Antipronation, that reduces pronation of the foot. Antipronagrade, of or pertaining to a body posture that is not parallel to the ground when an animal is moving. Antipropaganda, preventing or opposing propaganda. Antipropagandist, one who opposes the use of propaganda. Antipropagandists, plural of antipropagandists. Antipropagation, preventing or opposing propagation. Antiproperty, opposing property ownership. Antiprofit, an opposing profit. Antiprophetic, relating to an antiprofit. Antiprofits, plural of antiprofit. Antipropulsive, a drug that reduces the symptoms of diarrhea. Antipropulsives, plural of antipropulsive. Antiprosecution, opposing the prosecution. Antiproselytism, opposing or forbidding proselytism. Antiprostaglandin, a prostaglandin inhibitor. Antiprostaglandins, plural of antiprostaglandin. Antiprostate, that counters a disease of the prostate. Antiprostitute, opposing prostitutes. Antiprostitution, acting against or prohibiting prostitution. Antiprotase, anything that inhibits the action of a protase. Antiprotases, plural of antiprotase. Antiprotection, opposing protectionism. Antiprotectionism, opposition to protectionism. Antiprotectionists, opposing or disliking protectionism. Antiprotectionists, plural of antiprotectionists. Antiproteinase, any inhibitor of proteinase activity. Antiproteinases, plural of antiproteinase. Antiproteinuric, that counters proteinuria. Antiprotolytic, relating to or functioning as an antiprotase. Antiprotolytically, in an antiprotolytic manner. Antiprotest, opposing or countering a political protest. Antiprotestant, opposing the Protestant form of Christianity. Antiprothrombin, alternative form of antiprothrombin. Antiprothrombin, that counters the production or function of prothrombin. Antiprothrombinase, Any substance that counters the function of prothrombinase. Antiprothrombinases, plural of antiprothrombinase. Antiprotist, that counters protists. Antiprotists, plural of antiprotists. Antiproton, the antiparticle of the proton having a negative electric charge. Antiprotonic, of, pertaining to, or composed of antiprotons. Antiprotonic helium, a form of helium where one of the electrons is replaced by an antiproton. Antiprotons, plural of antiproton. Antiprotozoal, that inhibits or destroys protozoa. Antiprotozoals, plural of antiprotozoal. Antiprotozoan, antiprotozole. Antiproverb, a humorous adaptation of one or more existing proverbs. Antiproverbs, plural of antiproverb. Antiprudential, lacking or opposing prudence, imprudent. Antipyretic, a medical agent that stops itching. Antipyretics, plural of antipyretic. Antipseudomonal, countering pseudomonad bacteria. Antipseudomonals, plural of antipseudomonal. Antizoriases, serving to prevent or counter psoriases. Antizoiatic, serving to prevent or counter psoriases. Antizoiatics, plural of antizoriatic. Antisoric, effective against itching. Antisorics, plural of antisoric. Antipsych, antipsychiatry. Antipsychedelic, opposing psychedelia. Antipsychiatric, opposing psychiatry. Antipsychiatrists, one who opposes psychiatry. Antipsychiatrists, plural of antipsychiatrists. Antipsychiatry, opposed to psychiatry. Antipsychic, opposing psychics. Antipsychoanalytic, opposing psychoanalysis. Antipsychoanalytical, opposing psychoanalysis. Antipsychological, contrary to human psychology. Antipsychologism, the theory that logical truth does not depend upon the contents of human ideas, but exists independently. Antipsychologists, a proponent of antipsychologism. Antipsychologists, plural of antipsychologists. Antipsychology, opposed to psychology. Antipsychosis, antipsychotic. Antipsychotherapeutic, opposing psychotherapy. Antipsychotherapy, opposing psychotherapy. Antipsychotic, preventing or counteracting psychosis. Antipsychotically, in an antipsychotic manner, with antipsychotic effect. Antipsychotics, plural of antipsychotic. Antitosis, plural of antitosis. Antitosis, substitution of one grammatical case for another. Antipublic, opposing the public. Antipublicity, opposing publicity. Antipeutic, that covers the genitals. Antipuncture, preventing puncture. Antipunishment, opposing punishment. Antipunk, opposing punk music or subculture. Antipurine, inhibiting purine. Antipurinergic, that inhibits the release of purines. Antipurines, plural of antipurine. Antipuritan, one who opposes Puritanism. Anti-puritanical, opposing Puritanism. Anti-Puritanism, opposition to Puritanism. Anti-Puritans, plural of anti-Puritan. Anti-Purimycin, that counters the activity of pyrimycin. Anti-putrefaction, that counters the effects of putrefaction. Anti-putrefactive, counteracting or preserving from putrefaction, antiseptic. Antiputrefactives, plural of antiputrefactive. Antiputrescent, counteracting or preserving from putrefaction, antiseptic. Antiputrid, antiputrefactive. Antiputrids, plural of antiputrid. Antibiec, antisuppurative. Antibiex, plural of antipiec. Antipyogenic, that counters pyogenesis. Activating borax. Antipyresis, the reduction of fever. Antipyretic, that reduces fever. Antipyretics, plural of antipyretic. Antipyrexial, that counters fever. Antipyrexic, synonym of antipyretic. Antipyrexics, plural of antipyrexic. Antipyrimidine, an analog of the pyrimidines and derived nucleotides that acts as an antimetabolite. Antipyrimidines, plural of antipyrimidine. Antipyrin, alternative form of antipyrine. Antipyrine, the drug phenazone. Antipyrines, plural of antipyrine. Antibiotic, effective against burns or burning sensations. Etic, abbreviation of antique. Antex, plural of antic. Antiqua, a style of typeface used to mimic styles of handwriting or calligraphy common during the 15th and 16th centuries. Antiquacker, opposing quackery. Antiquake, preventing damage from earthquakes. Antiquarian, pertaining to antiquaries or to antiquity. Antiquarianize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antiquarianize. Antiquarianize, simple past and past participle of antiquarianize. Antiquarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquarianize. Antiquarianizing, present participle and gerund of antiquarianize. Antiquarianism, study or love of antiques. Antiquarianisms, plural of antiquarianism. Antiquarianists, a proponent of antiquarianism. Antiquarianists, plural of antiquarianists. Antiquarianize, to act the part of an antiquary. Antiquarianize, simple past and past participle of antiquarianize. Antiquarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquarianize. Antiquarianizing, present participle and gerund of antiquarianize. Antiquarianly, in an antiquarian manner. Antiquarians, plural of antiquarian. Antiquaria, an antiquarian bookshop. Antiquariat, plural of antiquariat. Antiquaries, plural of antiquary. Antiquarism, synonym of antiquarianism. Antiquaris, synonym of antiquarian. Antiquarists, plural of antiquaris. Antiquarium, a place for keeping antiques. Antiquarch, the antiparticle of the quark. Antiquarchs, plural of antiquarch. Antiquary, a person who is knowledgeable of or who collects antiques, especially one holding an official position, an antiquarian. Antiques, plural of antiqua. Antiques a particle, the antiparticle of a quasi-particle. Antiques a particles, plural of antiques a particle. Antiquate, to cause to become old or obsolete. Antiquated, old-fashioned, out of date. Antiquatedly, in an antiquated manner. Antiquatedness, the state or quality of being antiquated. Antiquarian, synonym of quaternion. Antiquates, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquate. Antiquating, present participle and gerund of antiquate. Antiquation, the process of becoming antique or obsolete. Antiquations, plural of antiquation. And a province of Western Visayas, Philippines. Capital, San Jose de Buena Vista. Antique brass. A brownish yellow color like that of brass but darker. Antique car, a car old enough to be considered an antique, particularly a vintage car or veteran car. Antique crown, synonym of Eastern crown. Antique crowns, plural of antique crown. Antique rose, a rosy pink color with a slight grayish tinge like an old dried rose. Antique ruby, a dark tone of ruby color. Antique satin, a kind of textile that is satin on one side and shantung on the other. Antique satins, plural of antique satin. Antique shop, a business dedicated to storing, selling, restoring, and trading in items from previous eras for their superficial and historical value, especially furniture and trinkets. Antique shops, plural of antique shop. Antique store, synonym of antique shop. Antique stores, plural of antique store. Antique white, a creamy white color. Antique whites, plural of antique white. Antique, simple past and past participle of antique. Antiquedom, the world of antiques or of things old, antiquity. Antiquing, inhibiting the development of normal bees into queen bees. Antiqueer, opposed to queer non-heterosexual people. Antiquely, the state, condition, or quality of being antique or of being old. Antiquity. Antiquely, in an antique manner. Antiquenture, a material typically a solution that opposes the quenching of fluorescence. Antiquentures, plural of antiquenture. Antiqueness, the state or quality of being antique. Antiquer, a person who finishes furniture or objects so they have the appearance of an antique, either for decoration or to perpetrate a fraud. Antiquaries, plural of antiquary. Antiquers, plural of antiquer. Antiquary, a query made in reply to a query, a counter-question. Antiques, plural of antique. Antiques markets, plural of antiques market. Antiques shop, alternative form of antique shop. Antiques store, synonym of antique shop. Antiques stores, plural of antiques store. Antiquest, superlative form of antique, most antique. Antiquary, resembling or characteristic of antiques. Antiquification, the process of antiquifying. Antiquify, simple past and past participle of antiquify. Antiquifies, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquify. Antiquify, to give the appearance of being antique. Antiquifying, present participle and gerund of antiquify. Antiqui, present participle and gerund of antique. Antiquization, alternative spelling of antiquization. Antiquise, alternative spelling of antiquise. Antiquise, simple past and past participle of antiquise. Antiquises, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquise. Antiquizing, present participle and gerund of antiquise. Antiquist, an antiquary, a collector of antiques. Antiquists, plural of antiquists. Antiquitarian, alternative form of antiquarian. Antiquitarianism, alternative form of antiquarianism. Antiquitarians, plural of antiquitarian. Antiquitaries, plural of antiquitary. Antiquitary, alternative form of antiquary. Antiquitech, ancient highly advanced technology which was lost for an extended period of time. Antiquity, obsolete form of antiquity. Antiquities, plural of antiquity. Antiquidin, a dehydrogenase that acts upon aminodipic semialdehyde in the catabolism of lysine. Antiquitization, alternative spelling of antiquitization. Antiquitize, alternative spelling of antiquitize. Antiquitize, simple past and past participle of antiquitize. Antiquitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquitize. Antiquitizing, present participle and gerund of antiquitize. Antiquitus, rare form of antiquist. Antiquitists, plural of antiquitist. Antiquitization, alternative form of antiquization. Antiquitize, alternative form of antiquize. Antiquitize, simple past and past participle of antiquitize. Antiquitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquitize. Antiquitizing, present participle and gerund of antiquitize. Antiquitous, pertaining to antiquity, ancient. Antiquity, the period of ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Antiquization, the act or result of antiquizing. Antiquizations, plural of antiquization. Antiquize, to give the appearance of being antique. Antiquize, simple past and past participle of antiquize. Antiquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiquize. Antiquizing, present participle and gerund of antiquize. Antiquota, opposing a quota, especially the imposition of a quota of minorities required to be employed under affirmative action. Antiquas, having the characteristics of antiquity without necessarily being ancient. Antirabbinic, opposing rabbis. Antirabbinical, opposing rabbis. Antirabbi, describing an antibody resident in a human or other animal that reacts with any antigen found in and with some relevant degree of specificity to rabbits. Antirabbi, preventing or curing rabies. Antirabies, preventing or countering rabies. Antirachitic, that cures or prevents rickets. Antirachitically, so as to prevent rickets. Antirachitics, plural of antirachitic. Antiracial, alternative form of antiracial. Antiracialize, alternative form of antiracialize. Antiracing, opposing racing. Antiracism, acting to combat or prevent racism. Antiracisms, plural of antiracism. Antiracist, opposed to racism. Antiracists, plural of antiracist. Anti-racketeering, countering racketeering. Anti-rat, that protects against effects of radiation. Anti-radar, preventing detection by radar. Anti-radiation, countering radiation. Anti-radical, counteracting free radicals. Anti-radicalism, opposition to radical ideologies. Anti-radicalization, opposing radicalization. Anti-radicals, plural of anti-radical. Anti-radio, opposing radio. Anti-rads, plural of anti-rad. Anti-ragweed, opposing or countering ragweeds. Anti-rail, opposed to rail transport. Anti-railroad, opposed to a railroad or railroads. Anti-railway, opposed to a railway. Anti-rally, opposing a rally. Anti-rap, opposing rap music. Anti-rave, opposed to rape. Anti-rat, opposing rats. Anti-rational, lacking or especially opposed to reason and rational thought. Anti-rationalism, the philosophical position that opposes rationalism. Anti-rationalists, opposing philosophical rationalism. Anti-rationalistic, opposing rationalism. Anti-rationalists, plural of anti-rationalists. Anti-rationality, the quality of being anti-rational. Anti-rationing, opposing rationing. Anti-rattle, preventing a rattling noise. Anti-rattler, a device designed to silence the rattling noise of some other component. Anti-rattlers, plural of anti-rattler. Anti-rattling, preventing a rattling noise. Anti-rave, opposing raves dance parties. Anti-active, preventing a chemical reaction. Anti-real, opposing or countering reality. Materialism, any position involving denial of the objective reality of certain entities or denial that certain general statements are objectively either true or false. Anti-realisms, plural of anti-realism. Anti-realist, one who rejects realism. Anti-realistic, opposed to realism. Anti-realists, plural of anti-realists. Anti-reality, that called it being anti-real. Anti-reason, against reason, ignoring reason. Anti-rebating, preventing insurance agents from sharing commission money with insured parties. Anti-rebel, opposing or countering rebels. Anti-rebellion, opposing or countering rebellion. Anti-recession, serving to counter a financial recession. Anti-recessionary, synonym of anti-recession. Anti-recoil, preventing recoil. Anti-recombinase, any enzyme that catalyzes any recombination. Anti-recombinases, plural of anti-recombinase. Anti-recombination, the prevention of the recombination of nucleic acid strands. Anti-recombinogenic, that counters the production of recombinant DNA. Anti-recovery, preventing or opposing recovery. Anti-recruiting, opposing recruiting campaigns, for example by the military. Anti-recycling, opposing recycling. Anti-red, one of the three possible colors of an antiquark, corresponding to red in a quark. Anti-redevelopment, opposing redevelopment. Anti-reductionism, a holistic viewpoint opposed to reductionism. Anti-reductionist, a proponent of anti-reductionism. Anti-reductionistic, opposing reductionism, exhibiting or relating to anti-reductionism. Anti-reductionists, plural of anti-reductionists. Anti-redundancy, countering or eliminating redundancy within a system. Anti-referendum, opposing a referendum. Anti-reflecting, that suppresses reflection from its surface. Anti-reflection, that inhibits reflection. Anti-reflective, preventing visible reflection. Anti-reflux, preventing reflux. Anti-reform, opposing reform. Anti-reformer, one who opposes reform. Anti-reformers, plural of anti-reformer. Anti-reforming, synonym of anti-reform. Anti-reformism, opposition to reform. Anti-reformists, an opponent of reform. Anti-reformists, plural of anti-reformists. Anti-refugee, opposing refugees. Anti-regime, opposing a regime. Anti-regular, of a graph having either 0 or 2 vertices of the same degree. Anti-regulation, opposing regulation. Anti-regulatory, that disapproves of excessive regulation. Anti-rehabilitation, opposing rehabilitation. Anti-rejection, acting to prevent rejection of a transplanted organ or tissue. Anti-relationship, opposing romantic relationships. Anti-relativism, opposition to relativism. Anti-relativistic, opposed to relativism. Anti-relaxation, that counters relaxation. Anti-relief, opposing debt relief. Anti-religion, opposed to or acting against religion. Anti-religious, opposed to religion. Anti-religiousness, the state or condition of being anti-religious. Anti-remonstrant, rare spelling of anti-remonstrant. Anti-remonstrance, plural of anti-remonstrant. Anti-removal, opposing the forcible removal of Native American groups from their traditional homelands. Anti-renin, that counters the effects of renin. Anti-rent, opposing the collection of outstanding rents in upstate New York during the early 19th century after the death of Stephen Van Rensselaer. Roman 3. Anti-renter, someone who opposes the payment of rent, especially one during the anti-rent war in the mid-1800s, who resisted the collection of rents claimed by the patroons from the settlers on certain manorial lands in the state of New York. Anti-renters, plural of anti-renter. Anti-rentism, the beliefs of the anti-renters. Anti-repair, preventing or opposing the repair of equipment. Anti-reparations, opposing reparations. Anti-repeat, that prevents repeated actions. Anti-repeater, any of several electrical or mechanical devices that limit an operation to a single cycle. Anti-repeaters, plural of anti-repeater. Anti-replay, preventing replay attacks. Anti-representational, opposing representationalism. Anti-representationalism, a viewpoint that opposes representationalism. Anti-representationalist, one who opposes representationalism. Anti-representationalists, plural of anti-representationalists. Anti-repression, the action of antagonizing a repressor. Anti-repressive, opposed to repression, working against repression. Anti-repressor, any enzyme that blocks or inactivates a repressor. Anti-repressors, plural of anti-repressor. Anti-reprisal, opposing or preventing reprisals. Anti-reproductive, preventing reproduction. Anti-republican, opposing the formation of a republic. Anti-republicans, plural of anti-republican. Anti-requisite, a previous course or learning experience that overlaps in content with a course offering such that students may not take that course offering for academic credit. Anti-requisites, plural of anti-requisite. Anti-research, opposed to academic research. Anti-reservation, opposing India's system of reserving seats in government and in higher educational institutions for certain underprivileged groups. Anti-reservationist, a person of anti-reservation beliefs in either sense. Anti-reservationists, plural of anti-reservationists. Anti-resistance, opposing or countering a political resistance movement. Anti-resistant, any substance added to a pesticide to reduce its resistance to pests. Anti-resistance, plural of anti-resistant. Anti-resonance, the condition in an electric circuit containing a capacitor and coil in parallel and in which the alternating current line voltage and the resultant current are in phase, in which the impedance approaches infinity. Anti-resonances, plural of anti-resonant. Anti-resonant, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting anti-resonance. Anti-resorber, any anti-resorptive material. Anti-resorbers, plural of anti-resorber. Anti-resorptive, inhibiting resorption. Anti-resorptives, plural of anti-resorptive. Anti-restenosis, that counters restenosis. Anti-restenotic, that counters restenosis. Anti-restoration, opposing restoration. Anti-restriction, that counters prokaryotic restriction. Anti-restrictionist, an opponent of placing restrictions on something. Anti-restrictionists, plural of anti-restrictionist. Anti-retaliation, disallowing or preventing retaliation. Anti-retaliatory, preventing retaliation. Anti-reticular, that counters the functioning of the reticuloendothelial system. Anti-retinal, working against the retina. Antiretroviral, that combats infection by retroviruses. Antiretrovirally, in an antiretroviral manner. Antiretrovirals, combats infection by retroviruses. Antiretrovirally, in an antiretroviral manner. Antiretrovirals, plural of antiretroviral. Antiretrovirus, countering retroviruses. Antiretroviral. Anti-reunification, opposing political reunification. Anti-reversion, preventing reversion of the flow of a fluid, a change in chemical properties, etc. Anti-revisionism, opposition to revisionism. Anti-revisionists, one who opposes revisionism. Anti-revisionists, plural of anti-revisionists. Anti-revolution, opposing a revolution. Anti-revolutionaries, plural of anti-revolutionary. Anti-revolutionary, opposing a socio-political revolution. Anti-revolutionism, opposition to a revolutionary movement. Anti-revolutionist, synonym of anti-revolutionary. Anti-revolutionists, plural of anti-revolutionists. Anti-reward, relating to processes in the brain that cause aversive states, leading a drug abuser to take more drugs to escape these states rather than to gain pleasure. Anti-rhetorical, opposing or avoiding the use of rhetoric. Anti-rheumatic, serving to prevent or counter rheumatism. Anti-rheumatics, plural of anti-rheumatic. Anti-rheumatoid, that counters rheumatoid arthritis. Anti-rhi, an alkaloid found in Antirrhiputaminosa. Antirhinoviral, that counters the effects of rhinoviruses. Anti-ribonuclease, against ribonucleases. Against ribonuclease bioactivity. Anti-ribonucleoprotein, an autoantibody associated with mixed connective tissue disease. Anti-ribonucleoproteins, plural of anti-ribonucleoprotein. Anti-rich, opposing or working against the rich. Anti-ricin, an antitoxin produced in the blood as a response to exposure to ricin. Anti-rickets, preventing rickets. Anti-rickettsia, that covers the effects of rickettsia bacteria. Anti-rickettsials, plural of anti-rickettsial. Anti-ritis, a member of the anti-ritis movement, a Chinese movement of the late 1950s involving a series of campaigns to purge alleged rightists, those intellectuals who appeared to favor capitalism and were against collectivization within the Communist Party of China and abroad. Anti-rightists, plural of anti-rightists. Anti-rights, opposing somebody's rights. Anti-rio, alternative spelling of anti-rio. Alternative form of anti-rio. Anti-riot, serving to counteract rioting. Anti-ripening, preventing ripening. Anti-rise, preventing or counteracting a rise in body temperature. Anti-rishon, the antiparticle of rishon. Anti-rishons, plural of anti-rishon. Anti-ritual, opposing a ritual or rituals. Anti-ritualism, opposition to ritualism. Anti-ritualistic, opposed to ritualism. Anti-rituals, plural of anti-ritual. Anti-roach, countering roaches. Anti-road, opposing the construction of a road. Anti-robbery, opposing or preventing robbery. Anti-robin, an antidote for robin toxalbumin from locust tree. Anti-robot, opposed to robots. Anti-robotic, opposed to robots. Anti-rock, opposed to rock music. Anti-rocker, a wheel configuration where the inside wheels are smaller than the outside ones. Anti-rocket, designed to prevent or counterattack against rocket fire. Anti-rodeo, opposing rodeos. Anti-roll, anti-sway. Anti-rollover, a technology in a vehicle designed to prevent rollover. Anti-romance, a novel or other work that rejects the conventions of the romance form. Anti-romances, plural of anti-romance. Anti-romantic, opposing or unconducive to romance. Anti-romanticism, opposition to romanticism. Anti-romantics, plural of anti-romantic. Anti-room, archaic form of anteroom. Anti-rooms, plural of anti-room. Anti-rotating, rotating in an opposite direction. Anti-rotation, that prevents rotation. Anti-rotaviral, describing any antibody that reacts with a rotavirus. Anti-rotavirus, acting against rotaviruses usually in reference to antibodies. Anti-routine, opposed to a routine or what is commonplace and repetitive. Anti-royal, opposed to royals or royalism. Anti-royalism, opposition to royals or royalism. Anti-royalists, one who opposes royals or royalism. Anti-royalists, plural of anti-royalists. Anti-royalty, opposed to royalty. Antithesis, a discrediting or rejection of an authority. Antiohinin, an anthocyan, the three rootinous side of cyanidin found in blackcurrant. Antihinum, any plant of the genus Antihinum of snapdragons. Antihinums, plural of antihinum. Atuio, a town in Greece located in the Aetolia Carnania prefecture. Atuai, alternative form of anti-Rio. Anti-rubella, working against rubella. Anti-rum, opposing the drinking of rum. Anti-runway, designed to destroy runways. Anti-rural, biased against rural areas or people. Anti-rust, alternative spelling of anti-rust. Anti-rusting, anti-rust. Anti-rusts, plural of anti-rust. Antis, plural of anti. Anti-Sabbatarian, opposing the observance of the Sabbath. Anti-Sabbatarians, plural of anti-Sabbatarian. Anti-sabotage, preventing or countering sabotage. Anti-sake, an often voluntary movement of the eye away from a point of stimulus. Antisaccades, plural of antisacade. Antisaccadic, relating to antisaccades. Antisacerdotal, hostile to priests or the priesthood. Antisacerdotalists, one who opposes priests or the priesthood. Antisacerdotalists, plural of antisacerdotalists. Antisag, preventing sagging. Antisagging, combating the tendency of paints and other coatings to sag. Antisacchatin, the antiparticle of a sacchatin. Antisacchatins, plural of antisacchatin. Antisalivary, suppressing the production of saliva. Antisalmonal, that counters the effects of salmonella. Anti-saloon, opposing saloons as places where alcohol is sold and drunk. Anti-salooner, one who opposes saloons as places where alcohol is sold and drunk. Anti-salooners, plural of anti-salooner. Anti-salt, opposing salt. Antisana, a stratovolcano of the northern Andes in Ecuador. Anti-sanction, synonym of anti-sanctions. Anti-sanctions, opposing or countering sanctions. Anti-sarcoma, that counteracts the development of sarcomas. Anti-satellite, intended to destroy or incapacitate a satellite. Anti-saturation, preventing saturation. Anti-sovagen, any material that counters the effects of sovagen. Anti-savage, opposing savages, people living in traditional, especially tribal, societies. Anti-scav, opposing strikebreakers. Anti-scabies, preventing or curing scabies. Anti-scabies, preventing or curing scabies. Antiscalant, material preventing or slowing scaling of a surface. Antiscalants, plural of antiscalant. Antiscalt, designed to prevent scalding. Antiscale, countering or preventing scale the mineral deposit. Antiscalant, alternative form of antiscalant. Antiscalants, plural of antiscalant. Antiscalping, opposing or preventing scalping the resale of tickets etc. at a higher price. Antiscam, acting against scams. Antiscatter, that reduces or eliminates scatter. Antiskeptic, someone who is opposed to skepticism. Antiskeptics, plural of antiskeptic. Antischistamiasis, that counters schistamiasis. Antischistosoma, alternative form of antischistosomal. Antischistosomal, that counters the effects of schistosomiasis. Antischistosomals, plural of antischistosomal. Antischistosome, alternative form of antischistosomal. Antischistosomes, plural of antischistosome. Antischistosomiasis, that counters schistosomiasis. Antischizophrenia, synonym of antischizophrenic. Antischizophrenic, counteracting schizophrenia. Antischizophrenics, plural of antischizophrenic. Antischolarship, opposing scholarship. Antischolastic, opposing scholasticism. Anti-school, opposed to schools. Antiscia, plural of antiscion. Antiscion, one of the inhabitants of the earth living on different sides of the equator whose shadows at noon are cast in opposite directions. Antiscience, plural of antiscion. Antiscience, opposed to science and scientific progress. Antisciences, plural of antiscience. Antiscientific, of or pertaining to antiscience. Antiscientifically, in an antiscientific manner. Antiscientism, opposition to scientism. Antiscientists, one who opposes scientism. Antiscientists, plural of antiscientists. At his act, antiscientists. Antiscient, the mirror image or shadow of a planet based upon a line of reference which is the axis of 0 Cancer / 0 Capricorn, the position of the sun at the solstices. Antisclerostin, that counters the effect of sclerostin. Antisclerotic, that acts against sclerosis. Antiscolic, anthelmintic. Antiscorbutic, preventing or curing scurvy. Antiscorbutical, archaic form of antiscorbutic. Antiscorbutics, plural of antiscorbutic. Antiscrape, opposing the destructive removal of historic surfaces that may occur during restoration of historic buildings. Antiscreening, the property, in some gauge theories, of a strong interaction becoming arbitrarily weak at short distances. Antiscriptural, that contradicts Scripture. Antiscripturally, in an antiscriptural manner. Antiscrofulous, working against scrofula. Antiscoff, preventing scuffing. Antiscurry, antiscorbutic. Antisealing, opposing the hunting of seals. Antiseborate, acting against seborrhea. Antiseboroic, alternative form of antiseborrheic. Antiseborrheic, misspelling of antiseborrheic. Antisecession, opposing or preventing secession. Antisecrecy, opposing or countering secrecy. Antisecretories, plural of antisecretory. Antisecretory, that inhibits or decreases secretion, especially gastric secretion. Antisecular, opposing what is secular. Antisecurity, opposing security. Antisedan, the antisedative drug atipamycin. Antiseepage, preventing seepage. Antisegregation, opposed to segregation, especially racial segregation. Antisegregationism, opposition to segregationism. Antisegregationist, one who opposes racial segregation. Antisegregationists, plural of antisegregationist. Antiseismic, built to withstand the effects of earthquakes. Antiseize, alternative form of anti-seize. Antiseizes, plural of antiseize. Antiseizure, intended to combat or reduce seizures. Antiself, acting against the organism in which it occurs. Antiselves, plural of antiself. Antisemantic, based on form or structure rather than meaning. Antisemitic, misspelling of antisemitic. Antisemi, alternative form of anti-Semite. Antisemites, plural of antisemite. Antisemitic, alternative spelling of anti-Semitic. Antisemitica, anti-Semitic material. Antisemitically, alternative form of anti-Semitically. Antisemitism, alternative form of anti-Semitism. Antisemitisms, plural of antisemitism. Antisenescence, inhibiting senescence. Antisenescent, relating to antisenescence. Antisensational, opposing sensationalism. Antisensationalism, the opposition to the use of sensational subject matter, style, or methods. Antisense, the strand of nucleic acid complementary to a strand which codes for an RNA or protein. Antisenses, plural of antisense. Antisensing, the suppression of transcription by means of an antisense. Antisensual, opposing sensuality. Antisensuous, not being sensuous. Antisensuousness, the state or quality of being antisensuous. Antisentimental, opposing or shunning sentimentality. Anticephalous, alternative form of anticephalous. Antiseparation, opposing separation, for example, from a political union. Antiseparatism, opposition to separatism. Antiseparatist, one who opposes separatism. Antiseparatists, plural of antiseparatists. Antisepsis, plural of antisepsis. Antisepsis, the science and practice of countering microbial infection, as with the use of antiseptics and the use of aseptic technique. Antiseptic, of or relating to antisepsis or the use of antiseptics. Antiseptical, archaic form of antiseptic. Antiseptically, in an antiseptic manner. Antisepticize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antisepticize. Antisepticize, simple past and past participle of antisepticize. Antisepticize, third person singular simple present indicative of antisepticize. Antisepticizing, present participle and gerund of antisepticize. Antisepticism, the use of antiseptics. Antisepticist, one who believes in the importance of antisepsis in medicine. Antisepticists, plural of antisepticists. Antisepticize, to make antiseptic. Antisepticize, simple past and past participle of antisepticize. Antisepticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antisepticize. Antisepticizing, present participle and gerund of antisepticize. Antiseptic-y, resembling or characteristic of antiseptic, especially having its distinctive smell. Antiseptics, plural of antiseptic. Antiseption, antisepsis. Antiseptize, archaic form of antisepticize. Antiseptize, simple past and past participle of antiseptize. Antiseptizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antiseptize. Antiseptizing, present participle and gerund of antiseptize. Antiseptol, the quaternary ammonium compound benzethonium chloride that is used as a detergent and antiseptic. Antisera, plural of antiserum. Antiserotonergic, preventing or counteracting the effects of serotonin. Antiserotonergics, plural of antiserotonergic. Antiserotonic, that counters the effects of serotonin. Antiserotonin, that counters the effects of serotonin. Antiserotoninergic, alternative form of antiserotonergic. Antiserum, a serum prepared from human or animal sources containing antibodies able to counter certain diseases or toxins. Antiserums, plural of antiserum. Antiservice, opposing the military services. Antiset, any set that transforms very converse function. Antisets, plural of antiset. Antisettlement, opposing a settlement. Antisettler, opposing settlers. Antisex, opposed to sexual activity. Antisexism, opposed to sexism. Antisexist, opposed to sexism. Antisexist, plural of antisexist. Antisextet, a sextet of related antiparticles. Antisextets, plural of antisextet. Antisexual, opposing or disapproving of sexual intercourse. Antisexualist, a person who is antisexual. Antisexualists, plural of antisexualists. Antisexuality, opposition to sexuality. Antisexuals, plural of antisexual. Antispermian, the antiparticle of a spermian. Antispermians, plural of antispermian. Antish, of or relating to ants. Antishadow, an inaccurate shadow in a three-dimensional rendering, caused by a vertex of an object being projected through the point of a light source. Antishadow, simple past and past participle of antishadow. Antishadowing, present participle and gerund of antishadow. Antishadows, plural of antishadow. Antishake, acting to prevent shaking. Antishame, opposing or countering shame. Antishaming, opposing the practice of shaming. Antishark, preventing attacks by sharks. Antishatter, preventing shattering. Antisheep, reacting with immunoglobulins found in sheep. Anti-Shinto, opposing Shinto or Shintoism. Anti-ship, designed to attack a naval ship. Anti-ship missile, alternative form of anti-ship missile. Anti-ship missiles, plural of anti-ship missile. Anti-shipper, alternative form of anti-shipper. Anti-shippers, plural of anti-shipper. Anti-shipping, countering shipping. Anti-shock, that counteracts or reduces shock or its effects. Anti-shocks, plural of anti-shock. Anti-shoplifting, that serves to counter shoplifting. Anti-shopping, opposing shopping. Anti-short, preventing a short circuit in electrical equipment. Anti-shrink, resistant to shrinkage. Anti-shrinkage, anti-shrink, anti-shrinking, anti-shrink. Anti-sialagogue, any substance that decreases the production of saliva. Antisialagogues, plural of antisialagar. Anti-sickling, preventing the formation of sickle cells. Anticytone, preventing cytone. Antisigma, an unattested Claudian letter, possibly resembling letter 2184 or letter 2184C. Antisigmas, plural of antisigma. Antisigmata, plural of antisigma. Anti-silencing, that counters the silencing of gene expression. Anti-silver, opposing the use of silver as a medium of exchange. Anti-similar, mirror image attributive. Anti-similarity, the condition of being anti-similar. Antisimoniac, opposing simony. Antisimoniacal, antisimoniac. Antisign, synonym of arcsign. Antisigns, plural of antisign. Anti-sink, aiding suspension by preventing the chassis of the vehicle from sinking. Anti-siphon, preventing the siphoning of fluid. Anti-siphoning, preventing pay TV broadcasters from buying monopoly rights to televise important and culturally significant events before free-to-air television has a chance to bid on them. Anti-site, a site within a chemical compound that is occupied by an atom of a different element than would usually be found there. Anticites, plural of anticite. Anti-skating, a feature of a record player that prevents the stylus from slipping out of the groove and skating across the surface of the record. Anti-skeptic, one who opposes a skeptical viewpoint. Anti-skeptical, opposing a skeptical viewpoint. Anti-skepticism, opposition to a skeptical viewpoint. Anti-skeptics, plural of anti-skeptic. Anti-skid, designed to increase friction and thereby reduce the possibility of skid of a surface. Anti-skidding, anti-skid, anti-skidding, preventing the formation of a skin on paints, inks, etc. Antiskyamian, the antiparticle of the skyamian. Antiskyamians, plural of antiskyamian. Anti-slang, opposing the use of slang. Anti-slaughter, opposing the slaughter of animals. Anti-slave, opposing slavery. Anti-slaver, one who opposes slavery. Anti-slavers, plural of anti-slaver. Anti-slavery, opposed to the practice of slavery. Anti-slaveryism, opposition to slavery. Anti-Slavic, alternative. spelling of anti-Slavic. Anti-Slavism, anti-Slavic sentiment, in general, negative attitude towards Slavic peoples. Anti-Slavist, an opponent of slavery, an abolitionist. Anti-Slavists, plural of anti-Slavists. Anti-sleep, countering sleep. Antisleptin, the antiparticle of asleptin. Antisleptins, plural of antisleptin. Antislime, preventing the formation of slime. Antislip, preventing slipping. Antislippage, preventing slippage. Antisludge, synonym of antisludging. Antisludging, preventing the formation of sludge. Antislump, countering or preventing a slump. Anti-smallpox, preventing or countering smallpox. Anti-smear, inhibiting the smearing of a substance. Anti-smog, that reduce the production of pollutants that cause smog. Anti-smoke, opposing, preventing, or protecting from smoke. Anti-smoker, one who opposes smoking, particularly the smoking of tobacco. Anti-smokers, plural of anti-smoker. Anti-smokin, contraction of anti-smoking. Anti-smoking, opposing or prohibiting smoking, particularly the smoking of tobacco. Anti-smudge, resistant to smudging. Anti-smuggler, acting to combat or prevent the activities of smugglers. Anti-smuggling, acting to combat or prevent smuggling. Anti-smut, opposed to obscenity or pornography. Anti-snag, preventing an item from snagging on something else. Anti-snake, opposing or countering snakes. Anti-snap, designed so as not to be broken by snapping. Anti-smeekage, preventing sneakage of gases. Antis-neutrino, the antiparticle of a neutrino. Antis-neutrinos, plural of antis-neutrino. Anti-sniffing, opposing or preventing sniffing. Anti-sniper, countering snipers. Anti-sniping, countering or opposing sniping. Anti-snitch, opposing snitching. Anti-snitching, opposing snitching. Anti-snob, opposing snobbery. Anti-snobbery, opposition to snobbery. Anti-snobbish, opposing snobbery. Anti-snobs, plural of anti-snob. Anti-snoop, countering or opposing snooping. Anti-snooping, countering or opposing snooping. Anti-snore, preventing snoring. Anti-snoring, preventing snoring. Antisociable, antisocial. Antisocial, unwilling or unable to cooperate and associate normally with other people. Antisocial behavior order, a civil order made against a person as a result of persistent antisocial behavior. Antisocial behavior orders, plural of antisocial. Behavior order. Antisocial personality disorder, a personality disorder marked by antisocial behavior, a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others that begins in childhood or early adolescence and continues into adulthood. Antisocial personality disorders, plural of antisocial personality disorder. Antisocialism, opposition to socialism. Antisocialists, one who opposes socialism. Antisocialistic. Opposing socialism. Antisocialistically, in opposition to socialism. Antisocialists, plural of antisocialists. Antisociality, the quality of being antisocial. Antisocialize, to make antisocial. Antisocialize, simple past and past participle of antisocialize. Antisocializes, third person singular simple present indicative of antisocialize. Antisocializing, present participle and gerund of antisocialize. Antisocially, in an antisocial manner. Antisocialness, the quality of being antisocial. Antisocials, plural of antisocial. Antisocietal, synonym of antisociety. Antisocieties, plural of antisociety. Antisociety, in opposition to society. Antisociologist, one who opposes or subverts the usual beliefs or conventions of sociology. Antisociologists, plural of antisociologists. Antisocratic, contrary to the philosophy of Socrates. Antisodomy, seeking to prevent or prohibit sodomy. Antisoil, preventing soiling. Antisoiling, preventing soiling. Antisolar, opposite to the sun from the earth. Antisolicitation, opposing or preventing solicitation. Antisoliton, a soliton with the negative amplitude of a given soliton. Antisolitons, plural of antisoliton. Antisolvent, a solvent in which the product is insoluble. Antisolvents, plural of antisolvent. Antisonar, preventing detection by sonar. Antisovereignty, opposition to sovereignty. Anti-Soviet, opposing the Soviet Union. Antispace, a space or region that violates the norms or conventions of spaces. Antispaces, plural of antispace. Anti-spam, countering spam, unwanted electronic mail. Anti-spammer, an activist who fights spam unsolicited commercial email. Anti-spammers, plural of anti-spammer. Anti-spamming, anti-spam. Anti-spanker, one who opposes the practice of spanking. Anti-spankers, plural of anti-spanker. Anti-spanking, opposed to the spanking of children. Anti-spark, preventing sparks. Anti-sparking, preventing sparks. Antisparticle, the antiparticle of a sparticle. Antisparticles, plural of antisparticle. Spasmodic, referring to something that suppresses spasms, generally a drug. Antispasmodics, plural of antispasmodic. Antispasmodic, referring to something that suppresses spasms, generally a drug. Antispasmodics, plural of antispasmodic. Antispasmolytic, antispastic, antispasmodic. Antispas, a metrical foot composed of an iambus and a trochee. Antispastic, that prevents or diminishes spasms, antispasmodic. Antispasticity, that prevents or diminishes spasms. Antispastics, plural of antispastic. Antispasts, plural of antispas. Antispatial, going against traditional notions of physical space. Antispatter, preventing spattering. Antispecial, metaplectic special. Antispeciesism, an ethical stance which opposes the unjustified consideration or treatment of sentient individuals who are not classified as belonging to a certain species. Antispeciesis, a proponent of antispeciesism. Antispeciesis, plural of antispeciesis. Antispecism, alternative form of antispeciesism. Antispecis, alternative form of antispecicist. Antispecis, plural of antispecis. Antispeculation, opposing or countering financial speculation. Antispeculative, opposing speculation. Anti-speech, preventing free speech, censoring. Anti-speeding, opposing speeding. Anti-spending, opposed to or combating spending, especially government spending. Anti-sperm, causing an immune reaction with sperm. Antispermatogenic, that blocks spermatogenesis. Antisphalurin, the antiparticle of asphalurin. Antisphalurins, plural of antisphalurin. Antisphaxish, not sphaxish, capable, as the higher animals are, of monitoring one's own thought processes and avoiding pitfalls such as infinite loops. Antisphaxismus, the state or condition of being antisphaxish. Antispike, that targets the spike protein of a virus. Antispell, countering spillage. Antispillage, countering or preventing spillage. Antispin, preventing spin of a component. Antispindle, that reacts with the spindles of microtubules. Antispinward, in a rotating reference frame against the direction of spin. Antispiral, or relating to a theorem stating that no stable spiral modes of oscillation exist, in general, in a gaseous galaxy. Antispiritual, opposing or harming what is spiritual. Antispiritualism, opposition to spiritualism. Antispirituality, opposition to spirituality. Antispiritual, destructive to spirit sheets. Antispirichetic, destroying or carrying the activity of spirit sheets. Antisplash, preventing splashing. Antisplasher, a device in a sink or toilet to prevent splashing. Antisplashers, plural of antisplasher. Antispleen, pertaining to an autoimmune response affecting the spleen. Antisplenetic, good as a remedy against disease of the spleen. Antisplinter, resistant to splinters. Antisplitting, preventing splitting. Antispoilage, countering spoilage. Antispoof, countering spoofing. Antispoofing, countering spoofing. Antisport, opposing sport. Antispotting, preventing the formation of spots. Antisprawl, opposing or countering urban sprawl. Antispread, preventing or countering the spread of something. Antispreader, any of several devices that prevent spreading. Antispreaders, plural of antispreader. Antispreading, preventing or countering the spread of something. Antispurian, the antiparticle of a spurian. Antispurians, plural of antispurian. Antispy, countering or opposing spies, anti-espionage. Antispying, countering or opposing spying, anti-espionage. Antispyware, designed or intended to combat or eliminate spyware on a computer system. Antisquark, the proposed antiparticle of a squark. Antisquarks, plural of anti-squark. Anti-squatter, synonym of anti-squatting. Anti-squatting, opposing or preventing squatting occupation without permission. Anti-squawk, preventing noise in a mechanism. Anti-squirrel, opposing squirrels. Anti-stat, protecting against stabbing attacks. Anti-stability, the property of being indivisible. Anti-stable, that becomes increasingly unstable. Anti-stacking, preventing the stacking of multiple insurance policies such that separate claims can be made on each for the same incident. Anti-stain, resistant to staining. Anti-staining, resistant to staining. Anti-staling, preventing a product from becoming stale. Anti-stalking, counteracting stalking, the crime of following and harassing a person. Anti-stall, preventing the stalling of an engine. Anti-stalling, preventing the stalling of an engine. Anti-staphylococcal, that counters staphylococcus infection. Anti-staphylococcic, countering staphylococcic infection. Anti-staphylolacin, any substance that counters staphylolacin. Antistaphylolacins, plural of antistaphylolacin. Antistar, a conjectured type of star formed from antimatter. Antistars, plural of antistar. Antistarvation, opposing or preventing starvation. Antistasis, the repetition of a word in an opposing sense. Any antistatic compound. Antistate, opposed to or combating a particular state or government. Antistatic, preventing the buildup of static electricity. Antistatically, so as to prevent the buildup of static electricity. Antistatics, plural of antistatic. Antistatism, opposition to state intervention into personal, social, or economic affairs. Antistatus, one who opposes state intervention into personal, social, or economic affairs. Antistatus, plural of antistatus. Antistats, plural of antistat. Antistatus, against status, position or standing. Antistealth, designed to operate against stealth technologies. Antistetosic, alternative form of antistetotic. Antistetotic, inhibiting stetosis. Antisteering, the practice of a company that prohibits its partners or customers from directing people toward competitor services. Antisterility, that prevent or counter sterility. Antisterino, the antiparticle of a sterino. Antisterinos, plural of antisterino. Antisteroid, opposing the use of steroids. Antisteroidal, synonym of antisteroid. Antisteroidogenic, that inhibits the production of steroid hormones. Antistas, the chief minister of the Swiss Reformed Church in a given canton from the 16th to the 19th centuries. Antistachin, the changing of a sound in a word for effect, or to force a rhyme, a metaplasmic substitution. Antistanian, of or relating to the ancient philosopher Antisthenes. Antisthenes, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1F00 nu tau iota sigma theta epsilon nu eta sigma Antisthenes, notably born by Antisthenes of Athens 445-365 BC, a Greek philosopher, founder of the school of cynicism and a pupil of Socrates. Antisthenian, alternative form of antisthenian. Antistick, preventing sticking or adhesion. Antisticking, synonym of antistick. Antistigma, opposing or countering a social stigma. Antistimulus, against stimulus, against major governmental influence in an economy. Anti-stock, opposing the farming of livestock. Anti-stockpiling, opposing or preventing stockpiling. Anti-stories, plural of anti-story. Anti-story, alternative spelling of anti-story. Anti-strite, opposing heterosexuality. Anti-strange, alternative spelling of anti-strange. Anti-stranges, plural of anti-strange. Anti-strategic, countering a strategy. Antistreptovidin, an antibody that reacts with streptovidin. Antistreptovidins, plural of antistreptovidin. Antistreptococcal, countering bacteria of the genus Streptococcus. Antistreptococcic, countering bacteria of the genus Streptococcus. Antistreptokinase, that counters the action of streptokinase. Antistreptolysin, an antibody made against streptolysin. Antistreptolysins, plural of antistreptolysin. Antistress, countering stress. Antistressor, any substance that reduces stress. Antistressors, plural of antistressor. Antistretch, preventing or countering stretching. Antistretching, characterized by a decrease of the quadrupole deformation. Antistrike, opposed to a strike industrial action. Antistriker, one who opposes a strike industrial action. Antistrikers, plural of antistriker. Antistrip, an antistripping agent. Antistripping, preventing the detachment of asphalt from the surface to which it has been applied. Antistrips, plural of antistrip. Antistroke, preventing a stroke loss of brain function caused by interruption of blood supply. Antistromal, that opposes sister chromatid cohesion. Antistrong, opposed to strength in. Antistrophal, of or relating to antistrophe in Greek choruses and dances. Antistrophe, in Greek choruses and dances, the returning of the chorus, exactly answering to a previous strophe or movement from right to left. Antistrophs, plural of antistrophe. Antistrophic, of or pertaining to an antistrophe. Antistrophical, of or relating to an antistrophe. Antistrophically, with the use of antistrophe. Antistrophize, to turn into antistrophe. Antistrophize, simple past and past participle of antistrophize. Antistrophizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antistrophize. Antistrophizing, present participle and gerund of antistrophize. Antistrophon, an argument retorted on an opponent. Antistructural, of or relating to antistructure. Antistructuralism, opposition to structuralism. Antistructuralist, one who opposes structuralism. Antistructuralists, plural of antistructuralists. Antistructure, a sociocultural structure that intentionally counteracts the mainstream. Antistructures, plural of antistructure. Antistrumatic, countering scrofula, antistrumus. Antistrumus, acting against scrofulous disorders. Antistudent, opposing students. Antistuffing, preventing stuffing the tax loophole. Anti-style, style or fashion that rejects the usual conventions of style. Anti-styles, plural of anti-style. Anti-submarine. Anti-subjective, opposing a purely subjective approach, hence not based only on individual opinions, etc. Anti-subjectivism. Anti-subjective, opposing a purely subjective approach, hence not based only on individual opinions, etc. Anti-subjectivism, any philosophy opposed to subjectivism. Anti-submarine, intended for use against submarines. Anti-subordination, legal philosophy holding that the law must address and reform structures that maintain social inequality with respect to disadvantaged groups. Anti-subrogation, opposing or preventing subrogation. Anti-subsidence, countering or preventing subsidence of land. Anti-subsidy, opposing a subsidy. Anti-substance, synonym of antibody. Anti-subversion, opposing or countering political subversion. Anti-subversive, opposing or countering political subversion. Anti-subversives, plural of anti-subversive. Anti-sutural, preventing sweating. Anti-sutorific, preventing sweating. Anti-sutorifics, plural of anti-sutorific. Anti-suffrage, opposing suffrage. Anti-suffragette, one who opposes the suffragette movement for women's voting rights. Anti-suffragettes, plural of anti-suffragette. Anti-suffragism, opposition to the suffragette movement for women's voting rights. Anti-suffragist, one who opposes suffrage. Anti-suffragists, plural of anti-suffragists. Anti-sugar, opposed to the consumption or production of sugar or sugar-containing foods. Anti-suicidal, opposing or countering suicide. Anti-suicide, opposing or preventing suicide. Anti-suit, being or relating to an injunction that prevents an opposing party from commencing or continuing a proceeding in another jurisdiction or forum. Anti-sun, a hypothetical sun composed of antimatter. Anti-suns, plural of anti-sun. Anti-sunward, away from the sun. Anti-sunwise, anti-clockwise. Anti-superhero, someone who is both a superhero and an anti-hero. Anti-superheroes, plural of anti-superhero. Anti-supermarket, opposing supermarkets. Anti-supernaturalism, opposition to supernaturalism. Anti-supernaturalist, one who opposes supernaturalism. Anti-supernaturalists, plural of anti-supernaturalists. Anti-suppurative, preventing suppuration. Anti-supremacists, opposing supremacism. Anti-surface, attacking military units that are on the surface of the ocean. Anti-surfactant, that counters the effect of a surfactant. Anti-surfactants, plural of anti-surfactant. Anti-surfing, opposing the sport of surfing. Anti-surge, preventing a surge. Anti-surgery, opposing surgery. Anti-surgical, opposing surgery. Anti-surveillance, counter-surveillance. Anti-survival, opposing or preventing survival. Anti-sway, designed to stabilize the left and right suspension systems of a road vehicle so as reduce roll or sway when turning corners. Anti-sweat, preventing the buildup of moisture or condensation. Anti-sweatshop, opposing sweatshops. Anti-sweet, countering a sweet taste. Anti-switch, an antisense form of a ribbon switch. Anti-switches, plural of anti-switch. Anti-symbolic, opposing symbolism. Anti-symbolism, opposition to symbolism. Anti-symbolist, one who opposes symbolism. Anti-symbolists, plural of anti-symbolists. Antisymmetric, having the property that, for any two distinct elements of S, at least one is not related to the other via R. Equivalently, having the property that, for any x, ys, if both x, y, and yrx, then x equals y. Antisymmetrical, antisymmetric, antisymmetrically, in an antisymmetric manner. Antisymmetricity, the property of being antisymmetric. Antisymmetries, plural of antisymmetry. Antisymmetrization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antisymmetrization. Antisymmetrizations, plural of antisymmetrization. Antisymmetrize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antisymmetrize. Antisymmetrize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antisymmetrized. Antisymmetrizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antisymmetrizer. Antisymmetrizers, plural of antisymmetrizer. Antisymmetrizing, present participle and gerund of antisymmetrize. Antisymmetrization, the act of making antisymmetric. Antisymmetrizations, plural of antisymmetrization. Antisymmetrize, to make antisymmetric. Antisymmetrize, made antisymmetric. Antisymmetrizer, a linear operator that makes a wave function of n identical fermions antisymmetric under the exchange of the coordinates of any pair of fermions. Antisymmetrizers, plural of antisymmetrizer. Antisymmetrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antisymmetrize. Antisymmetrizing, present participle and gerund of antisymmetrize. Antisymmetry, the condition of being antisymmetric. Antisympathetic, that affects the sympathetic nervous system. Antisympathetics, plural of antisympathetic. Antisympathomimetic, countering the sympathetic nervous system. Antisynapse, the part of a neuron at the other end in the synapse. Antisynapses, plural of antisynapse. Antisynapsin, that disrupts the action of synapsins. Antisynaptogenic, that counters synaptogenesis. Antisynchronization, the relationship between two oscillating systems that have the same absolute values at all times, but opposite signs. Antisynchronize, converted to antisynchronous form. Antisynchronous, having the same frequency, but exactly out of phase. Antisynchronously, in an antisynchronous manner. Antisynchrony, the condition of being antisynchronous. Antisyndicalism, opposition to syndicalism. Antisyndicalist, one who opposes the principles of syndicalism. Antisyndicalists, plural of antisyndicalists. Antisyndicate, opposing a syndicate. Antisyntactic, opposing or flouting the rules of syntax. Antisynthetase, that disrupts the action of synthetase enzymes. Antisynthetase, plural of antisynthetase. Antisyphilis, countering syphilis. Antisyphilitic, countering syphilis. Antisyphilitics, plural of antisyphilitic. Antisystem, opposing a political system. Antisystemic, synonym of antisystem. Antisystems, plural of antisystem. Antisyzyges, plural of antisyzygy. Antisyzygy, the presence of dueling polarities within one entity, thought of as typical for the Scottish psyche and literature. Antitabloid, opposing the sensationalist journalism of tabloid newspapers. Antitachyarrhythmia, countering tachyarrhythmia. Antitachycardia, alternative form of antitachycardic. Antitachycardic, that counters tachycardia. Antitachydysrhythmia, countering tachydysrhythmia. Antitachydysrhythmic, countering tachydysrhythmia. Antitail, a spike projecting from a comet's coma which seems to extend toward the sun. Antitails, plural of antitail. Antitakeover, countering a corporate takeover. Antitamper, preventing tampering. Antitampering, preventing or opposing tampering. Antitangent, synonym of arctangent. Antitangents, plural of antitangent. Antitangle, resistant to tangling. Antitact, of weapons or tactics designed for thwarting or especially attacking tanks or other armored fighting vehicles. Antitaping, preventing recording to tape as an anti-piracy measure. Antitarget, a receptor, enzyme, or other biological target that, when affected by a drug, causes undesirable side effects. Antitargets, plural of antitarget. Antitariff, opposing tariffs. Antitarnish, preventing tarnishing. Antitattoo, opposing tattoos. Antitau, the antitoan. Antitoan, the antiparticle of the ton. Antitoans, plural of antitoan. Antitaurine, inhibiting or counteracting taurine. Antitaurus, alternative form of antitaurus. Antitaus, plural of antitau. Antitax, acting against or opposed to taxes. Antitaxation, acting against or opposed to taxation. Antitaxe, relating to movement away from a stimulus. Anti-tea, opposing tea the drink. Antitearing, preventing tearing or ripping. Antitechnocratic, opposed to technocracy. Antitechnological, opposed to technology. Antitechnologism, a belief or attitude that opposes technology. Antitechnologist, one who opposes technology. Antitechnologists, plural of antitechnologists. Antitechnology, opposed to technology. Antiteetotal, opposing teetotalism. Antiteetotalism, opposition to teetotalism. Antiteleological, opposing teleology. Antitelephone, a hypothetical device used in thought experiments on causality that could be used to send signals into one's own past. Antitelephones, plural of antitelephone. Antitelevision, opposing television. Antitelomerase, acting against telomerase. Antitemperance, opposing the temperance movement against alcohol. Antitemplate, a macromolecule that acts against a template. Antitemplates, plural of antitemplate. Antitemporal, opposing or counteracting time. Antitennis, rare form of anti-tennis. Antitension, countering muscular tension. Antiteratogenesis, alternative alternative form of antiteratogenic. Antiteratogenic. That counters teratogenesis. Antiterminate. To override. The termination of DNA transcription. Antiterminated. Simple past and past participle of antiterminate. Antiterminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of antiterminate. Antiterminating. Present participle and gerund of antiterminate. Antitermination. A mechanism that prevents premature termination of DNA transcription. Antiterminator. Any enzyme that promotes antitermination. Antiterminators. Plural of antiterminator. Antitermite. That counters termites. Antitermitic. Acting against termites. Antiterritorial. Opposing territorialism. Antiterror. Opposing or preventing terrorism. Antiterrorism. Activity aiming at opposing or preventing terrorism. Antiterrorists. Preventing or counteracting terrorism or reducing the threat from terrorism. Antiterrorists. Plural of antiterrorists. Antitesting. Opposing testing in any sense, but especially the testing of chemical products on animals. Antitetanic. Countering tetanus. Antitetanus. That combats tetanus. Antitextual. Opposing a text or textual conventions. Antithalian. Opposed to fun or festivity. Antitheater. Works of theater that go against theatrical conventions. Antitheater. Alternative form of antitheater. Ataviatical. In opposition to the theater. Ataviaticality. The quality or state of being ataviatical. And a theft, against or preventing from being stolen. Atheism, the categorical opposition to the belief in any and all deities. Atheist, an active opponent of the belief in the existence of a god or gods. Atheistic, of pertaining to or espousing anti-theism. Atheistical, alternative form of antitheistic. Atheistically, in an antitheistic manner. Atheist, plural of antitheist. Antithenar, situated opposite to the palm of the hand or the sole of the foot. Antitheocratic, opposed to theocracy. Antitheological, opposing theology. Antitheologies, plural of antitheology. Antitheology, a belief system that runs counter to theology. Antitheorem, a syntactically correct expression whose negation is a theorem. Antitheorems, plural of antitheorem. Antitheoretical, opposing theory. Antitherapeutic, having a damaging psychological effect opposite to that of therapy. Antitherapy, opposing therapy. Antithermic, synonym of antipyretic. Antithermogenic, that counters thermogenesis. Antitheses, plural of antithesis. Antithesis, a proposition that is the diametric opposite of some other proposition. Antithesize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antithesize. Antithesized, simple past and past participle of antithesize. Antitheses, misspelling of antitheses. Antithesising, present participle and gerund of antithesize. Antithesize, to create antitheses. Antithesized, simple past and past participle of antithesize. Antithesizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antithesize. Antithesizing, present participle and gerund of antithesize. And is that an antithetic or contrasted statement? Antitheta, countering the theta antigen. Antithetic, diametrically oppose. Antithetical, pertaining to antithesis or opposition of words and sentiments, containing or of the nature of antithesis, contrasted. Antitheticalities, plural of antitheticality. Antitheticality, the quality of being antithetical. Antithetically, in an antithetic manner. Antitheticalness, the quality of being antithetical. Antithetics, plural of antithetic. Antithets, plural of antithet. Antithiamine, acting against thiamine or its effects. Antithickening, preventing or inhibiting thickening. Antithrips, that protects against infestation with thrips. Antithrombic, of pertaining to or resembling the action of antithrombin. Antithrombin, a small molecule that inactivates several enzymes of the coagulation system. Antithrombins, plural of antithrombin. Antithrombocyte, alternative form of antithrombocytic. Antithrombocytic, preventing the formation of blood clots. Antithromboembolic, countering thromboembolism. Antithrombogenic, preventing thrombosis. Antithrombogenicity, quality of being antithrombogenic. Antithrombokinase, any agent that inhibits the thrombokinase activity. Antithrombolytic, preventing or countering thrombolysis. Antithrombolytics, plural of antithrombolytic. Antithrombomodulin, inhibiting thrombomodulin activity. Antithrombophilic, preventing thrombophilia. Antithromboplastic, opposing the effects of thromboplastin. Antithromboplastine, synonym of TFPA tissue factor pathway inhibitor. Antithrombosis, the effect of an antithrombotic agent. Antithrombotic, that inhibits the formation of thrombi. Antithromboticity, the condition of being antithrombotic. Antithrombotics, plural of antithrombotic. Antithromboxane, any agent that inhibits thromboxane activity. Antithrust, that resists the effects of a thrust. Antithymocyte, that counters the production of thymocytes. Antithyroglobulin, an antibody that targets thyroglobulin. Antithyroglobulins, plural of antithyroglobulin. Antithyroid, reducing the production or effects of thyroid hormones. Antithyroidal, alternative form of antithyroid. Antithyrotoxic, countering thyrotoxicity. Antitake, working against ticks the arachnids. Antitilt, preventing tilting. Antitime, a hypothetical construct that resembles time but somehow opposes or counteracts it. Antitit, preventing something from tipping over. Antitipping, opposing or countering tipping motions. Antitissue, acting against body tissues. Antitobacco, opposed to tobacco, often specifically to either the tobacco industry or public smoking. Antitobaccoid, one who opposes the smoking of tobacco. Antitobaccoids, plural of antitobaccoid. Antitobacconist, one who opposes the habit of smoking tobacco. Antitobacconists, plural of antitobacconists. Antitoll, opposing the imposition of a toll. Antitonal, deliberately flouting the conventions of tonality. Antitone, synonym of antimonotone. Antitone, that reduces muscular or vascular tonus. Antitonicity, the condition of being antitonic. Antitop, the top antiquark. Antitopoisomerase, that counters the action of topoisomerase. Antitops, plural of antitop. Antitorpedo, acting against torpedoes. Antitorque, describing the rotor on the tail of a helicopter that prevents the helicopter from spinning in a direction opposite to that of the main rotor blades. Antitorture, acting against or opposing torture. Antitotalitarian, opposed to or acting against totalitarianism or totalitarian behavior. Antitotalitarianism, opposition to totalitarianism. Antitotalitarians, plural of antitotalitarian. Antitourism, opposing tourism. Antitourists, opposing tourism. Antitouristic, opposed to what is touristic. Antitoxic, that counteracts a toxin or poison. Antitoxicity, the condition of being antitoxic. Antitoxin, a medicine able to neutralize a toxin. Antitoxine, archaic form of antitoxin. Antitoxines, plural of antitoxine. Antitoxins, plural of antitoxin. Antitoxoplasma, alternative form of antitoxoplasmal. Antitoxoplasmal, that counters toxoplasmosis. Antitoxoplasmic, that counters the effects of toxoplasmotoxins. Antitracking, of a system or application preventing a website from gathering or collecting personal data or information. Antitray, the wind that blows from west to east above the trade wind. Antitrade wind, synonym of antitrade. Antitrade winds, plural of antitrade wind. Antitrades, plural of antitray. Antitradition, opposing tradition. Antitraditional, opposed to what is traditional. Antitraditionalism, opposition to traditionalism. Antitraditionalists, an opponent of traditionalism. Antitraditionalists, plural of antitraditionalists. Antitraffic, synonym of anti-trafficking. Anti-trafficking, serving to counter human trafficking. Antitragy, plural of antitragus. Antitragic, challenging the conventions of tragedy. Antitragicus, in the human musculoskeletal system of the ear, a part that arises from the outer part of the antitragus and is inserted into the cauda helicis and antihelix. Antitragus, a projection on the lower posterior portion of the auricle of the ear opposite the tragus. Antitrailer, opposing or forbidding the use of trailers, unpowered wheeled vehicles. Antitrain, opposing trains. Antitrans, antitransgender or antitranssexual. Antitranscendentalism, a position that opposes transcendentalism. Antitransform, the inverse of a transform. Antitransforms, plural of antitransform. Antitransgender, against transgender people. Antitransglutaminase, targeting transglutaminase. Antitransit, opposed to or against public transit, public transport. Antitransition, opposing transition. Antitransparent, reducing transpiration in plants. Antitransparence, plural of antitransparent. Antitransportation, opposing the transportation of criminals. Antitranssexual, prejudiced against transsexual people. Antitrapping, opposing the trapping of animals. Antitravel, opposing or preventing travel. Anti-treating, belonging or relating to an anti-alcohol movement whose members pledged not to offer or accept drinks in public houses. Anti-treatment, opposing treatment of a psychiatric condition, etc. Anti-treaty, opposing a treaty. Anti-tremor, preventing or countering tremors. Anti-trend, going against a trend or trends in general. Anti-trepomo, active against trepomo. Anti-trespass, countering or preventing trespass. Anti-trichomonal, countering or preventing trichomoniasis. Antitrigonometric function, synonym of inverse trigonometric function. Antitrigonometric functions, plural of antitrigonometric function. Antitrinitarian, rejecting the Trinitarian doctrine that God subsists as three distinct persons in single substance of the Holy Trinity. Antitrinitarianism, rejection of the Trinitarian doctrine that God subsists as three distinct persons in the single substance of the Holy Trinity. Non-Trinitarianism. Antitrinitarians, plural of antitrinitarian. Antitriplet, the antiparticle of a specified triplet triquark. Antitriplets, plural of antitriplet. Antitritium, the antimatter equivalent of tritium. Antitriton, the antiparticle of a triton. Antitritons, plural of antitriton. Antitrochanter, an articular surface on the ilium of birds against which the great trochanter of the femur plays. Antitrochanteric, relating to the antitrochanter. Antitrochanters, plural of antitrochanter. Antitropal. Antitropous. Antitrophic, that counters hypertrophy. Antitrope, on the opposite side of a bilaterally symmetric relationship is the left and right hands. Antitropical, situated or found away from a tropic toward the respective pole. Antitropomyosin, that gathers the action as tropomyosin. Antitropic. Displaying of or pertaining to antitropy. Antitropy, a disposition of opposed, asymmetric leaves where a pair of leaves displays bilateral symmetry. Antitrout, of an antibody reacting with the immunoglobulins found in trout. Antitruancy, opposing or countering truancy from school. Antitruncated, exhibiting antitruncation. Antitruncation, the presence of an outer radial surface brightness profile that is distinctly shallower in scope than the main disk profile. Antitruncations, plural of antitruncation. Antitrusts, opposed to or against the establishment or existence of trusts monopolies, usually referring to legislation. Antitruster, a government agent who investigates monopolies. Antitrusters, plural of antitruster. Antitruth, that which is the opposite or negation of truth, especially of a mystical or religious truth. Antitruths, plural of antitruth. Antitripanocidal, synonym of tripanocidal. Antitripanosomal, countering trypanosomes. Antitrypanosmally, in an antitrypanosomal manner. Antitrypanosomatid, that counters trypanosomatid infections. antitrypanosome, alternative form of antitrypanosomal, antitrypanosomic, synonym of antitrypanosomal, antitrypsin, any of a class of serum proteins that inhibit trypsin and similar proteolytic enzymes. Antitrypsins, plural of antitrypsin. Antitryptic, that inhibits the action of trypsin. Antitubercular, that is used to treat tuberculosis. Antituberculars, plural of antitubercular. Antituberculosis, acting to combat or counteract tuberculosis. Antituberculostatic, that counters the action of a tuberculostatic. Antituberculostatics, plural of antituberculostatic. Antituberculotic, countering tuberculosis. Antituberculotics, plural of antituberculotic. Antituberculous, acting to combat or counteract tuberculosis. Antitubulin, inhibiting the action of tubulin. Antitubulins, plural of antitubulin. Antitumor, inhibiting the development of a tumor. Antitumoral, antitumor. Antitumorigenesis, alternative form of antitumorigenic. Antitumorigenic, opposing tumorigenesis, serving to counteract the formation of tumors. Antitumorigenic, misspelling of antitumorigenic. Antitumors, plural of antitumor. Antitumor, alternative spelling of antitumor. Antitumoral. Antitumor. Antitumorigenic, alternative form of antitumorigenic. Antiturbulence, preventing or countering turbulence. Antiturkey, describing an antibody that reacts with the immunoglobulins found in turkeys. Antitussive, a cough suppressant or a drug that inhibits coughing. Antitussives, plural of antitussive. Antitwilight, synonym of antitwilight arch atmospheric phenomenon. Antitwilight heart. Synonym of belt of Venus atmospheric phenomenon. Antitwilight arches, plural of antitwilight arch. Antitypal, antitypical. Antitide, something that is symbolized or represented by a type, such as Christ by the Paschal Lamb, the fulfillment of a type. Antitypes, plural of antitype. Antityphoid, countering typhoid fever. Antityphoidal, that counters typhoid fever. Antityphus, countering typhus. Antitypic, antitypical. Antitypical, of or pertaining to an antitype. Antitypically, in a way that pertains to an antitype. Antitypus, resistant to blows, hard. Antitypy, the action to an applied force. Antityrosinase, that counters the action of tyrosinase. And also, serving to prevent or counteract ulcers. Anti-ulcerative, that counters ulceration. Anti-ulcerogenic, preventing the onset of ulcers. Anti-ulcerous, serving to prevent or counteract ulcers. Anti-ultraviolet, blocking ultraviolet light. Anti-unemployment, opposing or countering unemployment. Anti-unification, opposing political unification. Anti-union, opposed to or discouraging the formation of trade unions. Anti-unionism, opposition to trade unions. Anti-unionist, one who opposes trade unions. Anti-unionists, plural of anti-unionist. Anti-unionization, opposing unionization. Anti-Unitarian, opposing Unitarianism. Anti-Unitaries, plural of anti-unitary. Anti-unitary, of a bijective antilinear mapping reversing the order when applied to the arguments of a scalar product, xy equals fy fx. Anti-unity, opposing unity. Anti-universalism, opposition to universalism, the theological belief that all souls can attain salvation. Anti-universalists, one who opposes universalism, the theological belief that all souls can attain salvation. Anti-universalists, plural of anti-universalists. Anti-universe, a conjectured universe formed from antimatter. Anti-universes, plural of anti-universe. Anti-university, opposing a university or universities in general. Being or relating to an anti-epoch. Showing a negative view of cities or city life. Anti-urbanization, opposition to urbanization. Anti-ureolytic, that counters the hydrolysis of urea. Anti-urease, that counters the action of urease. Anti-ureolytic, alternative form of anti-ureolytic. Anti-urolithiase, alternative form of anti-urolithiatic. Anti-urolithiatic, countering urolithiases. Anti-ustiginumab, anybody that counters the effects of ustiginumab. Anti-usurious, opposing usury. Anti-utilitarian, opposing utilitarianism. Anti-utilitarianism, opposition to utilitarianism. Anti-utilitarians, plural of anti-utilitarian. Anti-utopian, opposing utopian values. Anti-vaccination, alternative form of anti-vaccination. Anti-vaccinationism, opposition to vaccination. Anti-vaccinationists, one who opposes vaccination. Anti-vaccinationists, plural of anti-vaccinationists. Anti-vaccinator, alternative form of anti-vaccinator. Anti-vaccinators, plural of anti-vaccinator. Anti-vaccine, alternative form of anti-vaccine. Anti-vaccinist, anti-vaccinationists. Anti-vaccinists, plural of anti-vaccinists. Anti-vagrancy, serving to prevent or counter vagrancy. Anti-vampire, opposing or countering vampires. Anti-vandal, opposing or prescribing vandalism. Anti-vandalism, opposing or prescribing vandalism. Anti-varicose, preventing varicose veins. Anti-variale, working against scarlet fever. Anti-varialis, preventing the spread of smallpox. Antivascular, describing any drug that attacks the vasculature of a tumor. Antivasospastic, that counters vasospasm. Anti-vax, alternative form of anti-vax. Anti-vaxxer, alternative form of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxers, plural of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vax, alternative form of anti-vax. Anti-vaxxer, alternative form of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxers, plural of anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxery, alternative form of anti-vaxxery. Anti-vaxxing, alternative form of anti-vaxxing. Antivectorio, that counters the vector of an infectious disease. Anti-vegan, opposed to veganism. Anti-vegetarian, opposed to vegetarianism. Anti-vehicle, acting against vehicles. Anti-vehicular, preventing the physical progress of vehicles. Antivenin, synonym of antivenom. Antivenines, plural of antivenin. Antivenereal, that is used to treat or cure venereal disease. Antivenin, synonym of antivenom, now particularly for snake bites containing venin. Antivenins, plural of antivenin. Antivenom, a medicine that counteracts venom, an antidote to biological poisons from venomous animals such as snakes and spiders. Antivenomic, relating to antivenoms or to antivenomics. Antivenomics, the study of the protem of antivenoms. Antivenomous, acting against venom. Antivenoms, plural of antivenom. Antiverbal, opposing or avoiding the use of speech or words. Antiverse, synonym of anti-universe. Antiverses, plural of antiverse. Antivertex, the point exactly opposite the vertex. Antivertices, plural of antivertex. Antivertiginous, preventing or countering vertigo. Antivertigo, preventing or countering vertigo. Antivibrating, preventing vibration. Antivibration, countering or preventing vibration. Antivibrational, preventing vibration. Antivibrator, a device attached to a vehicle or machine, etc. to reduce vibrations. Antivibrators, plural of antivibrator. Antivibratory, preventing or reducing vibrations. Antivice, opposing or countering vice sinful behavior. Antivictim, opposing the victim as in a legal trial. Antivideo, an audiovisual work presented in video format that deliberately defies the conventions of genre and format. Antivideos, plural of antivideo. Antivigilante, opposing vigilantes. Antivillage, opposing villages. Antivinentin, that binds to vimentin. Antivinculin, that counters the action of vinculin. Antiviolence, acting against or opposing violence. Antiviolent, acting against or opposing violence. Antivir, abbreviation of antivirus. Antiviral, inhibiting the growth and reproduction of a virus. Antivirally, in an antiviral way. Antivirals, plural of antiviral. Antivirotic, an antibiotic that is effective against viruses. Antivirotics, plural of antivirotic. Antivirulence, that reduces the virulence of a bacterium without necessarily killing it. Antivirus, a piece of software that is used to detect, delete, and or neutralize computer-based viruses. Antiviruses, plural of antivirus. Antivitalism, opposition to vitalism. Antivitalists, one who opposes vitalism. Antivitalistic, opposing vitalism. Antivitalists, plural of antivitalists. Antivitamin, any compound that inhibits the metabolic action of a vitamin. Antivitamins, plural of antivitamin. Antivivisection, opposed to vivisection. Antivivisectionism, opposition to vivisection. Antivivisectionist, a person opposed to the practice of vivisection. Antivivisectionists, plural of antivivisectionists. Antivolition, the desire not to do something. Antivolitional, of or relating to antivolition. Antivortex, a vortex that rotates in an opposite direction to another that it is paired with. Antivortices, plural of antivortex. Antivoucher, opposing a school voucher scheme. Anti-war, alternative form of anti-war. Anti-warehousing, compelling building owners to rent vacant buildings to tenants rather than holding them back for other purposes. Anti-warfare, opposed to warfare. Anti-war ally, opposing war, pacifist. Anti-warming, counteracting global warming. Anti-warrior, one who has anti-war beliefs. Anti-warriors, plural of anti-warrior. Anti-wart, acting against warts. Anti-wasp, countering wasps. Anti-waste, opposing or preventing waste. Anti-water, a hypothetical substance resembling water but made from antimatter. Anti-weapon, opposing or countering weapons. Anti-wear, preventing mechanical wear. Anti-weed, opposing or countering weeds, unwanted plants. Anti-welfare, opposed to welfare financial aid offered by a government. Anti-Western, opposing Western cultural and political influences. Anti-Westernism, an ideological, cultural, and political trend opposing Western cultural and political influences. Anti-wedding, preventing or inhibiting wedding. Anti-whale, opposing whales. Anti-whaling, against the practice of whaling hunting of whales. Anti-whiplash, preventing whiplash. Anti-white, hostile to white people or white culture. Anti-whiteism, synonym of anti-whiteness, hostility towards white people. Anti-whiteness, hostility towards white people. Anti-whitism, synonym of anti-whiteness, hostility towards white people. Anti-wildlife, opposed to wildlife. Anti-wisdom, that which is not or opposes wisdom, folly. Anti-wit, the opposite of wit. Anti-witch, opposing witches or witchcraft. Anti-witchcraft, opposing the practice of witchcraft. Anti-withdrawal, that counters withdrawal. Anti-woke, against things that are woke in the social justice sense. Anti-wolbatia, alternative form of anti-wolbatial. Anti-wolbatial, that counters bacteria of the genus Wolbatia. Anti-wolf, opposing wolves. Anti-woman, opposed to women. Anti-womanist, opposing woman. Womanism. Anti-womanists, plural of anti-womanists. Anti-women, prejudiced against women, misogynistic. Anti-work, opposing work. Anti-worker, opposing workers. Anti-world, a hypothetical world constructed from antimatter. Anti-worlds, plural of anti-world. Anti-worm, preventing or countering worms. Anti-worship, actions that are contrary to worship. Anti-wrinkle, counteracting wrinkles. Anti-wrinkling, counteracting wrinkles. Anti-xenophobia, opposition to xenophobia. Anti-xenophobic, opposing xenophobia. Anti-xenoses, that counters zoonoses. Antizoonotic, that counters zoonoses. Antizoorophthalmic, countering xerophthalmia. Antizootic, preventing dryness. Antianquismo, alternative form of anti-anquismo. Anti-yeast, alternative form of anti-yeast. Anti-yellow, opposing the Chinese. Anti-yellowing, preventing yellowing. And yuppie, opposed to yuppies or yuppie culture. Anti-zealot, one who opposes zealotry. Anti-zealots, plural of anti-zealot. Anti-zeis, one who believed that maize was not the cause of pellagra. Anti-zeis, plural of anti-zeis. Anti-zenith, the point opposite a zenith, nadir. Anti-zeniths, plural of anti-zenith. Anti-ziganism, anti-gypsyism, hostility, prejudice or racism toward Romani people. Anti-ziganus, prejudiced against the Roma, exhibiting anti-ziganism. Anti-Zionism, alternative letter case form of anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionist, rare spelling of anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionistic, alternative letter case form of anti-Zionistic. Anti-zombie, the inverse of the philosophical zombie, an exact duplicate of a human being which certainly and necessarily does have conscious experience, qualia or sentience. Anti-zombies, plural of anti-zombie. Anti-zoning, opposing zoning. Anti-zoo, opposing the keeping of animals in captivity in zoos. Anti-zyme, anti-enzyme that inhibits the action of another. Antizymes, plural of antizyme. Antizymic, synonym of antizymotic. Antizymotic, preventing fermentation, decomposition, or similar enzyme activity. Antizymotics, plural of antizymotic. And one, a male given name from French, equivalent to English Anthony. Antkind, all ants considered as a group. Antiliac, a surname from Polish. Antdeliacs, plural of Antskeliac. Evel, a surname. Antler, a city and village in North Dakota. Antler moth, a noctuid moth of species Eujrxmrni8uhbr. Antler moths. Plural of antler moth. Antler, having antlers. Antler to God, the second major supernatural figure in the Wiccan religion, a triune god equal to the goddess, split into the aspects of Father, Master, and the Sage. Antlrai, a greenish hydrous copper sulfate mineral. Antlois, without antlers. Antloisness, absence of antlers. Antlolai, resembling or characteristic of an antler. Antorogenesis, the formation and development of antlers. Anterogenic, relating to or promoting antorogenesis. Antlers, an unincorporated community in Garfield County, Colorado, United States. Antals, plural of antle. Atlas, without ants. Atlet, a small immature ant, an antling. Atlets, plural of antlet. L, a surname. Antli-Bixler syndrome, a rare congenital disorder characterized by various bodily malformations. Ales, plural of antli. Atwe, a faint winter constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble a puma. The common An English name is air pump. Atway, plural of athlea. Ant-like, resembling an ant, often used specifically in reference to apparent size or significance. Antling, a small, immature, or miniature ant. Antlings, plural of antling. Allen, Addy of various species of insects, many of them nocturnal, in the family Mammalidae. The adults superficially resemble the unrelated damselflies. The larvae bury themselves in sand below a cone-shaped pit in which they trap insects such as ants. Antlions, plural of antlion. Antlophobia, the fear of floods or inundation. Of, resembling, characteristic of, or pertaining to ants, formic. A surname. Antlands, plural of antmen. Antlier, antires, plural of antmire. Antode, a particular ode sung in response to another. Antodes, plural of antode. Antidontalgic, alternative form of antiodontalgic. Antidontalgics, plural of antidontalgic. Antoci, the inhabitants at 2 points on the globe that share a longitude and for which the sum of their degrees of latitude equals 0. Antocian, of or belonging to the point on the globe of the same longitude but the opposite latitude. Antofagasta, a city in northern Chile. Antophine, a phenanthroidlizidine alkaloid that has some anti-cancer activity. Antlicoy, alternative spelling of antoci. Antoine, a male given name from French occasionally borrowed from French, mostly in the U.S. Antoine Labelle, a regional county municipality of Laurentides, Quebec, Canada. Antoinette, a female given name from French, best known for the ill-fated French Queen Marie Antoinette. Antojito, any of various types of snack or appetizer in Mexican cuisine, such as a torta or pambazo. Antojitos, plural of antojito. Antolin, a surname. Antolens, plural of antolin. Anton, a male given name from Latin. Anton Pillar order, misspelling of Anton Pillar order. Anton Pillar order, a court order allowing a plaintiff to go to someone's premises and seize documents. Entry must be with that person's permission, but if refused would be a contempt of court. Used in extreme cases when a prospective defendant might destroy documents, especially computer files, if they knew a court case was coming. Anton Pillar orders, plural of Anton Pillar order. Anton Dubinsky syndrome, a rare symptom of brain damage occurring in the occipital lobe in which the patient is cortically blind but affirms that he or she is capable of seeing. Antonacci, a surname from Italian. Antonaxis, plural of Antonacci. Antone, a surname. Antonelli, a surname from Italian. Antonellis, a surname from Italian. Antonelizes, plural of Antonellas. Antons, plural of Anton. Antonscu, a surname from Romanian. Antoinette, a female given name. Antonti, a surname from Italian. Antontes, plural of Antonti. Antingalan, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Antonia, a female given name from Spanish. Antoniadi's scale, a scale of seeing conditions used by amateur astronomers. Edenina, a female given name from Latin of mainly historical use English. Antonym, of or pertaining to the Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius 86-161 or his reign or of the emperors in his dynasty. Antonine wall, a fortification of stone and turf built by the Roman Empire across what is now the central belt of Scotland. Antoninini, plural of Antoninus. Antoninus, a silver coin used during the Roman Empire equal to 2 denarii. Antonininuses, plural of Antoninus. Antonino, a surname. Antoninos, plural of Antonino. Antonio, a male given name from Italian. Antovio, a surname from Greek. Antonius, plural of Antoniu. Antomius, a Roman nomen gentilicium. Antonov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Ante or Antonov. Antonymasia, the substitution of an epithet or title in place of a proper noun. Antonymasias, plural of antonomasia. Antonomacies, plural of antonomacy. Antonomaste, relating to or characterized by antonomasia. Antonomastical, alternative form of antonomastic. Antonomastically, in terms of or by means of antonomasia. Antonomacy, alternative form of antonomasia. Antonopoulos, a surname from Greek. Antonopoulos, plural of Antonopoulos. Antonov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Ante or Antonov. Antonaka, an apple cultivar noted for a strong acidic flavor and ability to sustain harsh winters. Antonakas, plural of Antonovka. Antonucci, a surname from Italian. Antonuccius, plural of Antonucci. Evan, a male given name from Latin, a mostly British spelling variant of Anthony. Antonis, clipping of St. Antony's, referring to St. Antony's College, Oxford. Antonym, a word which has the opposite meaning of another word. Antonym, of relating to or being an antonym or antonyms. Antonymically, misspelling of autonymically. Antonymies, plural of antonymy. Antonymize, to express by an antonym or antonyms. Antonymize, simple past and past participle of antonymize. Antonymizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antonymize. Antonymizing, present participle of antonymize. Antonymous, synonym of antonymic. Antonymously, in an antonymous way. Antonyms, plural of antonym. Antonymy, the semantic relation between antonyms, the quality of being antonymous. Antophyte, antophyte. Antophytes, plural of antophyte. Antoriddle, situated to the foot of the eye. Antoriddles, plural of antorbital. Antown, a surname. Antozone, hydrogen peroxide. Antozonite, a radioactive variety of fluorite containing traces of elemental fluorine gas. Antfecker, any of the genus Parmoptila of tropical songbirds of Africa. Anthevers, plural of antpecker. Antweopel, plural of Antwersen. Antwersen, a fan of the English rock band Adam and the Ants. Antpipit, any of the genus Corythopes of birds in the Tyranidae family. Antbibet, plural of antbibet. Antata, any of the small, insect-eating passerine birds in family Grallariidae of subtropical and tropical Central and South America. Antbidas, plural of antbita. Antproof, resistant to ants. Antproof, simple past and past participle of antproof. Antproofing, present participle and gerund of antproof. Antproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of antproof. Antla, plural of antrum. Antra of highmore, plural of antrum of highmore. Antriphenine, a piperazine drug with analgesic and anti-inflammatory properties. Antral, of or pertaining to an antrum. Antralization, the presence or the formation of antra. Amnoise, a village in Ariège Department, Occitania, France. Antvorodse, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Ator, cavern, cave. Antrectomies, plural of antrectomy. Antrectomy, the removal resection of part of the stomach, often combined with a vagotomy. Anters, plural of anter. Ataean, a surname from Armenian. Ataeans, plural of Antaeasian. Adro, a county in northeastern Northern Ireland. Antrim County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Bel Air. Adron, strange, rare, unusual. Antro, related to an antrum. Antroba, a crushed eggplant dish eaten, often with salt fish, on the Caribbean island of Antigua. Antrobus, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6479. Antrobuses, plural of antrobus. Antroconal, relating to the nasal cavity. Antodide, any member of the Antodididae. Antodidids, plural of antodite. Antroduodenal, relating to the antrum of the duodenum. Antroduodenodromal, relating to the antrum of the duodenum and jejunum. Antrogray, alternative form of anterogray. Antron, a male given name. Antranasal, relating to an antrum and its associated nasal cavity. Anthroposphere, misspelling of anthroposphere. Anthropolort, relating to the pyloric antrum. Anthraquinonal, a substituted cyclohexanone that has some cytotoxic activity. Anthraquinonols, plural of anthraquinonal. Antrorse, curved or pointed forward or upward. Antrorsely, in an antrorse fashion. Antroscope, an instrument that is used to inspect the maxillary antrum. Antroscopes, plural of antroscope. Antroscopic, related to antroscopy by means of an antroscope. Antroscopies, plural of antroscopy. Antroscopy, an antroscopic examination. Antrostomies, plural of antrostomy. Antrostomy, incision and drainage of the antrum. Antrotomies, plural of antrotomy. Antrotomy, an incision into an antrum. Antroventrally, misspelling of anteroventrally. Antroversion, alternative form of anteroversion. Antroverted, alternative form of anteroverted. Apto, a bodily cavity, especially one having bony walls, especially one in the sinuses. Antrum of highmore, the maxillary sinus. Andromes, plural of antrum. Antrums of Highmore, plural of antrum of Highmore. Antrustion, a vassal or bodyguard of Merovingian kings. Antrustians, plural of Antrustian. Antrustianship, the role or status of an Antrustian. Antrustianships, plural of Antrustianship. Ants, plural of ant. Ants climbing a tree, a Sichuan dish of ground meat cooked in a sauce and poured over cellophane noodles. Ants in one's pants, the condition of being agitated and constantly fidgeting. Ants on a log, a snack made by spreading cream cheese, peanut butter, ricotta cheese, or any number of spreads on celery and placing raisins on top. Edzai, any Malagasy rodent of the genus Brachytarsames. Atuus, plural of ant. Antrike, any of several passerine bird species of various genera in the Antberthamophilidae family. Antrikes, plural of antrike. Athti, comparative form of antsy, more antsy. Atheist, superlative form of antsy, most antsy. Anselin, in an antsy manner. Ansinas, the state or quality of being antsy. Antaranana, a city in North Madagascar. Ansa, restless, apprehensive, and fidgety. Antwerp, any of the tropical birds in the family Formicariidae found in Central and South America. Antphreas, plural of antthresh. Atto, a Mesopotamian goddess, the feminine counterpart of Anu. Evlo, alternative form of Antu-Mesopotamian goddess. Antorur, the region from which an occulting body appears entirely contained within the disk of the light source. Antori, plural of Antumbra. Antuna, a surname. Antunes, plural of Antuna. Antunes, a surname from Spanish. Antunces, plural of Antunes. Anta, former name of Dandong. Antunabe, a municipality of Croatia. Athos, plural of Antu. Antiviro, any of 8 species of birds in the genus Dicythemus. Antiviros, plural of antiviro. Atwahi, old-fashioned or out of date. Atwahi, alternative form of Antwaki. Evelyn, a male given name from French, equivalent to English Anthony. Antwer, a province of Flanders, Belgium, the most populous. Antwerpen, alternative form of Antwerpen. Antwerpenaar, a native or inhabitant of Antwerp. Antwerpenaars, plural of Antwerpenaar. Antwerpian, a person who is born in or is a citizen or inhabitant of Antwerp, Belgium. Antwerpians, plural of Antwerpian. Atwe, a surname. Antwine, a surname. Antwines, plural of Antoine. Atwis, plural of Antwi. Antoine, a male given name from French, equivalent to English Anthony. Antoine, alternative form of Antoine. Antoine, any member of a genus of small ant birds, Miamatherula. Androns, plural of antron. Covered with ants. Antmire, alternative form of Antmire ant. Antimires, plural of antimire. Antigidium, a low plate-like ridge of shell near the beak of the dorsal valve of some brachiopods. Ansolides, a surname from Greek. Antosi, obsolete spelling of Antosi. Anu, initialism of airplane nozzle. Adu, a sky god, the god of heaven, lord of constellations, king of gods, spirits and demons who dwelt in the highest heavenly region. Anu, a crop grown in the Indies Tapielum turasum. Amnoa, a member of a Luo-Nilotic ethnic group inhabiting parts of East Africa. Anoax, plural of Anuak. Anoi, misspelling of annually. Anobanta, characters added before or after a Sanskrit stem or other morpheme, used as marker to convey a grammatical operation such as accentuation or substitution, and dropped once the word is fully formed. Anobantas, plural of anubanta. Anoin, of or relating to Anubis. Anubis, in the mythology of ancient Egypt, the god of the dead and tombs, commonly depicted with the head of a jackal. Anubis baboon, synonym of olive baboon Papio anubis. Anubis baboons, plural of Anubis baboon. Anata, a transliteration of a Thai male given name. Anuclear, lacking a nucleus. Adipwe, which does not have a nucleus. Adipwede, matnucleated. Anucleate. Anucleolate, without a nucleolus. Anudaba, low-pitch accent grave which precedes the acute udata in Vedic Sanskrit. Anudatas, plural of anudata. Ada, pronunciation spelling of another. Ada, pronunciation spelling of another. Amateur, pronunciation spelling of another. Anoploy, misspelling of anaploid. Anoploids, plural of anaploid. Elev, initialism of acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis. Anagamana, alternative form of anumrena. Amud, a male given name from Sanskrit commonly used in India. Anohaya, an old Thai unit of length, approximately 2.6 centimeters. Adukat, an ancient Egyptian goddess of the cataracts rapids of the Nile River, sometimes treated as an aspect of the god of the Nile. Adukat, alternative form of Anukit. Anagi, alternative form of Anunnaki. Anumrena, the ancient Indian practice of voluntary death by self-immolation by Hindu widows after the death of the husband. Anumerical, not numerical outside the realm of numbers. Anumita, a female given name of Indian origin. Anumula, a village in Nalbanda district, Andhra Pradesh, India. Anumulas, plural of Anumula. Ananzayasin, a surname from Spanish. Alternative form of Anunnaki. Anunnaki, a group of Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian deities in no known particular order including but not limited to Enki, Enlil, Ninlil, and known as the fourth Enlilulu. Anunnakian, of or relating to the Anunnaki, a race of ancient astronauts described in the writings of Sacharia Sitchin. Anunnaku, alternative form of Anunnaki. Anaptophobia, the fear of remaining single or being married to the wrong person. Anuradhapura, a city in Sri Lanka. Anurag, a male given name from Sanskrit used mainly in India. Anural, lacking a tail. Anura, any amphibian of the order Anura. A frog, a toad. Anurans, plural of anuran. Anuresis, the inability to urinate, the retention of urine in the bladder. Anuretic, of pertaining to or characterized by anuresis. Anuria, a condition in which the kidneys do not produce urine. Anurias, plural of anuria. Anuric, of pertaining to, causing, or afflicted with anuria. Anurofauna, frogs and toads considered as a group. Anurognathed, any pterosaur of the family Anurognathidae. Anurognathids, plural of anurognathed. Anurophagus, that eats anurines, frogs, and toads. Anurus, having no tail. Anuruddha, one of 10 principal disciples of Gautama Buddha. Anuri, Anuria. Idas, an Austronesian language spoken in Indonesia. Anas, plural of anu. Anusara, a modern form of Hatha Yoga that emphasizes a set of universal principles of alignment. Inas, having or having the characteristics associated with a specified form of anus. Inasas, plural of anus. Anasam, a Jew who violates Jewish law or is an apostate due to coercion, such as state persecution, often living as crypto-Jews. Anusams, plural of anusum. Analus, without an anus. Anusli, resembling the anus. Anasvara, a diacritic used in Indic scripts as a nasal consonant. Anasvara, alternative spelling of Anasvara. Anasvaras, plural of Anasvara. Anasvaras, plural of Anasvara. Amath, an oceanic language of the Solomon Islands. Emanan, a war relating to Anuta, one of the Solomon Islands. Ena, thence, plural of Anatan. Anavadi, in the Paninian grammar of Sanskrit, the carrying over of earlier described rules into subsequent contexts without explicitly restating those rules. Initialism of Army of Northern Virginia. Eva, a city in Alaska which is home to the Degzitan people. Edel, a heavy iron block used in the blacksmithing trade as a surface upon which metal can be struck and shaped. Anvil cloud, a tall thundercloud cumulonimbus whose top has reached the tropopause and become flat, creating a characteristic shape likened to an anvil. Anvil clouds, plural of anvil cloud. Anlal, simple past and past participle of anvil. Andalicious, conveyed in a heavy-handed, unsubtle way, preaky. Anliling, present participle and gerund of anvil. Andal, simple past and past participle of anvil. Andali, resembling or characteristic of an anvil. Andaling, present participle and gerund of anvil. Anvils, plural of anvil. Anvilsmith, a person who makes blacksmith's anvils. Anvilsmiths, plural of anvilsmith. Amwa, abbreviation of anyway. Amor, a male given name from Arabic. Eller, initialism of Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Amoezonic acid, a triterpenoid with the molecular formula CHO3. Anxiety, alternative form of anxiety. Anxieties, plural of anxiety. Anxietus, one who has anxiety or is often anxious, especially socially. Anxietists, plural of anxietists. Anxietize, to undergo anxiety, to feel anxious. Anxietize, simple past and past participle of anxietize. Anxietizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anxietize. Anxietizing, present participle and gerund of anxietize. Anxiolytic, that reduces anxiety. Anxietus, afflicted with or marked by anxiety. Anxietude, the state or condition of being troubled, worried, or anxious, anxiety. Anxiety, an unpleasant state of mental uneasiness, nervousness, apprehension, and obsession or concern about some uncertain event. Anxiety disorder, a disorder characterized by excessive anxiety. Anxiety disorders, plural of anxiety disorder. Anxiety neurosis, plural of anxiety neurosis. Anxiety neurosis, synonym of anxiety disorder. Angsan, a county of Xinjiang, Beijing, Hebei, China. Anxiao, combining form of anxiety. Anxiodepression, alternative form of anxiodepression. Anxiodepest, suffering from clinical anxiety and depression. Anxiodepression. Anxiodepression, comorbid depression and anxiety. Anxiodepressive, associated with anxiety and depression. Anxiogenesis, the development or generation of anxiety. Anxiogenic, causing anxiety. Or pertaining to the causing of anxiety. Anxiogenicity, the quality or level of being anxiogenic, the ability to induce anxiety. Anxiogenics, plural of anxiogenic. Anxiolysis, the reduction of anxiety by means of sedation or hypnosis. Anxiolytic, that reduces anxiety, tranquilizing. Anxiolytically, in an anxiolytic way. Anxiolytics, plural of anxiolytic. Axiomatic, of or relating to the measure of anxiety. Anxioselective, relieving anxiety without side effects. Anxiostrative, having both symptoms of anxiety and stress. Anxiotropic, that modifies, reduces anxiety. Angus, nervous and worried. Anxious bench, synonym of mourner's bench. Anxious benches, plural of anxious bench. Anxiouser, comparative form of anxious, more anxious. Anxiosus, superlative form of anxious, most anxious. Anxiously, in an anxious manner, with painful uncertainty, solicitously. Anxiousness, the state of being anxious. Anxiousnesses, plural of anxiousness. Anxiety, care or sorrow. Anxum, anxious, to even the slightest extent at all. Any and all without exception. Any and every, any without exception, used for emphasis. Anybody, obsolete form of anybody. Any day, on any occasion, in any circumstances. Any day now, very soon, momentarily. Any day of the week. Synonym of any day. Any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Synonym of any day. Any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Synonym of any day. Any fool know. Any fool knows, it is well known. Any good, having at least a modicum of value or usefulness. Any holes a goal. Any receptive sex partner or orifice is acceptable. Any longer, a negative or interrogative constructions from a given time onwards. Any minute now, very soon. Any moment now, synonym of any minute now. Any more. From a given time onwards, longer again. Any more for any more. Does anybody have or want any more? Any nook or cranny. Any part of a place, anywhere. Any nooks or crannies. Plural of any nook or cranny. Any number of. An unspecified large number of. Ayo. Alternative form of any old. Edio. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See any old. Any oh how. In any way or manner, without particularly caring which is chosen, anyhow. Any old kind of way. In an unspecified, careless, or random manner, in any way, haphazardly. Any old nook or cranny. Alternative form of any nook or cranny. Any old thing. Anything at all. Adiao. Alternative form of any old. Anyone. Archaic form of anyone. And yet business. The last item on the agenda for a meeting, when any matter not already dealt with may be raised. Abbreviations. AOB. Hell. Any port in a storm. One should accept any passable